Sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on his help. It's so close to a move, and swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card.
There we go.
Welcome, Pokemon TCG fans. It is Championship Sunday here in Peoria, Illinois. The Pokemon Regional Championships are underway, and I am Adam Watson, joined in the lounge by Shelby Boo and Chip Ritchie. How are y'all feeling as we move towards crowning our next regional champion?
I'm excited, Skarsig, for sure. I mean, day 2 is always more fun for me, I think, to cast because I think the intensity levels are there. A lot more on the line for our players, and I think they really come out and they show some incredible play in those like super high pressure moments. So I love casting that.
Yeah, the stakes just continue to rise. We will eventually be crowning a regional champion, but lots more Swiss rounds to get through for that. And each round, more and more players are being eliminated from top 8 contention, but at the same time, players getting those wins are surging forward and trying to earn their spot in our top cut.
It is, I think, an unsung kind of X factor with certain players where when their back's against the wall, when the pressure's really there, their decks almost come alive. You know, it's a little anime perhaps for some of you folks watching, but I always enjoy when somebody can certainly make a big comeback win. But as we move further and further through the Swiss rounds, we're also going to be moving further and further through our 2024 competitive season. We're here in Peoria right at the start, and it seems like there's so much to go before we get to the World Championships in Honolulu, but it's going to go by in an instant.
Oh yeah, this graph looks really colorful right now, but as we can see, Pittsburgh is grayed out over there in the left-hand corner, and that's going to start to progress here as we move through the season. But it is so fast-paced. I mean, you got to think Peoria, Sacramento, and Toronto are all within 1 month of this season, and there's players out there that are still playing local events as well, getting their championship points. And some people are already getting really close to their Worlds invite, even just off of locals and that one regional we've had so far.
Yeah, we've seen multiple players have multiple hundreds of points at this point in the season. Jesse Parker, someone who's been crushing it in his locals, but also, of course, got second place in Pittsburgh just a few weekends ago, and he is surging right now in this tournament, 11-1. What a run he is having right now. I mean, it's not going to be long before he has his World's invite locked up for sure.
Just getting those points totals to lock in the invite, it's so important. Either you win a big tournament or you grind your locals. The players in our rating zone, US and Canada, are trying to get up to 600 points. And I remember it seemed like such a tall order at the beginning of the season, and the players are closing that distance with haste.
Yeah, and we're at a regional championships, but of course players from other regions can come and compete at these tournaments. So we see the Europe numbers there. They need to get to 500 points for the Masters Division. We've seen great European players competing in this event. And then even in Oceania, needing to get to 300 points. Brent Tonneson from Australia is here at this event. He's 9-2-1 at this point in the tournament, still doing really well, still in top 8 contention. He's trying to get those 300 points, but also, of course, you know, trying to make a top 8 run.
I know. He's taking a page out of Henry Brand's notebook now. Is US the soft region? Everybody from all over the world's coming over here to get their easy points any way they can.
Hey, I'd love to see more Australians here in our events. So, I mean, really from everywhere. I think that's really cool when people make the entire trek. You got to think they're putting in tons of hours of practice just to come to these events, and that's awesome to see. And sometimes we even get to see it on our stream matches too.
When the players show up from, you know, a different corner of the globe to demonstrate how the competition has evolved all over the planet is a sight to behold. It just goes to show that no matter where you are in the world, as long as you put in the time and dedication, you can have success on the international stage. And we're going to take a quick look now at some of the highlights that happened yesterday in case you missed it, folks. And this is going to be a really awesome reel that we put together. So let's take a quick look. And so that was a beautiful highlight reel of a bunch of different moments from across all 3 games that we've got going here in Peoria Regional Championships. But now we can dig a little bit deeper into what happened for Pokemon TCG.
Hang on, just real quick though, real quick. I've got to show Skarsig a picture of what Palpitoad looks like. Because from what we just saw, you know,
you saw the clip
Where
of
was
me
its
trying to draw
body?
Palpitoad. I drew the first stage of the evolution and then the final evolution. And I didn't know what Palpitoad
You can never
looked
forget
like.
it now.
I got completely bodied. It'll be my eternal rival Pokemon from here on out. But, I mean, the picks for Pictionary were actually godlike, so I got stumped. So I got brought back down to earth and humbled. But we can dig now into what went down for TCG Day 1. We had a lot of great moments on stream, some quick clips you might have seen during that little reel. You know, Andrew Mahone opens us up on Day 1 on stream with the Miraidon. This is a deck that, as you said, Boo, he put on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. He put it on the map for sure, getting an incredible placement at Worlds. Unfortunately, didn't get to see it pay off for him in this match up yesterday, but it was still a fantastic battle. Even on paper, a little bit difficult of a matchup for Andrew, but he still made it really close in both the games that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, Colin Murley-Matthews is the Mew main, has been playing this deck exclusively, and, you know, this new version with the DTE and the Judge was also sort of something that Andrew Mahone put on the map. But the Venomoth also showed up yesterday. I didn't think anybody would have the guts to bring this. I thought it was a bit of a jokey deck to just exploit some online events, but Jake Ewert brought it and did the Venom lock live in 4K.
What a thing to witness, indeed. This was a crazy moment in this game. John Mostovi has the win on board if he just remembers to use his Force Seal Stone before using Lost Vacuum. A little missequence there cost him the win on turn 1.
But both players
Michael
had a great
Bramlott couldn't
time.
believe it either, but in the end, it ends up not mattering too much as John was still able to close this game out.
Yeah, he was very, very, humble and was in a great mood during the winner's interview. Piper as well showed up big yesterday. This was during her match against Jared Grimes. Has Cresselia in play to take the knockout on this Bidoof, and this is important. She was trying to restrict Jared's ability to draw cards next turn with the Industrious Incisors and gets that knockout. And Grant Shen, a Duraludon player, right? Actually switching over to Chen Pao to get some work done with Greninja.
Yeah, this was the incredible turn to Moonlight Shuriken there. That was absolutely wild to see.
Cross switcher canceling Cologne, devastating. And then when we move over to Ryan Ferry versus Aaron Tarbell, we got Charizard EX forcing Miraidon to scoop.
Yeah, ended up being a tie in that match, and this was absolutely incredible here.
Look at all
seeing
this energy.
Tord Reklev with all those energy cards able to KO that Pidgeot EX from Kamal. And then in our second game of this set, Tord had one of the most disgusting pop-off turns I think I've ever seen a Gardevoir player have, where he just turned to, got double Rare Candy, double Gardevoir, and did 330 damage to KO the only Charizard EX Kamal had in play. I mean, Gardevoir is not meant to do that,
Yeah, and
it's okay to play it slow in that matchup, but when the cards fall in your hand, we take those.
Yeah, and Tord said during his winner's interview, he was just going through his proper sequencing, doing his refinements, thinning and playing efficiently the way you should with Gardevoir. And once he kind of took a step back to evaluate the resources and the way the board state ended up, he said, I can make this happen, and just went for the throat, took a big finisher, to close out our day one Swiss in round 9. And I was so happy to see him advance into day 2, to have this big name continue to throw a wrench into the bracket here, because we've still got a few more rounds of Swiss before we head into top 8. And we can take a look now, actually, at some of the notable players who are doing well in the Swiss rounds. We've touched on a few of these names before, but making it into day 2, of course, Kyle Sablehouse. We saw a few of these from just at the end of broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, Kyle did unfortunately take a loss in round 11, I believe. So it's kind of crazy to say, but being at 7-3-1, even if you win out at that point, it does mean you're not going to be able to make it into our top cut. Can still, of course, get into that top 16, top 32, get a ton of prize money, ton of booster packs, all those great things. But lots of players here on this list are absolutely still in the running, still competing. Grant Manley, not someone who we really touched on very much yesterday.
Yeah.
He's playing Gardevoir, and he's sitting, I believe, now at 9-2-1. Did just take a loss in the previous round to Jack Carter. Another good player here we don't have on the list, but he's making a deep run in this tournament so far, too.
Yeah, and I just got word we don't have the most recent Swiss standings from round 13, but we can look at round 12 just to kind of see where those points might be ending up, just to get a broad strokes look. Jesse Parker way at the top there, 10-1. We'll see if he's going to be at 33 points or 31 points moving forward, but these are the names you have to pay attention to, folks. Gibson, Archer, Tang, another name jumping out at me, Chip. Hanging in there at 8-1-2.
Yeah, Gibson won the regional championships last year in San Diego. We casted that one, Boo.
Yeah, we have multiple names on here that are actually regional champions. So no surprise there that they're showing up here in Peoria and taking names out in the field right now. We'll have to see if they can rack up those last couple points and make it into top cut, though, because that's what all these players are aiming to do right now.
One more thing just on this list I want to mention. We talked about Andrew Mahone a little bit. We had him on our first round that we streamed yesterday. He unfortunately did not make it into day 2. But I see 3 names on this list that are people that he works with and tests with. Jesse Parker, J.W. Krewall, and Michael Zeely, all 3 in the top 10 at this moment. So even if you don't make it into day 2, it can feel nice to know that, hey, the deck we chose to play for this event was a good call. My teammates are doing really well, and that's the case for these 3 players.
Yeah, that's fantastic to live vicariously through the homies. They're doing well.
Absolutely.
The Miraidon's popping off. It was one of my picks going into this event. I thought it might be well positioned versus Lugia, and we actually didn't see any Lugia, I think, on stream yesterday.
Surprising, yeah.
And as these players, whittle down the competition and advance, we'll see who will finally join the roster of NA Regional Champions. We've got a few here from EU, but just one from NA, Andrew Estrada, who won Pittsburgh with the Kyogre Lost Box. And again, Jesse Parker came in second with the Miraidon.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch. Again, a very difficult deck to play, especially the Kyogre variant of this. And Andrew Estrada representing Canada at this NA Regional in Pittsburgh, kicking off the season strong and locking in the automatic invite to the World Championship. I know Andrew said he's still going to be playing Pokemon even throughout the season still, but it's nice to have a guaranteed invite locked up already.
Yeah, and by the end of the day, we're going to have our Peoria champion crowned. It's always an exciting moment, like you said, Boo, as the competition moves forward and we get into the top 8, the top 4, the stakes get higher and higher. And you know that the player that takes down a regional of this size will be truly deserving of that spot and that immediate invite to the World Championships in Honolulu.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of the carrot on the end of the stick, right? What everyone's running after throughout this year is trying to get a chance to compete at the World Championships. And the fact that it's in such an amazing location like Hawaii in Honolulu, it's a really special place for Pokemon as well. I mean, there's been multiple World Championships held in Hawaii. I don't think we've been back there since 2012 was the last World Championships there. Been over 10 years. So I know lots of longtime players are very excited to go back. And I know myself, 2012, that's before I was really involved in the game. So I'm really excited to get to go to Hawaii for the first time for the World Championships.
Yeah, lots of memories made in Hawaii already in the history of Pokemon TCG, and I'm excited to make some new ones for sure.
Yeah, I think another historic moment that we're going to have as well is that Twitch chat is going to be picking our round 1 stream match. If you are watching this stream from Twitch, make sure you pay attention to chat. We're going to have a poll with 4 potential options of who we're going to bring on stream for the round 1 match. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for your favorite player that you're rooting for. We might be able to get them on stream for you. And you can also keep up with us using hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know any other, fun facts or fun moments that you've seen in Peoria or who you might be rooting for here in Illinois. It's always so exciting to engage with the community, and I'm glad that we're able to get this community voting feature up and running. So make sure, I want to see massive numbers and participation from the crowd so that we can make a strong case to keep this feature going forward, because I think it's a lot of fun. We can't feature everybody on the stream, so there's always going to be somebody left disappointed. So make your voice heard, make that vote count so that you aren't the one who misses out on your favorite player or maybe even your favorite deck getting its moment to shine on the stream.
Yeah.
Your voice matters for sure. Let us know who you want to see. I always tell people, there's dozens of great matches every single round that we would love to feature, but unfortunately, we can only show one. It's just kind of the nature of how these events are run, and we got to keep Swiss rounds moving along, so even if there's tons of great choices, we only get to pick one every single round.
Yeah, that's the sad part. There's so many times where, if I'm not casting, I run out there to look at, our top cuts matches because they are so intense, and
Absolutely.
I wish we could watch all of them. We get a couple more, of course. We see all of our rounds at the ICs that we have, the international events. But yeah, here at regionals, it's so slim. So it's a great feature to have, having you all be able to vote alongside with us and get your say in the stream.
And I'm just getting word now, folks, that vote is live. So keep an eye on that at the Twitch stream. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and give them a nice surprise of who you pick to be our round 1 stream game.
Thank you very much, guys. Fantastic intro, as always. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by Jeremy Jallan. And while we wait for the results of that poll, there's honestly 4 phenomenal options. We're going to ruminate on what we might be seeing a little bit today.
Yeah, it is day 2. We are now in the thick of things for these players trying to get that world's invite to Honolulu. And, a ton of prize money too. So this is going to be the top of the competition. Hopefully, we'll see throughout the day.
Yeah, 3 more rounds of Swiss, then of course top 8, top 4, and a finals to come for you today. So a bunch of exciting matches coming up. But honestly, what we've seen so far, really enjoying it. I think we've seen a little more of the Charmeleon, actually, and the Charmander, than the Mew that we were talking about. But yeah, it looks like the results will be coming in very, very shortly. Any one of the 4 that you think might be the winner here?
Oh, I really don't want to choose. Yeah, I don't want to choose.
Hey, it's nice that we don't have to choose at all. Before we get a confirmation of that result, though, for those of you joining us maybe for the first time or maybe you're a little bit unfamiliar with how things go, let's take a look at the format and how these tournaments shake out so we know exactly where we are.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Well, these were your choices. Jesse Parker, Jack Carter, JW Krewell, Raymond Long, Rowan Stevenau versus Wyatt Palguta, and Terrence Miller versus Brett Tonneson, who's come a long way for this tournament.
Yep.
And the results are in. We're going with the very first option. It's table 1, so it's going to be cream of the crop. Jesse Parker versus Jack Carter will be our feature match here in Swiss Round 13.
Yeah, potentially a win-in for Jesse Parker here, already coming off a 2nd place in Pittsburgh just a few weeks ago, and has been destroying this tournament with Miraidon yet again. Took a win in a mirror match last round, so hopefully it'll be a pretty good matchup here for this round 13.
Yeah, Miraidon's been showing up. It's
Yeah.
been really putting in work, and finally the deck's been refined to the point where people really feel excited to play it, and honestly getting a bigger meta share than I think a lot of us were expecting coming into this tournament.
It is definitely something that has really shaped the meta going forward. Having Miraidon just be as popular as it is, it's really something that's been great to see, because I think it first really got onto the scene in EUIC last year, but that was a completely different list. That was cramomatics and trying to be as fast as possible. This is more disruptive, kind of taking Andrew Mahone's list from Worlds and adapting it to this new format we have.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the deck choices have been shaking out over the course of the weekend, though. We'll start, as we traditionally do, on day 1, with Charizard really taking the top spot there, pretty comfortably, a couple of % over everyone else. Drops down to Archeops and the Lugia V-Star combination. Miraidon coming in 3rd in this one, followed by Gardevoir, Lost Zone Box, and Chien Pao. Now, the traditional question we love to ask is, does this translate to day 2, or was there a deck with maybe a better conversion rate coming into this? So if we advance and look into day 2, there's definitely going to be some shuffling, with the biggest drop being the Lugia V-Star all the way down. Gardevoir and Lost Zone Box jump up above the Miraidon EX, and Chien Pao kind of sticks exactly where it was, just bumping up a little bit there.
Yeah, the biggest surprise has to be that Lugia. Colorless Lugia was one of the most hyped decks going into this tournament, but we didn't actually see a Lugia on stream yesterday. I don't know if we're going to see one today, because I was walking through the top tables. All the way up to table 20, there was one Lugia. It's just crazy to me. But Miraidon being so popular in this format, I think it's kind of a gatekeeper.
It definitely is, and maybe that's where people have started to lean in and say, you know what, Miraidon, that's the typing I need to beat Lugia. And as people have seen more people playing it, people dropping off the Lugia, and those who maybe did bring it, not able to convert it at the same rate as some of the other decks. The Charizard EX, of course, staying at the top, getting an even larger share than it did yesterday. The Gardevoir was such a significant jump up in placement. Of course, the numbers are pretty tight because we've cut down a lot of trainers, so definitely some options and some analysis to be done there. But nice to see the Miraidon sticking around that middle. It's not like only a few of them made it through. A good chunk really did. Lost Zone Box jumping up as well. Of course, there's different varieties of that Lost Zone Box, which people need to consider. Can potentially take something a little bit different. Now they've got some new tools, so lots of ways to play it.
And I just want to point out that number up there again. Total decks 177. We are going to have to get used to these giant day 2s. These players have to play almost perfectly to try to have a chance to make this top 8.
I mean, the explosion in the size of tournaments has been absolutely crazy, even over the last year, and I think, you know, just the way that the scene has grown. I've been watching from the VG side a little bit, but coming back over to the TCG, the numbers are truly overwhelming. You think, wow, your day 2 is 177. Think we are going to lose 169 of those players by the end of these next 3 rounds. That's a lot of people who just aren't able to still fight for that crown. So yeah, flawless play, you know, getting through with more than that 6-2-1 is big. I think being able to carve out those advantages in day 1, where you may get some slightly weaker players, helps when you go into a stacked field in day 2.
Yeah, everyone here knows how to play Pokemon. That's basically what it comes down to. And you're going to have to play the best Pokemon of your life to try to get that invite to Honolulu, get that $10,000, and really, someone's going to do it here. We'll just have to wait and see who's actually going to accomplish that.
Well, while we wait for that, let's take a look at what you guys have been saying about this tournament here in Peoria. We've got some social media activity. We've already got some results coming in from some of the younger divisions. Ended up in 10th in Peoria with the 5-2 records. Had a blast, spent time with friends. That's pretty much all you want in these tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been in this community since, what, 15 years ago, so all of my friends are through Pokemon, and anytime I get to go to a tournament, it is always a blast. And, you know, ending up 10th, you didn't make that top 8, but it's just something to improve on for the next tournament.
Yeah, I mean, still goals, still, you know, more you can do. Another Miraidon deck down there as well, so it's not just the Masters picking up on the Miraidon, but yeah, still fantastic round. Congratulations to Chops on picking up, you know, share of the prize pool, more points. That's all you really want. You're right, though. I'm in the same boat as you, I think. I've been doing this for quite some time now, and a lot of my friends are through Pokemon. We do have a deck list, you know, playing the Lugia V-Star that we were talking about a little bit earlier from William. 3-5-1, still comes in at 977th, a position that we probably couldn't think of, but it was colorless Lugia, the second regional ever attended. Owns up, knows there's some room for growth in here as well, and following up with San Antonio, so people are desperate to come back and play more Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's the thing about these regionals. They happen all over the United States, all over North America, and then all over Europe and Latin America as well. So it's going to be a lot of chances for you to try to actually come back and get a good performance.
Yeah, well, we've got another one from the Miraidon side of things. 180 out of 1701 at Peoria with Miraidon and friends. The deck feels really good. It's a combo of different lists, and then Little Girl Cammy played the same 59 without the Balloon Chew, and his boy made top 8 in juniors with the Charizard as well. So people already experimenting, trying to find ways around, you know, this deck list that maybe wants to cover another base.
And again, just to point out, 180th place. That's 3 spots away from the cutoff for day 2. So very close margins there to try and get that last point, that last match point to try to make it into that day 2. Yeah. And Miraidon's a duck to do it. It has been showing up and showing out this weekend.
Yeah, those electric generators can be huge, and that's something that I think some trainers, you know, their tournament life is kind of bouncing on the, you know, ability to hit those generators and do really, really well with them. So another fantastic list, and hopefully inspiration for you guys at home, right? If you're thinking, what can I play? You know, maybe you want to make a change. Maybe that flying Pikachu becomes something a little bit different. Then you've got options here as well. So nice to see people posting up their lists, not hiding it, not keeping it from people. That's something that now, you know, I think a lot of people are very willing to do.
All right, well, speaking of willing to do, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage. We have our players starting to get set up for our round 13 here.
Yeah, we of course know who they are. It's going to be Jesse Parker and Jack Carter. There's the confirmation of the list. We are getting that Miraidon that we've been harping on about for a few minutes, but it's going up against the Lost Zone box, Comfey Sableye. This one actually looking to be one of those very turbo variants. You know, nothing like the Kyogre in there as well. Just trying to accelerate through very quickly. So I think with both decks trying to accelerate, this game could be a bit of a quick one.
Yeah, well, Jesse's fun fact is he likes fast decks. So you only have to expect it from him and both of these competitors today. Now, Jesse's problem is he just starts out too well these past couple tournaments that we haven't been able to feature him until very late in the tournament. I'm actually kind of glad we're getting to see him this round 13, a potential winning in for top 8 for him because he's at 33 points, sitting atop everyone else here in this tournament.
And that's what happens when you get a really good day 1 going. Jesse Parker, as you can confirm, he likes fast decks. So, you know, he's playing the Miraidon. and is going to be trying to get energy going all over the board nice and quickly and taking these knockouts. Of course, Jack's list can do something very similar. Played up against Grant Manley in round 11, Grant Shen in round 12. That is a pretty tough run to be going on through the early part of your morning here.
Granted, yeah.
I gave that one to you for way too easy, but I'm glad you took it. I'm glad you seized it. Yeah, and like this deck, I mean, we saw it yesterday. This turbo lost box. You know, the goal is just as fast as possible. Get to 7, get to 10, get going with the Sableye, get going with your Mirage Gates as well. You know, you can try and take out one of these bigger EXs as well with something like the Dragonite. All you got to do is hit 7 in the Lost Zone, and we've seen people do it on their first turn. If they go second, you've got the Colrus, you've got a couple Comphase, that takes you up to 4, you know, and then if you can get your Lost Vacuums going as well, you may be able to really find some value there. So plenty of options to try and get it done.
Looking at the prize cards here, nothing too bad for both these players. I guess the one Mareep, usually that gets targeted down from something like that Radiant Greninja super early, so having the second one available is always needed. Might be a little bit of a detriment for Jesse there in the prize cards. Meanwhile, for Jack, not really too much. That Pokestop in there is one way you can actually extend a lot of your turns. That is playing 2 in the list, so...
Yeah, the Turbo Lost Box lists have always been an interesting one, right? There's kind of 2 spots for the stadium. A lot of people started out with a beach court to help out with that retreating and such, but honestly, you know, when you think about it, you do want to spin the stop. You need to hit those pieces and really try and cause problems that way. So it's going to be Jesse going first. Starts with a Raikou V, just attaching energy. Not seeing much of excitement in the hand, though, especially going first. So it looks like it might just have to be... Oh, there was the Fleet-Footed already.
Yeah, Fleet-Footed drew a Lightning.
The third one in the hand. Pops down the path to the peak. He does have the Professor's Research. Obviously, can't use it this turn. So immediately over to Jack. Basically being invited to go for, you know... Could you go for the Dragonite? It's a big ask, but at least you started with a Comfey.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to do it as fast as possible. We have seen the likes of Turbo Lost Zone box be able to pull that off, get that Mirage Gate, that 7 cards in the Lost Zone turn 1. It's going to take a lot. He needs a Colress Experiment in hand.
Well, he's got a Forest Seal Stone. He's got a Nest Ball. He's got a Flower Select as well, so can start seeing some cards. A Switch Cart. It does have a Water Energy, so that could help. You know, there's definitely some pieces there, but getting to the Colress is going to be huge, right? I think the Colress is the most important piece. That is a I think, yeah, the Psychic Energy goes here. You need to Switch Cart. The big miss here, though, is no Battle VIP Pass. And you really need that to try and accelerate, you know, get a couple free Comphase out, you know, potentially the Radiant Greninja as well. Does know it's not in the prizes, but only getting to pick 1 here off the Nest Ball could be a real slowdown. I think, honestly, you might have to look for a V so that then you can get the Forest Seal Stone going. There's the Dragonite. You know, and then you've just got to hit the absolute, you know, perfect set of cards off your Colress.
Maybe a couple Battle VIP Pass, some switching effects for more Comfey, but there is that Forest Seal Stone, that Star Alchemy grabbing that Colress's Experiment. That's step 1.
Yep. Well, we're at 1 in the Lost Zone, so we're you know, slower than he might like, but definitely on the right path. It's going to be going up to 3 after this Colress, but let's see. I think he has to just play it immediately. I don't think there's anything else he can do.
Battle VIP Pass off this Colress would be spectacular.
Yep, 3, 4, 5. Let's have a look. Oh, there it is.
First card.
Yeah. So
had it all the time.
Yeah. Just needs to be mindful of what he's taking, right? If he's going to be accelerating, he's already used a Forest Seal Stone, so that can go away, right? Doesn't need that anymore. You know, the other choice is sort of the sticky one. You've got to take the VIP Pass. I think taking the Escape Rope doesn't hurt either. Yeah, Super Rod. You're not trying to play this game for too long, so you can get rid of the Super Rod.
And with this Battle VIP Pass, usually you'd get something like a Comfey and a Radiant Greninja, but that path to the peak in play is going to shut down Radiant Greninja for the time being.
Yep. Oh, he is just going Cramorant, so I think knowing that he can get to 4 and just being able to hit the Raikou forces Jesse to find another Pokemon next turn. Obviously, he's got the Professor's Research that we know about, but you know, if you're not going to be able to hit 7, and he can't finish it off, right? Doesn't have the Vacuum. You know, probably needed to see a Vacuum there. Would be really important. Let's see, though. You know, what does he get? Oh, it's just another Nest Ball and the Sableye. So 7 is kind of out of reach now.
Nest Ball can okay, there's a Switch Cart. Okay, yeah,
he's got Switch Carts and Escape Rope.
Use the escape rope already. Oh, it has another one. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's got
Nestball
two.
can grab a third Comfey if Comfey finds Lost Vacuum, but again, you're needing Mirage Gate as well, and I don't think that's in the hand.
Yeah, no, he's looking at the Radiant Greninja here, maybe setting that up for a little bit later, accepting that it's not going to happen this turn, and probably just going to have to swing with a Cramorant.
Which is still fine. Jesse did not do much of anything on the previous turn. You kind of have to expect there's going to be a supporter coming from his hand.
Yep, well, there's the energy attached to the Comfey. He's going to switch card it.
And again, doing this so you can set up a free pivot for next turn, knowing almost for surely this Cramorant's going to get knocked out by this Raikou.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've given him plenty of damage on the bench there. Not able to withstand that one. But Jesse just needs to make sure he hits another Pokemon or a way to search one out. Professor's Research gives him a good opportunity to do that as he gets to just discard that hand. Does, of course, give up a good amount. Yeah, I'm seeing Pokemon already, so not going to get caught short in this one.
Nestball to go along with Electric Generator, so could see some energy coming down on this bench.
Yep, we'll see what he's able to do. And my one concern, just going back to Jack for a moment while Jesse ruminates on what order and what Pokemon he wants to get, there's a lot of late game resources going away. The Sableye, the Super Rod, one of the Psychic Energies as well, was really reaching for it there, throwing away those late game resources, and they're not going to be available. So it's going to be a little lean on something like the Sableye, and may have to rely on Dragonites or Raikous of his own to be able to do that.
The one, I guess, good news is about this matchup, Sableye is not as good as some of your Pokemon V or even just Radiant Greninja. You're able to take a prize off of Flaffy and then put 90 damage on something like a Raikou so you can clean it up with a Spit innocently later on.
Yep.
There is 4 Super Rod in the list as well, so losing the 1 isn't too bad, and these lists have kind of adapted to that, especially playing the Pokestop. You're going to mill a lot of cards that you kind of need to put back.
Yep. No, that makes sense. If you go stop, you do need a little bit more wiggle room. But a Miraidon EX making it down onto the field, able to get that energy acceleration going if he wants. Photon Blaster is going to be more than enough. Setting up another Raikou V as well. There's the Electric Generator, so it's all about getting it down and being able to cause some problems, but it's not going to be useful this time, whiffing on that one.
That is not what you want to see with this Miraidon deck. Electric Generator is probably the best and the worst card in your deck for a lot of these games.
Electric Generator giveth and Electric Generator taketh away, says the old saying from about 3 months ago. But you're able to keep going. Of course, you're going to get the first prize of the game here just with the manual attachments onto the Raikou, so plenty to do. Yep, there's the knockout, and get a prize, maybe something a little more useful in this one.
Now, Jack, having that Psychic Energy on the Comfey brings it to the active spot, so going to start out things pretty well here, already having that free pivot. Finds the Lost Vacuum, but it's a Water Energy to go along with it, and drew a Mirage Gate for the turn. Yeah,
he's got the Lost Vacuum, could kind of accelerate here. Probably overkill as well to use the Dragonite onto this Raikou V. But if he has the Escape Rope, he can bring up one of these other Vs and use the power of that. He does have a Water Energy in hand as well. Maybe trying to be mindful of it too, right? You need the Vacuum to get rid of Path to the Peak if you want to start causing problems. So yeah, the Water Energy hits the Lost Zone. There's the Lost Vacuum. He's getting rid of the Manaphy. So up to 6, getting dangerously close here. But yeah, it does have the switching options. Particularly with the Escape Rope, just has to be mindful. If he does 2, then he's getting rid of the.
So you get rid of the Force Seal Stone to put you up to 7, because if you got rid of the Path to the Peak, you're still at 6. This way you can use the Mirage Gate right away. And Mirage Gate with the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken's going to be able to take the knockout on the Raikou V. But we're going charging up that Dragonite V instead.
He's got the other Water Energy in the hand, so all he needs to do now, he can save that Psychic Energy that he put on the Comfey too, Escape Rope one of these other Pokemon up, the V or the EX that he's got waiting on the bench, and then he's leaving that Raikou V with the damage ready to get picked up by the Radiant Greninja a little bit later. So it looks like he's just going through this deck. Obviously, the Radiant Greninja isn't a big deal here. Does, of course, Clara as well. So being able to grab that Cramorant and can start causing problems that way. He is just going to Cramorant this time.
Cramorant does take the knockout on the Raikou V. You have that Dragonite set up on the bench right there. So pretty good turn from Jack. able to take the knockout and apply a lot of pressure for the next following turns.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting himself in a solid spot, right? Like, whatever Jesse throws up here, he's already got the Dragonite ready to go. Yeah, he may take the Cramorant out again, but okay, well, I'm just going to swing back for 2 prizes. And this is where the deck is really, really moving. So just relying on this Dragonite probably needs to find maybe a little bit more. Ooh, that's looking real juicy for a Radiant Greninja as well. If you could find another Mirage Gate, you know, potentially options to switch around too, could be very, very interesting here.
And it always feels awkward having to Ultra Ball for your or for your Mareep when you have Miraidon EX and its tandem unit. But the path to the peak is still in play, shutting off all of those rule box abilities.
Yep, and Jack, I mean, I like him getting rid of the Forest Seal Stone, yes, to hit 7, but also to deny Jesse the tandem unit. So he's still kind of struggling a little bit here. Of course, no concealed cards, but I think Jack's fine with that trade, right? He didn't have a spare energy anyway. There's the switch cut into the Mareep. Oh, this could be really interesting with the escape rope potential as well. Jesse throwing up that 1 prizer. But it could just be a real quick swap. Ooh, not going to have the escape rope guaranteed as the Iono hits from Jesse.
It's going to allow Jesse to draw 5, Jack to draw 4. And Jesse needing electric generators to really get playing in this game. Does not find any off those 5 cards, though.
No electric generators. Does have a Nest Ball, does have the Zapdos in hand. Could be trying to slow the game down by kind of offering the 1 prizes too, if he's getting escape roped. So making sure he's got those available. That would slow Jack down significantly, but you know, also they're pretty weak and can just get picked off by Radiant. Like Mareep can get picked off by Radiant Greninja, and then you're putting damage down that, you know, is really hard to shake and could get caught by something like the Spit Innocently, or it certainly starts to add up.
And we see the Flying Pikachu V. This card has been included in Miraidon for a while now, just for that free retreat. It also has 190 HP, so it's a little bit harder for some decks like Lost Zone to be able to take a knockout in 1 hit, compared to something that we've seen like Zeraora.
Yeah, there's the manual attach return. He just leaves the Mareep in the active. Let's see what he got. He's got a Lost Vacuum. He's got a Boss's Orders, a Pokestop, Nest Ball. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the easy way to get this Cramorant out. You know, would sort of be struggling on that one a little bit, but could just spin the stop.
Oh, yeah.
And just hit a switch car or something of that nature. So I'm pretty sure this Dragonite, with the Boss's Orders too, is just guaranteed a knockout of its choosing. Just needs to make sure that he gets to the right spot. So let's see how he decides to go about this one.
Can actually be pretty oppressive too, being able to Boss's Orders that Raikou V with the energy on it already, basically negating Jesse's entire turn previously.
Yep.
And not having access to a Flaffy, at least right now, is very bad. Looking at Jesse's hand, it's a Boss's Orders and a Miraidon EX. That's not attacking for a while.
Yeah, if he loses that manual energy attachment too, he's certainly going to be struggling. So does get rid of the Path to the Peak. That may help things out.
Oh,
he is spinning the stop.
Cart.
Oh my goodness.
Draw 3, Pokemon Go. Switch card able to get the Cramorant out of the active spot, bring up that Dragonite V. Boss's Orders is going to bring up that Raikou most likely.
Yeah.
With that, an easy knockout. Even getting rid of the Pokestop so Jesse cannot use it to draw out of this hand.
That's mean. He's not going to give him the option to find the generators. He's got the Boss's Orders lingering. He's going to go after the one with the energy. Makes a lot of sense. And he's just going to take the knockout there. So another 2 prizes for Jack. He is very far ahead right now.
If I was Jesse, honestly, I would most likely just consider going the next game, especially depending on the draw. With the draw being a path to the peak, there's not much that's going to be happening.
Yeah, he can tandem unit though, get some energy going, which is certainly going to help out. But you know, the 2, where's the 2 going to get him? He doesn't have the 3rd one for a number of his attacks, right? You know, maybe relying on the Flying Pikachu V to try and slow the game down, but you know, this is certainly an interesting one.
There's not even energy to try and attack with the Flying Pikachu V to paralyze the Dragonite V. It is just all bad news for Jesse.
Doesn't have a generator, does he? Yeah.
No. Path to the Peak, Boss's Orders, Miraidon EX. That is a hand for sure.
All right, what's he going to do? He's going to Boss's Orders the Radiant Greninja.
Path to the Peak, hope that it stops Jack from actually being able to do something. Brings up that Zapdos to the active, just so you don't lose on the spot.
All right, what's he got in the hand? Yeah, he's got the stop as
Another Pokestop. It was from the prize cards. Do we see another switching effect? Mirage Gate, Escape Rope. Yeah, this is going to be it. Echoing Horn as well.
All right. I mean, Jesse could buy a turn, right, and just feed him a 1-prizer, but the Radiant Greninja, he doesn't have the energy. That's the only problem. But, you know, the Dragonite could just cause problems here. He is able to get that out and just start attacking. Could also just swing with the Cram, right? Depending on what Jesse puts up, he could just swing with the Cram around and save the Dragonite for the final turn. So is he going to Lost Vacuum himself again?
And that's the benefit of Escape Rope is your opponent promotes their Pokemon first, then you promote. So you're able to just kind of react to what your opponent's going to do. With that Escape Rope, Cramorant comes to the active spot. You're going to be able to take a prize on that Mareep there. And Jesse is just hoping and praying. But again, this Pokestop is going to the Lost Zone. No electric generators for you, Jesse.
Yeah, no electric generators. There's the knockout. And unless he can knock out this Dragonite the next turn, Jesse needs to be going to game 2.
How about another boss's orders?
Oh, that's going to help him. All right, he's tandem muting. He's getting some Pokemon. But look at all the energy in the deck. He's not able to get that out.
There's not even any lightning Pokemon to grab.
Yeah, he's out. I don't know what the tandem unit, the 2 extra Pokemon, not really helping him. It just doesn't have a way. We've only seen, 3 energy from him all game, and they're all manual attachments?
Yeah. This is the part of Miraidon where people say, oh no, I don't want to play Miraidon.
Yeah. Okay, boss's orders, Radiant Greninja. Okay.
You surely can't have another Pokestop.
Doesn't have a stop, but let's see what he's got in there.
Colress's experiment.
Gets to dig, or he could just Mirage Gate too, right? Just shove a bunch of energy back in, just Mirage Gate 1 and retreat.
And with that energy, you can retreat, attack with the Dragonite, take the knockout on the Zapdos. Jesse's sitting pretty here, but knows there's plenty of time left. 35 minutes, just a little under, to go for the rest of this match. Jack up the first game with this Lost Zone toolbox.
Turbo Lost Box.
Turbo
really.
Lost
He did
Box,
turbo it. I mean, didn't get the turn 1/7, but was able to. Yeah, big issue for Jesse is the energy, right? He didn't have an option to get energy. I saw the Raichu come down.
Yeah, it's more just taking cards out of the deck so you can try to draw what you actually want.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Jesse's going to need to bounce back from that. Of course, does get his choice of going first or second, but Jack, I mean, that was a good turn 1. It was close, not quite able to get that knockout there. So just gotta be thinking, how are you going to circumnavigate that oppressive start from Jack?
So there are 3 rounds left, including this one, before our top 8. With Jesse sitting at 11-1, if you tie 3 times, that's 36 points. That should be enough to make it into the top 8 here. That could be in the back of Jesse's mind. Just, all right, well, I lost that game 1, but I still have a good shot at winning at least one of these games.
Yeah, I don't want to see a tie in this game. I definitely think when you're playing a Turbo Lost Box, you shouldn't be tying, right? Like, you either hit it or you don't, you know, and you've got to be prompt. You've got to be turbo. You've got to be making sure that every turn is valuable to you. So I'd be very shocked and a little bit surprised if this one went to a tie.
All right, Jesse's hand is much better.
Okay. Let's see the prizes. That's basically double super rod, so
2 energy as well.
Can't be liberal with them. That is, of course, one of his 2 lightning energies, and those are important resources when it comes to something like the Dragonite.
Speaking of lightning energy,
yeah, 3 of those chucked away for Jesse into the prizes. So, you know, going to make those electric generators even harder to hit. He has forced Jack to go first, but Jack, yeah, getting the flower selecting, turn number 1, and then puts down the Dragonite, attaches the water energy to it, and passes.
That's scary. Not having another Comfey down on the bench against a deck like Miraidon that is very known for getting a turn 1 attack off.
Yeah.
The way you play this matchup against Lost Zone is you just need to attack every turn. If you don't, you're gonna fall behind. It's just a matter of time.
Yep. Well, the Nest Ball for Jesse is going in deck, trying to find some pieces. Probably going to have to grab, you know, something that just helps him get established. I don't think the tandem unit would be the worst thing here, right? Just being able to go in, grab some more Pokemon. Yep, there he goes, taps it. Is able to grab some pieces. You know, he's got the Raikou in hand, so probably doesn't need one of those. He's got the Raichu in hand. Could get another Mareep, maybe. Just try and flesh that out in case it does get taken down.
You never get 2 Mareeps against the Radiant Greninja.
That's true. Yeah, but I mean, he's going to struggle to hit that 7 early on, especially with this setup.
Yeah, did find the Colress off the one flower selecting, so at least has access to that. But Tandem Unit maybe grabs the Zapdos here.
Oh, yeah.
And the Flying Pikachu V for that free retreat option as well. Jesse's going to be able to play down the Raikou, has an Electric Generator in hand to go along with Path to the Peak, and then has an option for supporters, Professor's Research or Judge. Judge could be insane here. Putting Jack down to 4 cards in hand, no Comfey in play if you hit off the Electric Generator. That could be Jesse's path to victory.
Honestly, that would force the early scoop, right? It just not being able to play this one. So there's the Raikou from the hand. Zapdos, Electric Generator. Let's see it. 1, 2. Oh, we're actually getting hits now.
All right, we got 1. Was there another Lightning in the hand, though? No. 3 in the prize card. Still missing a Lightning Energy, and this is going to put the supporter decision on Jesse. Still needs a way to get out of the active, too. Escape Rope being prized. That means there's only 2 Switch Cart and an Escape Rope left in the deck to get out of that active spot.
I think it's got to be, I don't know. It's asking for the hand count, so is it 6, right? Gets to remove another card from Jack's hand, one of which was his choice, too.
Yeah.
You know, and
to me, I think
it's just research numerically, right?
Yeah.
More cards.
More cards, because if you don't attack this turn and take the knockout on the Comfey, then you're going to be in a bad position if Jack does have Colress's Experiment.
Yeah.
But you could also just buy a couple turns if that Judge does hit, but Flower Selecting will eventually get there.
Yeah, there's the Raichu V going down. There's a Path to the Peak.
Professor's
and
Research.
Yeah.
All right, looking for a Switch Cart off of this would be ideal.
An energy. A generator.
How about none of that? Wow, that hand
well,
it has the energy, but no way to get out of the active spot. Has the Squawk ability in hand, I believe, but the bench is full.
Yeah, no way to make that one work. This could be devastating for Jesse if he's not able to keep this one going. I mean, yeah, he's committing the energy onto the bench, so that Mareep's going to be stuck there in the active.
And honestly, having this Raichu V on the bench, it's not the best in this matchup, but outside of the Zapdos helping with the Miraidon EX, it's the only way to take a one-hit knockout on Dragonite V. But not having that bench space for the Squawk ability meant that turn stalled a little bit.
Well, there's the Flower Selecting, got rid of the Battle VIP Pass, easy call. Colress's Experiment.
Oh, there's no way to search for Pokemon in that hand.
I think there was a Switch Cart. Yeah, there's nothing. He's not getting another Comfey this turn. He'll get to 4, but he's not going to be able to get Crown.
There's a Nest Ball.
Oh, is there? See what he gets rid of. Escape Rope and Sableye. Okay. So he's got a Nest Ball. Could just cram into this Mareep.
You could. It's not what you want to do, but you might have to.
I think it's just, you got to do something, right? You've at least got the Colress's Experiment for next turn. You can save your Comfey so you can get another Flower Selecting in. That would take you up to the Magic 7 as well. And hopefully off that Colress you see the remaining pieces. So that's sort of where I think he's going to have to go, particularly because you know as well that Jesse has to be swinging with this Raikou. He has no way to try and fire back, so he could just, you knock out the Mareep with the Cramorant, the Raikou comes up, and then you just return fire with your Mirage Gate. And you just power up the Dragonite and go, ha 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 ha, and cause problems that way. The manual attach this turn does go down, so he's able to use that Switch Cart, get the Cram in, and make a lot of sense.
With that knockout, Jesse promotes the Flying Pikachu V with the free retreat. So now can pivot easily to that Raikou if you want.
Yeah, I mean, he can pivot to it, but, that would be all his energy on the board, probably getting knocked off. Of course, you need to go... Let's just assume the Cramorant goes down. Pretty easy knockout. You're going to be able to keep up on the prize race. But then you go, okay, Cramorant's down. I'll just pop the Comfey up, Flower Selecting, Colress's Experiment, and all you need at that point, you don't even need a Switch card, right? And then all you need to see in those, you'll see 7 cards. You just need to see a Mirage Gate.
Which is already in hand, I believe.
Oh, okay. So then he's just able to swing back for 2 knockouts here. Or 2 prizes.
Jesse does have a Boss's Orders. Bosses up to Comfey. That normally would be pretty good here, and it will keep Jack off of the 7 without something like Lost Vacuum. There is a Lost Vacuum in hand, but no targets for it. So Jack's going to need to find something like a Forest Sealstone or Pokestop to... Okay, Forest Sealstone off the top.
Ridiculous.
That's what you want to see for Jack and this Lost Zone box here.
Well, he's got the Colress. That'll take him to 6, and then he can Lost Vacuum, and he's easily at 7.
Okay. But no, Forest Sealstone's great.
Yeah, there's the top deck announcement. The Forest Sealstone obviously helping him with any missing pieces. Let's see the Colress's experiment. He's able to see, oh, that's actually, this could be really sticky for him because that Lightning Energy, I think he has to take it. If he knows the other one's prized, he has to attach it and Mirage Gate for 1 right here. But the Raikou and the Comfey hitting that side of things. Yeah, he has to attach this one and then just Mirage Gate for the remaining missing water. He does have the Pokestop. You know, he's definitely got options. So he's going to spin the stop. There's a Mirage Gate, a Hisuian Heavy Ball, and a Mirage Gate.
All right, calm down, Jack.
That's a little bit silly, isn't it?
It's the first round for us today. We're hoping to take it easy here.
Yeah, well, there he is going to look at his remaining prizes with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. He does get confirmation as well, if he was maybe missing the count, of the Lightning Energy being in there. So he now knows he's got to attach this one, got a Mirage Gate for 1. Forest Sealstone is available if there's something he wants. But right now, does he really need it?
Pokemon,
yeah.
Ever Forest Sealstone for a Nest Ball to get
oh, no. Let's see what he gets.
Or something.
Let's see what he gets. I mean, he knows the Sableye in there. Oh, the Radiant
Greninja is a good target for it as well.
Yeah, does have a basic energy, so he can kind of keep drawing as well. Basic energy that he can throw away here in that psychic. And maybe see some super rods. You can always get them back a little bit later. So yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense to grab this and maybe dig a little bit more. Just keep on going. But he doesn't really need the Comfeys right now. You know, they've kind of got him to the 7. Yes, he needs to push to 10 at some point. But, you know, probably able to do a little bit of work with the Dragonite right now. And also the thin bench, if Jesse does set up another Raikou, would, you know, be nice and limiting, should we say.
All right, so we do see the Lightning getting discarded. This means you're just going to Super Odd before the Mirage Gate here. Yeah,
he has to put that back in just to make sure it's available and get the maximum use of Mirage Gate.
Which is good because you can put back the Comfey that got knocked out, the Psychic Energy as well. So,
yep.
Still going to be using the Super Odd anyway. Might as well get maximum value for it. Get those 2 free cards in hand thanks to that concealed cards.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. There's the Lost Vacuum, so what do we...
Every card in there is pretty good. Maybe the Pal Pad?
Yeah, I think the Pal Pad makes sense. You know, because you've only got Colrus's in there, but I don't know. You need another Colrus at some point, right?
No. Yeah, Switch card's probably not as good either with no Comfey in play.
Oh, he does get rid of his own stop as well, so... you know,
just another Colrus will do it.
That's up to 8. Yeah, there's the Mirage Gate. He knows they're in there. He's put them in himself. Just needs the water and the lightning. That goes down, and this Raikou is going to be felled. There's the Pal Pad, actually, right away. So to make sure he hits that next Colrus, he's just throwing them back in the deck.
And with this Dragonite fully powered up, knocks out anything in Jesse's deck, sans a Bravery Charm. And Jack is looking to close out these last few prizes with this Dragonite V.
Yeah, this is going to be big. And I mean, Jack kind of has the same play available next turn, right? Can throw away some energy, just pop it back in with the Super Rod, you know, maybe throw it away with the concealed cards, pop back in the Super Rod, and then go grab it with the Mirage Gate as well. So plenty of plays available here, but there is the Dragonite V just taking a quick 2 prizes at the expense of that Raikou, which has been trying to stick around for quite some time.
Jesse draws a second Flaffy, and with no Mareep in play, that is not going to be helpful. No access to Dynamotor for this turn. Is forced to Arven for an electric generator, and possibly a Forest Sealstone just so you can find another electric generator to give yourself a better chance at charging something up this turn. Granted, if Jesse hits 2 to 3 energy on that Miraidon, and then has an energy or had the 3, with that Zapdos, is able to take the 1-hit knockout on Dragonite V.
Yeah, makes the number absolutely spot on, so that could be really, really big for him here. But, you know, then what can he fire back with, and can he just put the Dragonite V back in with that Super Rod and potentially just get it set back up? That's the big issue, though, is setting it back up, making sure he sees cards. He's got concealed cards to try and dig through stuff, so plenty of options. Photon Blaster will get it there, so just going in, seeing what's in there. Don't think he's taking anything off that tandem unit. But you're right, it's got to be an electric generator hits, and, you know, he's got to be able to get to 3, because otherwise this Dragonite's going to be sticking around.
And it's unfortunate, too, looking at the hand of all Pokemon, Jesse really can't play down that Mareep.
2. Oh, that's 1. Just the 1.
Needed. really needed to right there. Now is forced to force Sealstone here and search for another electric generator. I guess you can,
He doesn't even have the energy in hand, so he has to hit like a double here.
Yep. And there it is, electric generator. This is going to be huge for Jesse, our first seed in this tournament right now.
Yeah, top of the standings, and you know, really needs just a little bit more out of these electric generators. They've been a little bit underwhelming all game, so let's see if he's able to pull it off. Of course, this cut could be big in this game. See what he cuts into. Electric generator, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh,
no shot.
Just the one with no energy in hand. This Miraidon is not going to be able to attack this turn unless he has a way to refresh the hand, which he doesn't because the Arven was already played this turn.
Yeah, I believe Jesse's hand is 6 Pokemon.
Okay.
So not really doing much there, and this is where not having access to that Dynamotor is hurting so much. You can't even bench the Mareep down because it gives that last prize to Jack so easily.
Yeah, I mean, we know what's in Jack's hand, right? He does go for that Mareep, so trying to set that up for a little bit later, but you have to imagine the energy is going to start hitting the discard pretty soon. If he's not able to get the attack off, we know that Jack also has that boss's orders in hand.
Oh, that is right.
So he could just pull up the Miraidon and just cause problems. Up goes the Zapdos. He's throwing him. Oh, thinking about it. He's trying to throw him.
But you need the Zapdos to take the knockout on the Dragonite V. You need the Mareep and Dynamotor to charge up the Miraidon. But honestly, I think the game is going to end as soon as Jack plays that boss's orders, having everything needed in hand without any Comfey in play.
Yeah, and then at some point as well, you have to imagine there's the concealed cards, see what he gets. He's got the Colress and an escape rope. Does probably just want to boss that up this turn and, just start to cause problems. Let's see. There's the boss. Yep. And all of that set up, all
and
of those.
With that is game. Jack Carter wins against Jesse Parker, going on to 11-1-1 here, trying to finish up the match points to make it into top 8. 34 match points. That's not safe.
No, that's not. He needs to go a little bit further, but honestly, that was flawless play from the side of Jack. I mean, he got every card he needed pretty much every time. Maybe a little bit behind early on for a turbo list, but Jesse also had a couple of slower starts, and he was definitely able to get punished. I mean, we didn't see a single Flaffy in that game, so, we didn't get to look at, some of these big plays where you charge things up. You get a little more wiggle room on the electric generators. Not able to get there, so from first seed, not able to keep converting that, but still has a couple more rounds today to try and do it.
It is really just 3 win-ins in a row. Lost the first one now, but here is game 1. Jack had the Pokestop, flips that switch cart so you can get that Dragonite V into the active spot. Pokestop really MVP of that first game, drawing 6 cards. Boss's orders, taking the knockout on that Raikou V, and it was just the beginning of the end right there.
Yeah, every time he tried to set something up, it was just getting knocked out, getting felled. There's those big Pokestops, the Mirage Gate as well, if he wants to set something else up. And just, able to get that energy down onto the Radiant Greninja and get that out the active and take his last prize.
In that first game, Jesse hit 0 energy on the generators that he played. And this second game, hitting just 1 off of 2 each time. There's that Cramorant taking the knockout on the Mareep. Pokestop yet again. Spinning that top, getting 3 cards again. That's 9 cards from that stadium. And you can see Jesse's face there, just not having a good time. There's that boss's orders, brings up the Miraidon EX to take the victory. No energy in play for Jesse means you're not really going to be able to deal some damage.
Yeah, no energy in play, and you've used your generators. They're not being very useful. I think if he hits, something a little bit more, then he's able to start swinging back. He's able to take the knockout on the Dragonite, and that would be huge in slowing Jack down. But no, the turbo list certainly turboed through that game.
Yeah,
two games in about 30 minutes.
Well, Jesse likes fast decks, but when you're playing against a turbo deck that's a little bit faster than you, when you're not really having the best of luck, it's it's a little rough.
I don't think that's what he meant when he said he likes fast decks. I think the caveat is it's like he likes to play fast decks, not he likes to play against them when they go faster than him. So I think that's something that maybe needs to be explored. But that said, we are going to be able to talk to Jack about how that game went. We're going to have a quick little break, and we'll be sitting down and talking with him about that Turbo Lost Box win.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the casting desk. My name is Adam Watson, joined by the winner you just saw on stream, Jack Carter. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling really good.
This was a really dominating match, I think. We don't really see a lot of 2-0 victories at this level of play. It really felt like you were in control. Do you think that Miraidon didn't pop off, or is Turbo Lost Box really favored in that matchup?
Well, I think I got a little lucky there. I mean, he started a Raikou and then had to path just so I didn't have that Greninja, turbo stuff. And I was able to get the 110 with the Cram on my going second. I strategically picked to go second just to get that Cram hit to set up that knockout and take 2 prizes before he can take his 2. So kind of get ahead on the prize trade. Yeah, so I think there was a little bit of luck factored into that he didn't really have anything.
Gotcha.
But that's typically what you want to do with Lost Box.
Gotcha. And you had the Pokestop, you were just popping off with those.
Yeah.
And I love that every time you use the Pokestop, you got your draw 3 and immediately use that vacuum to cut off that resource for the opponent. Not only were you being aggressive, you were also trying to control Jesse Parker's resources as much as possible.
Right, exactly. And I identified that his hand maybe wasn't the greatest, so giving him a Pokestop that could get him an electric generator or nest ball or something. Just didn't seem like the winning play. So I made sure that if I did play Pokestop, I had the vacuum to get rid of it in the same turn.
And when it comes to just playing Turbo Lost Zone box, have you been on this specific build of Lost Zone for a while, or did you think it was the right call for this specific tournament?
So I actually, two of my friends, Greg Plater and Ryan Simons, part of our testing group, the Dockers, we discussed it, and I actually had a long deliberation with Greg about what's a good play. You know, we were both on Lost Box. I had a cup win a couple weeks ago, and I was pretty confident on the deck. And I was like, oh, I think Mew EX is really good. I'm like, well, maybe we need to play Horn. Well, maybe we do this. And Greg came up to me, Ryan came up to me, and they said, Mew's not good. Horn is really good. And I was like, I don't know about Horn. But me and Greg both settled on the same 60. Greg's also in day 2. He's still in the running to get a top 32 finish.
Stellar.
So it's a proven deck, a proven list. So that was kind of deliberation going up to this event.
And once you predicted the meta, got your deck locked in, it's great as well you had those testing partners in your corner to help you settle on this deck, and it's popping off. Is there anybody else you want to give a shout out to as well that helped you prepare or just is in your corner right now?
Like I said, the Dockers. I also want to give a shout out to Pete Grigsby. He's kind of been like my motivation this whole season and last season. He's just a huge figure in my life. So.
That's great to hear. And one other thing as well, you just took down the first seed. We saw it on stream, fantastic play. But your rounds leading up to this match were also pretty difficult. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think I played against a bad player this whole entire event. My first round was against Ross Cawthon. If you don't know who Ross Cawthon is, he's known for being someone who's qualified for Worlds every single season that Worlds has been. So he's very consistent. He's gotten second at Worlds multiple times. So he's a very good player, and he was my only loss so far. So that was round 1. So I started 0-1, and now I'm 10-1-1, 11-1-1. I don't know anymore. I just kept playing. But I also played against Alex Szymanski, EUIC champion.
Wow.
Michael Premawat, third at Worlds. And then today I've played against like Grant Manley, Raymond Long, Grant Shen, and then we just had Jesse. So it's been pretty hard.
You're running the gauntlet for sure.
Yeah,
these are some heavy-hitting opponents. These are the names we're always talking about, you know, during the lounge segments, top of show, names to look out for. And you are cementing your name amongst these killer players. How does it feel? Did you feel intimidated at all, or are you just trying to stick to your game plan?
You know, I have just as good as players in my testing group, and I test against them all the time. For me, I've been playing for a while, and I've learned that if you just take it game by game, you don't care who the names are you're playing against, you just take it game by game, you're going to find more success. You're not going to get in your own head. You're just going to take it, you know, focus, tunnel vision, play your game, and hope it turns out okay.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, these players are also lovers of the game. They've come out here to compete, and they're also taking it game by game.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm glad that you didn't let that rattle you. I know that a lot of newer players that are going to be joining us, you know, at these big regional championships, they just keep getting bigger and bigger, might be intimidated by some of the players that they're going to get matched up against. And even if you go 0-1, lose that first round, you got to stick with it, stay in the pocket. Do you have any advice maybe for some newer players who might be even looking to pick up Turbo Lost Zone box?
So I think the best advice I can give you is decide on a deck and just play that deck. Even if you have a few bad tournaments, it is okay. Just learn how to get better at the deck, and if you play more games, you will get better. Kind of really focus on your games and see, did I misplay here? Could I have won this game? Really think about it. Get down in the dirty and just think about it. And then, don't let anyone intimidate you. Take it game by game. You're never out until you're out of day 2 contention. So if you start 0-2-1, you're still not out of it. You can still go 6-0. I've gone like 10-0. So if I can do it, you guys can do it.
Very well put. Don't let the numbers get to you. Make sure you learn from your mistakes.
For sure.
That's certainly what I had to do when I've been playing all of my silly decks online, you know. And I think that another point I just want to quickly say is to rely on our great tournament staff that we have here. We have our judges and staff members making sure that everything is running smoothly. If you have any questions about the game or the game state, don't be afraid to reach out to them because they're going to help you make sure that the game is running smoothly, make sure that everything is above board. And it's a great resource for our players, especially as these regionals continue to swell and more fans come to share their love of the game. But again, thank you so much, Jack, for taking the time to share your thoughts, especially after such a gargantuan run here in Swiss
incredible.
Day 2 throughout Day 1.
Yeah.
But with that all being said, I'm going to let you get prepared for your next round, and we're going to kick things to a short break, so don't go anyway. We have our next round of Swiss right after this.
Thank you, guys.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Here, Sableye able to take enough damn Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it, with his list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well at are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's like really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I've played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out Boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Peoria, Illinois. We're here for our Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championship. We left you last night, but we're back here again. I'm Shelby Boo, here with Chip Ritchie. We're excited to be back, getting into some games. We just saw our first Swiss round on the stream, well, first of the stream today. And unfortunately, Jesse Parker could just not generate enough energy there to take that win. But still, awesome game to watch.
Yeah, it always feels bad when you watch someone play out their game and their deck just doesn't really do what it's meant to do.
Yeah.
You don't really get to see them play to their full potential. You also don't really get to see the deck play to its full potential. But also at the same time, that's part of Pokemon, right? You know, if your deck functioned perfectly, literally every single game, the game would be way easier. The best opportunity for players to express their skill and show how good they are at the game and how much better they can be than their opponent is when things don't go according to plan, whenever you have to play out of awkward situations. So while it can be, at first, seem like something that's a little unfortunate, you know, watching all these whiffs, it's kind of an exciting thing as well because you get to see how players maneuver out of poor situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I loved that interview as well from Jack Carter, too, just saying, you know, doesn't matter who you're playing against, who you're sitting across the table from, just do your best, kind of relax, make it through the match, because he has got a whole list of incredible players that he's beaten so far in this competition. I mean, Michael Pramawat, Grant Shen, Grant Manley just today
Alex
as well,
Szymanski,
Alex
yep.
Szymanski, and coming out on top again in that stream match was incredible to watch. So fantastic all around. But some other things that we've been watching for, the social media posts from you all. We want to take a quick look at all of the updates you have been giving us so far.
Yeah, I've been loving to see this. People who finished day one, didn't make it into day two, but still came away with some championship points. Evan here shares that they went 5-3-1 at Peoria with Rapid Strike, easily the most fun he's ever had playing in a tournament. Every single match today was exciting. I got to play in my first ever win and in, and I wasn't stressed at all during the day. Had a blast all 9 rounds. You love to see stuff like that.
Wow, yeah, couldn't be me. I am super stressed every time I compete in Pokemon, but I think that's more of like a nerves thing. But that is amazing to see. I mean, when you sit down at the table, you have a little bit of a conversation with your opponents, and you kind of get a little more comfortable before you start a match. That's always an amazing feeling, because at the end of the day, we're all here to enjoy some Pokemon. Oh, wow, this is an awesome picture here. I love that Charmander hat. Japan squad all reunited in Peoria. Yeah, It's wild to think, you know, all of our staff is together at these events for the entire season, working hard, making these events run as smoothly as possible. And we were just in Japan for our World Championship, and now it's wild to think we've already kicked off this 2024 season.
Yeah, it was not too long ago that we were over there in Japan.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Yeah, those brothers look like they had a rough day with their Chien Pao. Kyle Sablehouse, of course, one of our fellow casters, shares that, you know, he was competing in this event, finished 6-2-1 in day one, along with his little bro, Ryan Sablehouse. Run Hot Chien Pao took us for a ride today. I have to say, it looks like they were taken for a ride, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's they look exhausted here. I mean, I know it was cutting it close there toward, I know both of these players went through a couple of win-ins to try to get into that day two, but they both made it at the end of the day, so that's awesome. Still, Kyle Sablehouse doing us strong here for the caster team.
They both are still competing today, but unfortunately, I think they both have been eliminated from top 8 contention, but, you know, still going to try to rack up some more match points to get into the top 32, get some prize money, some booster boxes, some championship points, all that good stuff. I do believe we also have some updated standings we can share to see where our players are sitting. Jack, after getting the win last round against Jesse, has catapulted into the first seed, 11-1-1, 34 match points. Sitting in a position where 2 ties or just 1 single win in these last 2 rounds will get him into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really not surprised here after talking about all of the players that he's taken down, sitting there at the top spot right now. No surprise there for sure, but tons of names, several that we've seen already on the stream here, and a ton of different variety of decks as well. I mean, we got to take a little bit of a look at our meta share and conversion into our day 2, what decks were doing well, and we definitely saw a major change there in what decks are succeeding and going into day 2 versus kind of dropping out of the ranks, and we see that variety here with our players on this list.
Yeah, and a couple players I do want to, you know, just point out here. There's several former regional champions still out here competing. Of course, Rowan, we got to witness win the Hartford Regionals last season. JW Creewall down there with the Miraidon in the 6th seed. He's a 2-time regional champion, actually, trying to make another deep run, trying to add to his crown count at this point, get as many medals as he possibly can. And Grant Shin, not a regional champion, but someone we've featured a ton throughout the last couple of seasons. Excellent player, 10-2-1 with that Run Hot Chien Pao. It looks like it's still running hot for him up at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That is awesome. Some great players here, some great variety of our decks, and it's going to be an awesome rest of our tournaments that we have to get here. Of course, on stream, we're about to take you through the next 2 Swiss rounds before we get into our top cut here in Peoria, Illinois.
Yep, and these players, of course, are playing a wide variety of decks in our day 2. We saw plenty of variety in day 1 and pretty similar numbers for a lot of players into the day 2. Charizard EX had a solid enough conversion rate. It was the most popular deck in day 1. That remains true here in the second day of competition. 34 of our 177 sticking with the Charizard here. Gardevoir EX, though, bumping up a little bit. It was like our 4th or 5th most popular yesterday, I believe, and now all the way the 2nd most popular deck. Still remaining a popular choice amongst our players.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise here that we talked about was how heavily Lugia has dropped in our conversion into day 2. We didn't see a single Lugia on stream yesterday, and maybe this is why. Not a lot of them were really succeeding, and only so many made it into day 2. So I'm interested to see how Lugia is performing against these variety of decks that we see here. But no surprise to me that Lost Zone Box and Gardevoir is kind of making its way up there, because those are incredibly strong decks. They just take a very professional pro player sitting behind them to really navigate them to the best of their ability.
Yeah, Miraidon kind of remains the same. It was around that 11% yesterday, 11% here today. Chien-Pao up just a little bit from 8 to 10 between yesterday and today. Miraidon's the interesting choice to me here kind of at this point in the event. I think if you really kind of look at how a lot of the matchups go for Miraidon, it's got some kind of tough ones. I think Charizard's kind of tough. I think Gardevoir's kind of tough. And Lost Box, honestly. All three of those decks are kind of tough matchups for Miraidon. But it can still beat all of those decks because of how aggressive and how consistent it is. Miraidon is one of the best decks of the format at getting off a turn 1 attack when you're going second. You know, just get an electric generator or two and maybe a rope, a switch cart, something like that in order to get your attacker in the active spot. And then it does have solid matchups against decks like Chien-Pao and Lugia. So if the Miraidon players can continue to find those favorable matchups, I think we'll see a handful in the top 8. We know JW and Jesse are still out there competing. There's a few others still hanging around as well. We'll see how it shakes up, Boo.
Yeah, I'm excited to see for sure. That is an interesting deck analysis for our day 2. But yeah, as we kind of see those decks up top versus the bottom of what we see that kind of dropped off a little bit, you have sort of a difference in playability, I guess, with decks that are able to navigate a lot of different scenarios, whereas kind of those lower tier decks, if you're whiffing cards and slowing down too much and not able to kind of capitalize on just that brunt force in the early game, it gets really scary. So it's interesting that those are converting into day 2 and maybe into our top cut. I think we're going to see a lot of scenarios where that starts to show a little bit in our decks. Is it going to just be the aggressive first couple of turns that kind of overtakes the match, or is it going to be that slow grind into the final pieces of the game where decks like Gardevoir and Lost Box are able to piece things together and take it home? Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you definitely have more options with decks like Gardevoir and Lost Box, right? Because you're drawing so many cards during your turn. You're using Refinement with Kirlia, you're ditching cards, you're using Flower Selecting with Comfey, sending cards to the Lost Zone, Colress, you know, you're just doing a bunch of things to add cards to your hand.
Yeah.
Then you look at decks like Lugia, decks like Miraidon, decks like Chien-Pao even sometimes, you're really only left to play with what you have in your hand and then off your one supporter for a turn, and that's what you've got to work with. With Chien-Pao, you can get a little bit of extra work in there with the Bibarel to Industrious Incisors for a few extra cards. It really, more often than not, though, like we saw yesterday in Grant Shin, he really didn't use his Bibarel very much at all in the games. It really was just kind of Roxanne proofing himself for the end of the game.
Yeah, and that's what we see, I think, commonly amongst these decks. And that's kind of what we could have seen in our first Swiss round that we watched. If Jesse Parker was really able to have those explosive first couple of turns, maybe could have capitalized on that and taken some games. But yeah, just losing that momentum throughout the game is punishing when you're playing against decks like especially Lost Box, for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. We're getting our next round set up here. We do have our table. The players are getting set up. We'll get down there shortly. Every single match at this point is super important. We're in round 14. We have 15 total rounds of Swiss, so there's only 2 rounds remaining.
Yes.
Players are probably going to need to get to 36 match points to be safe. That's what we kind of saw in Pittsburgh. We got similar numbers here in this tournament. 35 will probably bubble in 1 or 2, but 35 is definitely not going to be safe, which is so wild to say. So different from what we've seen in the last season or so. 35 has almost always been safe, maybe 1 or 2 bubbling out. Now it's the case of 1 or 2 maybe bubbling in.
Yeah, and both of these players we're about to see on stream are sitting at 31 points and 30 points. So trying to definitely take this match down for sure to lock up another 3 points on that record, and then still would have to win another one to make it into contention for our top cut. So yeah, that is scary for sure, Chip, but that's kind of the result of having so many players out here competing in the TCG. And I mean, so I guess it's a double-edged sword, like tons of players, the game is growing, that's amazing, but the competition is tough, and it makes it a lot harder to get up there when there's so many people competing in these events.
Yeah, it almost makes me wish that we cut to a top 16 instead
Yeah,
of a top
I
8,
know.
something like
Yeah.
that. It would make the round go the tournament day, I should say, go much longer. So we'll see what happens. But for the meantime, we are eventually trying to play to our top 8. Here are our notable matches this round. We're going to be featuring 2 players, Billy Chan and Jesse Spencer. Like you mentioned, 31 match points for Billy and 30 match points for Jesse. We see Jack Carter going to be playing up against Rowan Stavino, of course, a regional champion last season. Like we mentioned, Jesse Parker and Raymond Long are going to be playing against each other. And Cody Kohler going up against J.W. Creewall. A couple Maridon players up here on
Yes,
this list.
I was about to say that. The Maridon crew still hanging in strong there. 33 points and 32 points there for JW as well. But yeah, Jack Carter going to be going up against a regional champion, or should I say another one. But here are our players for this match that we are about to get into. Over here on the left, we have Billy Chan going to be facing off against Jesse Spencer. And it's going to be Lugia V-Star versus Gardevoir EX. These 2 decks we just talked about. One really capitalizes on that brute force in the beginning of the game, and one is more of a setup deck, slower paced, but takes huge knockouts to lock up those prize cards.
Yep, and it's going to be Lugia V-Star versus the Gardevoir. We've not seen a Lugia yet
I know,
so
this is
far
our first one.
this weekend, and finally here in Swiss Round 14, Billy Chan is going to be piloting it. It is going to be the single strike version of the deck. It seems like the colorless build is kind of the new hotness right now. Everyone's leaning into. But Billy is sticking with the single strike build. It's been tried and true. Pair of Iono in the prizes for Jesse and 1 Refinement Curlia, which is never super ideal. Jesse, though, is playing just the full 4 Refinement Curlias. There's no Mirage Stepper in here. And I'm excited, Boo. We're going to get into this game. These players about to get it underway. A win here keeps them in the running. A loss almost certainly eliminates them from top cut. Here we go.
Pressure is on. We see the fist bump, and these players are off to the races here, starting over on Jesse Spencer's side of the field, our Gardevoir player, starting with the Radiant Greninja in active position and jumping into the deck right away with that Fog Crystal. Going to be able to get that Psychic Pokemon or Psychic Energy out of the deck.
Yeah, and as Jesse is flipping through the deck here, checking the prize cards, I'm noticing some things that I already see that are pretty important in this matchup. And one right away that sticks out to me is that Spiritomb. Spiritomb is super strong to be able to shut down Pokemon V abilities, which in this matchup can be really nice to get rid of your opponent's option to Lumineon at the very end of the game. So often in this matchup, it comes down to the Gardevoir player being able to Iono their opponent to low, and then hoping that the Lugia player on their turn does not find boss's orders in order to take out the Gardevoir EX to close out the game. So Jesse being able to put Spiritomb in play is going to make that even more difficult for Billy to accomplish.
Well, Chip, I think we just drew into the Spiritomb off of that Radiant Greninja concealed card, so that's in the hands now. We see this level ball being retrieved off the mysterious tail from that active Mew. So getting that level ball out and bringing that Ralts out of the deck as well to establish his board state for Jesse.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the Temple of Sinnoh in Jesse's list. That's one other card that can be really, really impactful. But Spiritomb is going to come down right away and pass things over to Billy. It's really strong in the late game, like I mentioned, but it's also solid here on turn 1 if Billy, for example, did not have a great way to get a supporter card. Now Lumineon V is not going to be an option.
Yep, Billy Chan over here on this side now, starting with the Evital in the active position and then capturing Aroma. You can do heads or tails, but the tails roll is going to get you a basic Pokemon out, which honestly is what Billy Chan wants to see here to start setting up this deck.
Yeah, it depends on if there's like an Ultra Ball in the hand. Sometimes if there's an Ultra Ball, you just want to flip a heads. You need to get that Archeops down right away, right? But not exactly sure what the hand contains here.
Let's see.
I do see an Ultra Ball.
Oh, yeah, there was already a Lugia in there as well. So, yeah, maybe we want to see the heads there for Billy Chan.
Yeah, and especially with a research.
There you go. Oh, so could have had all the pieces here. Well, I guess it still would have only been one single Archeops, but that would have been more of a statement here than having 0. And also having to Ultra Ball away the Earn Vitality and a Nest Ball. So that's more resources kind of being thrown away when you'd rather be throwing those birds into the discard pile.
Yeah, this Ultra Ball at least can still get one Archeops, so research will still ditch one. But if
the heads had been flipped on catching Roma, it would be 2 down right away. One thing, though, I do want to point out, Billy does have a Lugia V-Star in the hand, and the only supporter for turn is a research. Billy also had a Lugia V-Star in the prize card, so if Billy chooses to play this research, that means there's only one more Lugia V-Star in the deck for you to try to dig for that turn 2 Summoning Star V-Star power.
Well, here we have the research. One of those Archeops are going to go down into the discard pile, into a fresh 7 cards here for Billy Chan. Let's see what we have. Oh, bread and butter here, Chip. We got an Ultra Ball here. We have that second Archeops in the hand.
And also pretty nice here, yeah.
Yes, the Jet Energy. That's going to accelerate that Lugia V into the active position once it's attached to the Pokemon. So very nice inclusion here in the deck.
And the immediate Read the Wind, discarding the Archeops, drawing 3 additional cards, being able to allow Billy to hold on to those Ultra Balls so that on this next turn, he can search out that ever-important Lugia V-Star.
Yep, we're over here on Jesse Spencer's side now, starting off with that concealed cards to draw into 2 additional cards, evolving right away into this Kirlia to get some refinement in Battle VIP Pass. Going to go into the discard for that. So 2 abilities already used. Another fun fact about Jesse Spencer is he's actually only been playing this game for 7 months, Chip.
Yeah, I actually have kind of a funny story here about Jesse Spencer. So I actually ran into and met this guy in the hotel lobby at Knoxville Regionals, I think it was. I was sitting in the lobby playing some GLC with a friend, and he just came up and started talking to us, talked about how he'd only been playing for a little while. And I remember in that moment, his confidence of saying, it's not going to be long until you see me in day 2, you see me on the live streams, and what do you know, here he is fighting for a spot in top 8.
I mean, there you go, showing off the passion here for the game, and Jesse Spencer has made it here onto the stream, and now you're casting the match, Chip. That is wicked. All right, Fog Crystal going to be allow Jesse to get another Ralts out onto the field here. That's going to be the memory skip Ralts.
Yeah, he was definitely missing this in the early setup. It looks like Battle VIP Pass was drawn during this turn. I think off the concealed cards would have been a card Jesse definitely would have liked to have had on turn 1. As so, this board is looking a little slim. Just 1 Ralts, 1 Kirlia now. The Ralts obviously not able to evolve, so not a super strong turn 2 play. Jesse is playing the more aggressive build of Gardevoir, I would say. Does have the double Zacian V. Does also not have any reversal energy. So kind of the way this deck is meant to be played is try to just be really aggressive and turn 2 Zacian your opponent, which Jesse just was not able to do because his turn 1 was not a super strong setup. This is a list that was popularized by Australian players like Brent Tonneson, and looks like Jesse has decided to pick up this version as opposed to what has become more popular, the Tord build with the Lumineon, the Forest Sealstone, and the double reversal.
Yeah, a little bit of a different pace of the deck for sure. Jesse Spencer going to do the Iono here right now, but before that, Ultra Bald threw away one of the Kirlia as well as an energy there, and the bench is packed full. No more space for any more Pokemon to come down here for Jesse. Just an Iono, shuffling those cards, put them up at the bottom. Both players are going to draw into 6 new cards per their prize cards left.
Jesse maybe wants to take a moment to build an energy up to make it easier for a Shining Arcana Gardevoir to take a knockout later on. If you can afford to get a couple extra energy attachments throughout the game, it does feel pretty strong later on so that it's easier to reach for higher damage numbers without, putting as much damage on yourself. Just a pass now, and we're over to Billy's side of the field.
Yeah, resetting things. Now we're over to Billy. Ultra Ball going to start with throwing away this Iono and choosing the second card from the hand here. It's going to be that Stone Journer being tossed to the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I think Billy does have a research in hand and also had an Earn and a Single Strike energy. So Ultra Ball could have ditched the Single Strike energy. Earn puts it right back into the deck, and then you get to kind of save that resource for later. But what we might be seeing here is actually the Single Strike energy being attached to the Eviltal. We'll have to see exactly how Billy wants to play it out.
Of course, we see that flip of the V-Star marker for Summoning Star. Going to summon those Archeops onto the field here to start accelerating these energies with the ability as well off of that Archeops. Primal Turbo.
And we're going to see the second one, it looks like, as well, bringing down a couple energy to the Eviltal. Really strong attacker in this matchup, as it is a single prize Pokemon that can do enough damage to knock out the Dark Weak Gardevoir EX, but it's also pretty decent just as a one prize option as well. It can get in there as a one prize or knock out just about anything you could be up against. Let's see how Billy's going to play this out.
If he plays that research, I'm going to be really annoyed that he didn't Ultra Ball away the single strike energy. But
yeah,
it looks like he's going to hold on to it, so it makes sense.
Holding on to it there, indeed. Going to be first to the prize cards here. Billy Chan taking a prize card off of that Mew, and we're over to Jesse now, promoting that memory skip Ralts onto the active position here. Going to use concealed cards right away, throwing another energy into the discard pile. That's where you want these energies to be so that you can summon them back out later in the game. We see the first refinement, well, really at this point, only a refinement here from that Kirlia for Jesse. And now we're just kind of taking a look at the hand here. Lots of cards to choose from, but what are you seeing, Chip?
I'm seeing the fact that Billy chose not to put a V-Guard energy on this active Lugia, which means Zacian V can come in and pretty reasonably take a KO on it. All Jesse's going to need is to find a way to get 8 Psychic energies on that Zacian V, as opposed to V-Guard forcing the 9th attachment. So this is going to be pretty nice for Jesse. If he can pull it off, there is a decent amount of cards in hand. I think I see Fog Crystal, Ultra Ball, so there most likely is going to be a way to make this happen. Let's see if he can do it. He also has Forest Sealstone as well.
Yeah, honestly, there's been a lot of Psychic energy already discarded here. We're going to see another one going into the discard pile with that Ultra Ball, and Jesse Spencer going to get out that Gardevoir EX from the deck.
He still has not used that other refinement, so I think, no, has used it, I'm sorry, as we do see it being
rotated
at this point.
Yeah, I think it was evolved and then quickly used after that, but that rare candy is going to bring this Gardevoir EX straight onto the field from a Ralts here. Jumping back in with a Fog Crystal, eyeing up either that Psychic, well, of course, that Zacian V, the piece that we still need here, and that's going to be drawn out from the Fog Crystal for Jesse.
And has that Forest Sealstone, like we mentioned, flip of the V-Star marker. Any one single card now being added to the hand. Could get a Disruption Supporter, could find a Boss's Orders potentially, and it looks like Boss is going to be the choice. I think that means Jesse is probably going to target down this Yveltal. It's really a little unassuming at this point. It's a one prize Pokemon, just a couple energies. Billy would love for Jesse to just kind of ignore that, but Jesse wisely recognizing this is a pretty real threat. The question for me is going to be, which Pokemon does he attack with? He evolved the active Gardevoir before retreating. You know, the Ralts has 1 retreat, Gardevoir has 2. So does that mean that he wants to go with the Gardevoir's attack to try to clear this Yveltal? And I think that is the answer.
Yep, either way, we're going to see that Psychic Embrace accelerate those energy onto the field. Has to take a couple of damage counters to get them out there, but 40 damage now on that Gardevoir EX to be able to take that knockout on the Yveltal. And now Billy Chan's going to reactivate that Lugia V-Star in the active position here. Draws into the Tyranitar.
Huge top deck right there. That Tyranitar is a massive find, as it is a great way to take a one-hit knockout on this dark, weak Gardevoir EX.
Fantastic here. So Billy Chan, I'm sure, happy to see that. Still, I think I see, was that 2 urns in the hand as well? We still have that research.
I think it's 2 single strike energies, potentially. I think one was taken off the prize cards.
You're right.
Yeah, and there is that urn, so a great card to have held on to right now. 2 cards going back in. They're going to immediately be searched out with that Primal Turbo, I would imagine, actually going to shuffle here for a moment, probably because Research is going to be played potentially before the Primal Turbo. I think the sequencing between, like, do you want a Primal Turbo first or do you want to Research, kind of depends on what you want to draw. If you don't want to draw into the energies, you probably should Primal Turbo first, which in a spot like this, it's definitely a little risky. If you play the Research and draw into your single strike energies, you're not going to be able to attack. So Billy thinks about it, realizes, we got to go with the Turbo first.
Maybe thinks better of it and sequences a little bit safer here now that those energy are back in the deck. They're able to be accelerated onto the field with these Primal Turbo Archeops. That ability so strong, the major function of this deck here. And that Tyranitar is getting loaded up with energy.
It is technically possible for a Cragalanche to take the knockout on the Gardevoir. I think Billy would need all 4 single strike energies on this Pokemon. Recognizes that's pretty unlikely to hit, as there's 1 single strike energy in the hand, so he'd pretty much have to Research and then draw into an urn, put that back, and then still have a Primal Turbo available. So let's just go the safe route, go with the single strike Crush, keep a gift energy here, keep the V-Guard energy as well, make it a little bit harder for Jesse to find a response to. And then now I think the question is, does Billy at this point play the Research, or since you have a single strike energy in hand, do you choose to hold on to it?
Oh yeah, I think it's debating it. Going to take a quick look at the resources first, but deciding to research here into another 7 cards to the hand.
A single strike energy, a pretty important piece to have access to. The second Tyranitar being drawn here is pretty solid. Something you're going to probably want to attack with on the next turn, potentially at least.
Yeah.
And it is going to be that single strike crush. Let's see what gets discarded. 1 urn does go down. The other piece is not too bad to see going away, though.
All right, so that is going to be 2 prize cards here for Billy Chan, still leading in the prize race after that Tyranitar V. Dark type knocking out that Psychic type Dark Weak Gardevoir EX. Now we're over to Jesse promoting the Spiritomb in the active. We're already seeing actions fly around here. 2 refinements already done, and a worker going to draw into an additional 3 cards here.
Yeah, would discard a stadium, but there is not one in play. Yep. Still get to draw 3 cards. Workers downgraded to just a hop.
Just a hop. Wow. Dang, Chip. Called out. Ralt's going to come down onto the field here for Jesse.
Well, Jesse does have a boss's orders, so the boss play last turn did a couple of things. 1, it cleared the Eviltal out of play, which we mentioned being really strong, but 2, it also played around the gift energy that was on this Lugia, and as you notice, there's a gift energy up here on the Tyranitar V as well, so that could potentially be an option, but oh, Jesse just doesn't have anything, has to just pass. No out to the Gardevoir EX, so can't do a thing that turn.
Oh my goodness, still 5 prize cards left to take on Jesse Spencer's side, and Billy Chan is dominating this game so far. Tyranitar V still in the active, fully loaded, ready to take knockouts. Billy Chan is just going to have to work with what's in the hand and maybe get some other Pokemon up there to knock out.
And as Jesse, I think that if you miss an attack on that turn, you probably just need to concede the game and go on to game 2. As Gardevoir, you're a little bit slower of a deck compared to other options in the format. You definitely require quite a bit more setup, and you're just naturally not the fastest of decks. So we are going to see Cragalanche milling 2, but as Jesse, if you concede, you have plenty of time for a second and even potentially 3rd game, but if you stick around in this one much longer, it's pretty unlikely you're going to find a way to take 5 prizes before your opponent can take just 2.
Yep, and this could be for a lot of reasons. Jesse Spencer maybe just wanted to play it out for the stream. I mean, only been playing the game for 7 months, so maybe just sticking it through. It looks like kind of debating here. We've seen the draw for turn and kind of debating what's in the hand, but it is looking grim for sure with Billy Chan's fully established board state over here, ready to knock out everything on Jesse Spencer's side.
Looking at the options in deck, the problem is that Jesse pretty much has to attack with a Shining Arcana Gardevoir and then hope that Billy can't piece together 2 more attacks before Jesse takes 3. Jesse needs to take 3 more knockouts here to win this game.
Well, here we go. We're going to see some more pieces going into the hand. That second refinement, Rare Candy going into the discard pile. Just stacking those energies up as well. Concealed cards, discarding another Psychic Energy.
We do see that Shining Arcana Gardevoir at least being drawn now. Can evolve the active and use Shining Arcana. Drawing 2 does hit an energy card and also Ultra Ball. That's not too bad.
Nice.
That gets you the Gardevoir EX you need.
Yep, going to take a quick look at the hand here and then decide where to put this energy. It can be attached to your Pokemon from that Shining Arcana. You have that choice, and then the other card goes into your hand still. So we have that Curlia going to be evolved into from Jesse Spencer.
Not many cards left in deck
how
at this
many
point.
how many is there?
A couple
looks like
more
3
drawn.
or 4 cards left, but we see that refinement discarding the Battle VIP pass here into another 2 cards, and now we have that Gardevoir EX coming onto the field.
And Jesse does have the Iono and Super Rod here, can put back something maybe like the Spiritomb. Could be pretty decent right now. Let's see what goes back into the deck here off of this Rod. And then Jesse does also have an Iono. And that's where this game can get sketchy for the Lugia player, is if you Iono them, and then if Jesse had the Temple of Sinnoh, which we mentioned earlier on, he does not play that card. So Iono is going to hurt Billy initially, but after this Tyranitar goes down, Gift Energy is going to activate, and Billy will get to draw up to 7 cards in hand. A great way to help you play around the potential Iono.
Incredible. Such a small little card here in the list, but does so much work in this deck for sure. We're going to see the Ultra Ball here after the Super Rods, shuffling 3 more Pokemon into the deck, and we're going to see one of those Pokemon come back out from the Ultra Ball. Going to be the Memory Skip Ralts for Jesse Spencer.
Yeah, probably would have liked to see this be the Spiritomb, just
give yourself as much of a chance if you're going to stick around in this game, but
Yeah.
it really probably just doesn't matter. The Collapse Stadium play here does get rid of the Zacian, so that's an easier target for Billy to take out with something like this Lugia V-Star on
Yep.
the bench. It could have maybe found Boss's Orders to take the KO, but the problem is that Billy can still find something like the Tyranitar potentially to take a knockout on Gardevoir. It does require Billy to find quite a bit more, though.
Yes.
Also, Billy may have milled. I think that mill of the urn might have been the third and final urn. There might be one still hiding in the deck. It could have also been the last one, though.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure, Chip. But here we go. That Psychic Embrace Gardevoir, or sorry, the Psychic Embrace accelerating these energy to the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to take that huge knockout there on the Tyranitar V. 2 prize cards down for Jesse Spencer. But Billy Chan going to promote this Lugia V-Star and be able to respond here. Only 2 prize cards left to take down this game.
And that's the thing about this spot is that Billy can close it out with a pair of attacks. Attack with this Lugia V-Star into the Gardevoir that's active, and then you can KO literally anything else.
Yep.
You can KO Ralts, you can KO the Radiant Greninja, Kirlia, whatever, to take your last prize. Tyranitar is coming down, so that tells me there probably is at least some count of single strike energy remaining.
Yep, we're going to see a single Primal Turbo here for now from Billy Chan. Yeah, let's take a look at the deck.
It does look like there is one Primal Turbo, or one single strike energy,
Yeah.
I should say. Not going to be enough for a Cragalanche, or excuse me, that second attack there on the Tyranitar, the single strike crush, but can still at least use Cragalanche.
Yep. So here we go, single strike energy being accelerated onto that Tyranitar V, as we were talking about. So many cards to the hand.
Yeah, a lot of energy as well, which is a little
Yeah.
annoying. You can't pull them out of the deck with the Archeops.
All right, it's just going to be that double turbo also attached to the Lugia V-Star in the active position right now for Billy Chan.
Billy was thinking about thinning, I think, also realizing Ultra Ball could be a good card to keep around, so decides to hold it for now. Does take the knockout, goes to 1 prize.
Yep.
And let's see what Jesse Spencer can make happen.
Yep, we're sitting here. Billy just 1 prize card away from winning this first game in our set, in our Swiss round 14. Jesse Spencer trying to keep it together here in this game. Gardevoir EX being promoted into the active position. Looks like just debating what to do here, asking how many cards in hand, and it is a lot here for Billy Chan.
Quite a few, yeah. Maybe as Jesse, I mean, if you're trying to squeak out a win here in this position, it's pretty unlikely you're going to win by attacking, I think. It's kind of got to be a line of, like, Boss's Orders, target this Lugia, maybe your opponent's extra double turbo energies are in the prize cards. They have a hard time moving it potentially, and then if they do and they hit into the Gardevoir, it's not enough for a knockout, so then on the next turn you Boss's Orders, bring the Lugia back up again, like try to just really put a strain on their resources, and maybe you can win by deck out, but I don't even think Jesse wins by deck out because he's the one with less cards in deck.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a difficult situation to be in here for Jesse Spencer. We are going to see the Iono, so Billy Chan just going to 1 in hand. Jesse Spencer only 3 in hand here now.
Jesse debating what to do. Did Psychic Embrace 2 energies here. Thinking about the retreat. There is the Zacian V in the hand. That could come to the active. But the problem is that you just Iono'd Billy's large hand. It's pretty unlikely. Maybe you could have done a play where you just make a read that Billy only got 1 energy last turn, only pulled the 1 single strike energy out. Maybe Billy just had in hand the rest of the energy cards in the deck. So if you don't play the Iono, you bring up the Zacian, you take the knockout. Maybe Billy, for some reason, somehow doesn't have energy left in the deck to accelerate to make that the attacker to close out the game.
Yeah, it really does look like Jesse Spencer trying to keep track of the resources that have been used so far from Billy Chan's side of the field. I mean, we have seen games before where the Lugia player runs out of resources, runs out of steam, and cannot attack or like cannot win the game. So maybe that's what Jesse Spencer is kind of relying on here.
Thinking about where to Psychic Embrace the next energy, it's just going to be the active. And we're going to see the hit with the Gardevoir EX into the Lugia. The question here is, does Billy Chan have the Boss's Orders or an Ultra Ball or a Lumineon? I guess Ultra Ball actually won't work here because there's only 1 extra card in hand. You cannot Ultra Ball if there is just 1 other card to discard.
Yep, just going to be that Miracle Force for 190 damage there. Billy Chan going to start off with a Primal Turbo to get back into that deck now. And as we saw, the Iono has put all of those energy cards into the deck once again for Billy.
And I think all this is really doing is just kind of prolonging the inevitable here, it feels like. As Billy, you don't really care if this Lugia gets KO'd.
Yeah.
You just let it go down and then...
It's gone.
Is gone, and then you come up and take your last prize.
Yeah.
And now that Ultra Ball has been drawn for turn, and if your opponent doesn't find a way to get that Spiritomb back in play, you know that Luminion's going to be your out to find boss to take a one-prize knockout for the game.
Yep, that's one thing Jesse Spencer cannot do. There's no water energy for some sort of Moonlight Shuriken action, you know?
So this is going to be 160 damage, I believe, here from the Cragalanche. Not quite enough, but it will mill a couple cards. And
yeah, look at that.
I think Jesse recognizes, I can't win from this position. It wasn't enough for the KO, but it was enough to just drain Jesse of all the resources available. Had no plays left. Billy Chan wins game 1.
Yep, Billy Chan taking down game 1 with Lugia V-Star. Jesse trying to keep track of these resources and hold it out, but not able to do that. 26 minutes as of now left on the clock here for our players. Going back to that game, Chip, would you have liked to see the concede when we were talking about it for sure? Or did you think there was some way to kind of carry that out? Well,
yeah, I think probably Jesse could have conceded a little bit earlier. All that did was end up eating a lot of time off the clock. And I mean, if you've paid attention to the Pokemon TCG social media, you know, talks over the last few weeks, you know that everyone's talking about time and Gardevoir and how much time this deck takes. By not conceding here, it really just ate another 10 or so minutes off the clock because that game ended up drawing out quite a bit longer than I think people realized it would have because Billy didn't find that quick boss's orders to close it out, so it ended up being an additional turn or two than it would have been otherwise.
Yep, Billy kept the pace the entire game here and was able to take it home, bringing us to a 1-0. We saw that little fun fact saying that Billy looks younger than I suppose he actually...
No, I think it said he...
Oh, he looks older?
He looks older than he is.
He's older than he looks. Yeah, no, so he looks younger.
He says he'll tell us how old he is if he gets interviewed, so...
Oh, well, we're one game away from getting that interview.
I think we got to get some guesses, right?
Oh, no.
Maybe we shouldn't, I guess.
Oh, no.
Let's get into this game.
Yeah, let's avoid that one, Chip. All right, we're starting this game off on Jesse Spencer's side now. Of course, when you take a loss in game 1, you get to choose who goes first or second. So Jesse's starting us off here. Ralt's in the active position, and that familiar Mew being drawn out onto the field. So much utility in this deck. Allows you to draw those 6 cards and select an item card out of there. And look at that item card,
the
Chip.
perfect one to find.
That's the one you want to find for sure, and that just speaks to how good Mew is here. Battle VIP Pass going to be played straight away to get these Pokemon onto the field.
And I do like this, once again, recognizing Spiritomb really strong in this matchup. It's kind of the obvious counter in here for the Mew VMAX deck that you could go up against, but it just so happens that it's pretty good against Lugia as well.
Yep, I don't know if we glanced briefly at the prize cards here, but some Pokemon for both players in the prize cards. Zacian V, a Kirlia, and a Ralts, and then 2 Lugia and that Tyranitar, 1 copy of Tyranitar for Billy Chan in the prizes.
We do see just a research immediately does ditch an Urn and a Lugia V-Star. We'll see what this draw has for Billy. Still no Archeops.
Wow, look at that.
No Ultra Ball either. There is a Capturing Aroma and a Mesagoza.
Ooh, Mesagoza, let's see if it's a heads.
And it's going to be a tails. And this is the type of situation where not having access to Luminion to go get Professor Burnett is actually really bad.
Yeah, that is tough indeed. We're just going to see the Nest Ball here from Billy Chan to search out a basic Pokemon. But, yep, no way to get those Archeops here into hand or discarded at all for Billy Chan. Also started the Pumpkaboo in the active, which is a bit awkward as well.
Yeah, and this is setting up nicely for Jesse because Billy, I think unfortunately for him, did start this Pumpkaboo. It's a 60 HP Pokemon. It's actually pretty easy to knock out with something on turn 2 like a Cresselia.
Yeah.
Normally a card that's not really strong in this matchup, but if you can just get a prize card on this Pumpkaboo. You're going to have to probably get through an Eviltal or a Stonejourner at some point in the game. It does feel a little bad to put yourself on odd prizes, but at least taking this knockout gets you a step in the right direction, and it makes Billy maybe think twice about using that Eviltal or Stonejourner.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Jesse Spencer, what routes he decides to take in this game. Started off with the Mesagoza, did flip a Tails, so no Pokemon searched out from that. We see the Kirlia being evolved into, and then straight away into an Iono here for both players.
Billy drew Ultra Ball double Archeops.
I was about to say, that looks like a really good hand chip. Oh no, Iono not really working out there for Jesse's side of the field over on Billy's side, but here at least having his own new cards to the hand as well. Level Ball going to bring out another Pokemon from the deck here. Of course, that second Kirlia going to add an additional refinement for Jesse Spencer to get even more cards.
Yeah, so we're not going to see a turn 2 play with that Cresselia or even a Zacian. No attacks coming out this turn as the other routes was just put into play, but it's still going to be a turn of setup, which is really strong.
Yep, this is a set-up deck for sure, and Jesse Spencer is establishing this board state over many, many more cards. And this is why this deck takes so long. There are so many actions that you do in a single turn, and after pretty much every single action, you're shuffling the deck, you're having to reset your board, rotating all these cards and abilities, so it just does eat away at more time than some other decks in the format currently. Saw that Fog Crystal for Jesse Spencer.
Yeah, I think Jesse would have liked to have gotten the 4th Ralts. It is unfortunately prized in this spot. We saw in Game 1, Jesse actually took a good bit of time to check his prize cards really quick. Didn't do that in this game, and I think he's recognizing that he doesn't have the time to make those plays.
Yeah, we see the expression on Jesse Spencer's face when the Ultra Ball for double Archeops goes down after Billy Chan was really not able to do anything like that in the first turn, and now it's just a perfect hand. We see that V-Star marker being flipped right away to Summoning Star out those Archeops onto the field here, and yeah, things are really kicking off here now for Billy Chan, I'm sure, saying, wow, that Iono did me pretty well.
And it is going to be the Capturing Aroma. Does flip a Tails, finds a basic Pokemon, and Stonejourner going to be the attacker here. Seems like a little bit of an odd choice on paper, as it is a fighting-type Pokemon. Most of Jesse's Pokemon are actually resistant to fighting. It's a tech in this matchup for things like the Arceus V-Stars and the Miraidon EXs, but it actually ends up being pretty decent in a matchup like this where you just need one prize Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of HP and does enough damage to knock out little old Mew.
Yeah, we don't often talk a ton about the versatility of Lugia, but it does have the options to convert itself into a single prize deck pretty easily with a lot of attackers that it has there, and we're seeing that now into the Stonejourner.
I am foreseeing a potential issue here, though. Only one single strike energy pulled out. I don't think there was one in the hand. Lance Pulse does deal 60 damage right now, and it will be 80 with one single strike energy because there's a Stadium card in play. Mew has 60 HP, but you know what else Mew has?
Resistance.
Fighting resistance.
Oh, no.
It's actually not enough for the KO.
No, it's not enough. And Jesse Spencer knows that, saying, wait, I have resistance here. Oh, Billy
It's only
Chan.
50 damage.
Yeah. I think miscalculating here. And often resistance doesn't come into play that often here, but now that it does, I'm sure Billy Chan's saying, oh no.
Yep.
This little tiny Mew is staying in the active position here, and that's essentially a free turn for Jesse Spencer.
Yeah, it is maybe a little annoying because now you can't Psychic Embrace to this active Mew to retreat it, but I don't think you mind just using your attachment for turn in that spot.
Yeah, at least the Mew's still alive, and you still get that utility out of the mysterious tail, so that's just even more for Jesse Spencer to add into the hand and take things away here. So yeah, Billy Chan probably not too happy about that, but here you go. Everyone watching, pay attention to your weakness and your resistance as well. Rare Candy going to be refined here, I think, for Jesse Spencer off that first refinement, drawing into a couple more cards. Where are we going to see this go from here, do you think, Chip?
Yeah, Jesse does have some options. There's a Zacian V in the hand. There's also Forest Sealstone, and there is Boss's Orders. So we could totally see a Boss's Orders with the Zacian V taking out one of these two different two-prize Pokemon. That would do a few things. It would play around the gift energy that's on this Stonejourner, and it also keeps Jesse on even prize cards. He can go for the route of 2 prizes this turn, 2 prizes next turn, 2 prizes on the final turn. The problem with that, though, is Billy doesn't necessarily have to put a third 2-prize Pokemon into play.
Yeah, and I think our players that are well-versed in these matchups do definitely take note of that. You don't want to put any liabilities out there. We already started with the Pumpkaboo, so that's already on the field here for Jesse Spencer. But yeah, he might not even have to worry about that as long as he's taking those 2 prize card knockouts consistently every turn. So hopefully that's what we get to see here from Jesse Spencer. But we have a lot of actions coming down. That Zacian V coming onto the field, as well as that Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, Jesse's doing the math, figuring it out. Is going to utilize that Star Alchemy now, searching the deck for any single card. Has Ultra Ball in the hand, which can get the Gardevoir. Looks like Shining Arcana Gardevoir is going to be the grab on the Forest Sealstone. Maybe a little bit of extra card draw desired at this point.
Yep, so that Shining Arcana coming into play here. Going to flip these 2 cards. If it was an energy, you could accelerate it, but it's just going to be 2 cards going into the hand. One of them, a Battle VIP Pass, doesn't have utility for you, but is an easy discard to that Ultra Ball. So Jesse Spencer going back into the deck here to search out another Pokemon, and it's going to be that Gardevoir EX coming straight down onto the field here.
So needs either 6 energy in order to KO the Lugia V, or 8 energy to KO the Lugia V Star. But it actually looks like we're not going to go... I guess actually can Boss's Orders with the single prize Gardevoir. Doesn't even have to use the Zacian V, which is pretty nice. Brings up this Lugia V to take 2 prizes and saves the Zacian for a potential attacker later on.
Yeah, delays things even more. That Psychic Embrace accelerating these energy, and that's going to be a single prize Pokemon in that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, taking a knockout on that double prize Lugia V. So Jesse Spencer leading now in the prize race, and Billy Chan having to recover after that resistance turn. That was a little bit of a goof.
I do see Boss's Orders is the draw for turns. That does open up quite a few plays here for Billy Chan to try to utilize. Does flip heads on Mesagoza as well. Any Pokemon now can be added to the hand, and with Yveltal still in the deck, could we see that single strike attacker maybe target down the Gardevoir EX right now?
Yeah. We've been talking about the single prize attackers and that Stonejourner. Even Archeops can attack as well, and that Yveltal too. So we'll see if that is a part of Billy Chan's strategy here to kind of lead with that. Of course, Yveltal being a dark type, where Jesse Spencer is dark weak, is fantastic here. So looks like it's going to be the choice of that Yveltal for Billy Chan off of the Mesagoza.
Yeah, it does find that Yveltal. We'll see where the rest of this turn goes. It maybe gets a little awkward because you have to put some extra energy on your active potentially. I think, yeah, Billy checking the resistance of the Gardevoir.
I don't even blame him.
Not going to blunder once again.
I don't even blame him at all for that.
Not for a second.
Yeah, that is tough here, but making sure that all of the math is going to align to get a knockout here. And that is the pros that you start to see from Gardevoir. You have this single prize Pokemon that can do so much damage. And then once you wipe it off the field and knock it out, all those energy just go right back into the discard pile and are able to be accelerated once again with a Psychic Embrace and just line up another attacker. That's what we're going to hopefully see from Jesse Spencer. But that Stonejourner is able to take a knockout here on that Gardevoir on Jesse's side. So Billy Chan going to take a single prize. Now it's up to Jesse Spencer to continue this pace of play.
Maybe we'd want to find another Boss's Orders here, go after that Lugia V-Star. It's an okay turn if you're going to have to attack into the Stonejourner at some point, but this also could work out pretty decently. Cresselia, we mentioned this as a potential early game play, but it still can target down little old Pumpkaboo.
Not the pumpkin.
Take that out. We'll see if that's the route that Jesse wants to go. And that would also be really strong because it would allow Jesse to Psychic Embrace extra energy onto Pokemon like the Curlia, Pokemon like the Zacian, and then at the same time heal those Pokemon so that you can get extra energy cards on them later in the future.
Well, Chip, it is fitting. It's October. Maybe it's time to carve up some pumpkins, eh?
Nice.
Well, we see that Cresselia going into the active position here for some Moon Glow Reverse. That's why you see those damage counters being thrown off of Jesse Spencer's field, moved on to Billy Chan's field to take a knockout there on that poor little pumpkin Pumpkaboo.
Yeah, there was definitely an opportunity to put some extra energy onto one of these Pokemon. Chose not to do that. Did have enough damage regardless, so just choosing to keep those energies hanging around in the discard pile. I guess
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would have been pretty solid so that at least on the Zacian, you can get a little bit closer to the Lugia knockout without having to heavily damage yourself. With something like the Gardevoir, you get closer to the Lugia knockout for the same reason. But as it stands, it was just the Moonglow reverse to the Pumpkaboo.
All right, Sojourner going to get another single strike energy here from Billy Chan's side off of that Primal Turbo.
Yep, gonna double check everything out here. Once again, Cresselia is resistant to fighting, but with the pair of single strike energies attached, Giga Hammer will be able to get this knockout.
Giga Hammer, yeah, just to mention the resistance is minus 30 from that whatever type it's resistant to. So definitely have to take that into account here, but is going to get that single prize knockout here. Billy Chan going down another prize card over to Jesse Spencer, who's really taken the opposite of last game's pace and now is able to be leading so far here. And things are going swell. Level Ball going to grab a Manaphy out, just thinning it from the deck here for Jesse Spencer.
Yeah, doesn't want that in the deck any longer. You don't need the Level Ball anymore either, so just get that Manaphy out of there. Thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning, and you know what else is winning, Chip? Rolling heads on Mesa Goza. Going to be a free Pokemon drawn out of the deck here for Jesse Spencer in that Gardevoir.
Yeah, I think Jesse also this turn does probably want to try to establish another Ralts so that it can become a Curlia next turn or even be threatening a rare candy. I do see that Super Rod in the hand, so that'll probably be pretty good to get those pieces back at some point. Still a Ralts in the prizes, but one is in the discard pile. And Fog Crystal is going to actually just grab out the Psychic Energy. Yeah, I definitely want to see Jesse look for the Ralts bench here this turn, I think.
Yeah, it was just a quick Mysterious Tail into the Fog Crystal straight away into grabbing that basic Psychic Energy off the Fog Crystal, taking account of these energy that are in the discard pile now for Jesse. But yeah, do we see anything else in hand that's going to be played? We at least see a Refinement, drawing into 2 more energy cards for Jesse Spencer.
Yeah, maybe wishing that had been the Shining Arcana, but due to sequencing, of course, you got to go this way. And does at least still hit one. Let's see where it goes.
At least one. Yeah. Debating where to put that energy from the Shining Arcana, as well as I think it was Collapse Stadium was the other card.
Which could be nice to maybe clear one of these 2 prize Pokemon out of play to eliminate Billy's most straightforward way to win of KO 2 prizer, KO 2 prizer.
Yep, some utility potentially down the line here. We're going to see the Super Rod as well from Jesse. We're cycling a couple of Pokemon. Well, not a couple. It could just be that Ralts here back into the deck, because I think that's the Ralts we're aiming for, Chip.
Yeah, I think we definitely want the Ralts. You probably should put back the Gardevoir at least, and maybe the Curlia as well, but it actually is going to just be the Ralts at this point. Doesn't want to clog the deck up too much. Ultra Ball now can fetch that Pokemon right back out of the deck.
Yep, throwing out a Psychic Energy and that Manaphy that doesn't have any utility here right now for Jesse Spencer. It's going to be the Radiant Greninja off of that Ultra Ball.
Yeah, pretty interesting. There's not too many energy cards left hanging around for concealed cards to get value from. Yeah, and it is going to be the Greninja coming down onto the bench, and it will be the concealed cards.
2 more cards drawn for Jesse Spencer. One of them was the rare candy that I saw, but there's not many cards left in the deck here. We see the attach onto that Mew to be able to retreat it into this Gardevoir.
So this is where things can get a little risky for Jesse. He's going to take a knockout here, go to 2 prizes left, only needs to knock out a Lugia V-Star to close out the game. But as Billy, if you play Iono this turn, Jesse's board is not really set to withstand an Iono. There's the Mew with a bunch of damage on it, of course, and there's the Gardevoir, there's Greninja, but there's not many energy cards left. No Ralts, no Curlia, no Shining Arcana Gardevoirs to potentially get you some extra card draw. So Jesse's going to be left with most likely a 2 or 3 card hand. Let's see if Billy has the Iono. That would be huge here.
That would definitely be huge, Chip. We'll have to see it. I don't see it in hand, but Jesse Spencer, just going to take a prize card off of that Sojourner.
Iono on the top deck?
Knockout top deck. Oh, a supporter, but it's going to be that Professor's Research off the top deck. Billy Chan promoting that Lugia V-Star into the active, taking a quick count of Jesse Spencer's cards in the deck still, and taking account of the energy on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir in the active as well.
Yeah, so if Billy can find a couple of boss in a row, that could close this game up. There is at least a boss in the hand, it looks like.
with the collapsed stadium being put into play, there are still 2 targets live for Billy to take out, the Zacian V and the Gardevoir. So probably this turn we want to see this Lugia KO the Zacian V. You just need to put 2 non-double turbo energy on this active Pokemon. It still does 220. And then later on, you're going to look for that Eviltal, which is likely going to be benched, is thinking about it at least. And we're going to look for that to KO this Gardevoir to try to close the game out.
Yep, Billy Chan, 4 prize cards left to take in order to take a 2-0 here in this match. And Jesse Spencer, only 2 left to take. So has to make things happen on this upcoming turn to take a win. Earn a Vitality, going to shuffle these single strike energy back into the deck here for Billy Chan as well.
Oh, and this actually makes a lot of sense to do it at this point. So I think we're going to actually see Billy go for the Eviltal boss KO play on Gardevoir right now. And this is something you're able to do because Jesse did not put another Gardevoir in play. You know, Zacian is not going to be able to be powered up to its full potential to try to KO this Lugia. Now, I guess with 8 energy on this Gardevoir, you just need 1 more attachment, right, to get to the knockout on Lugia V-Star. So it's still not too bad, but I think there's a bunch of energy in the discard pile at the moment.
Yeah, I think there potentially is as well. Well, that's what Billy Chan's going to go for here, accelerating these energy onto this Evital on the bench here.
Yeah, actually with the 8 energy, it is going to be enough. You know, V-Guard is not, of course, affected by the Gardevoir. So all Jesse actually is going to need is a boss's orders to try to KO this Lugia. So this turn, I think, yeah, definitely we need to go with the Eviltal attack, which is exactly what Billy is going to do. And yeah, got to cross the fingers here and kind of hope that Jesse just does not have boss's orders.
Yeah, because that is a single prize Pokemon in the Evital, getting the knockout on that Gardevoir. That's going to be 2 prize cards for Billy Chan, going down to only 2 more left to take.
Shining Arcana.
Jesse needs,
there
and here we have it, the boss's orders. Going to get the knockout on that Lugia V-Star for Jesse Spencer, taking down a game here with less than 6 minutes on the clock and tying us up 1-1 between these players.
Yeah, Jesse almost seems a little surprised to have won that game, but he finds a way to make it happen, gets the win. We're moving on to game 3. Not too much time remaining, though, so it's going to be pretty difficult, I think, for Jesse to find a win. I think in spots like this, the deck that can be more aggressive is favored to actually close out and win the set, and that is absolutely Billy's deck in this game.
Yep, we see Billy Chan trying everything here, leaving up that single prize Pokemon and taking a knockout. But Jesse Spencer did have that boss's orders to take the last 2 prize cards needed and take that game. Fantastic here from Jesse Spencer. Things definitely went a lot better with that initial setup from Jesse Spencer in our game 2. And Billy Chan, I'm wondering, you know, that turn with the Sojourner, if that kind of made a major impact there for Billy.
Yeah, maybe made Billy feel like had to go for the boss's orders play on that last turn. I guess Iono wasn't an option regardless because it just wasn't in the hand. We're going to get into this next game. Billy will likely be going first. Looks like there is a mulligan, so Billy's going to have to try to shuffle up and find a basic Pokemon. And it's so annoying in these spots to have to be searching for a basic Pokemon when you're just trying to get into the game. It's like, okay,
I
know I'm going to find one eventually. Like, let's just find a basic and get started with this last 3rd game.
Yeah, that is a bit annoying, especially, you know, clock is so slim here. You want to get into this game and try to secure this win. Both these players sitting at 30 and 31 points, so they're trying to get this win and win once again to get into our top cut here. And we're going to have to see if things get wild here for either of our players and we're able to see some early knockouts potentially.
Pair of single strike energies in the prizes for Billy, less than ideal. A couple battle VIP pass over on Jesse's end could limit his setup. Also a Gardevoir and a Kirlia. Never great to see those in the prizes.
Here we go, kicking off. This is our round 14. Both of our players, Billy Chan and Jesse Spencer, into a game 3 now. It all comes down to this. Only 3 minutes and 30 seconds and an additional 3 turns for our players. And Billy Chan, starting with the Radiant Serena, attaching a single strike energy to that Evital on bench and just passing over to Jesse Spencer.
Not much going on in the hand here for Jesse Spencer, though. Does bench the Zacian, has an energy, and basically all he can do is just attach and pass. Can't even use Roar of the Sword because of his own Spiritomb that's in play.
Yeah, Spiritomb limiting it here, I suppose, on that Zacian V. But wow, look at that. Jesse Spencer just going to pass over to Billy Chan now here. What do we see in the hands?
Some pretty unfortunate things over here as well. There is at least a Professor's Research, which is, you know, going to lead to a better setup than what Jesse had. But having to ditch 2 pretty key cards, a pair of Urn of Vitality going down.
Yeah, especially when 2 of the single strike energy are in the prize cards as well for Billy. But that Ultra Ball is going to get that Archeops out of the deck here for Billy. So we'll at least get one of those in the discard. I think we saw Professor's Research already in the hand. So we're going to see some more draw here from Billy and one of those Archeops go down.
I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure Billy had the Lugia V in hand and chose to open up with the Radiant Serena, which is a pretty interesting play. It's got 2 retreat, and it's really not even especially good in this matchup. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
What?
Let's see here what Billy is able to find. It looks like there is at least 1 Capturing Aroma to try to get maybe an evolution, but it flips tails. It's going to have to be a basic. So we cannot even see a Lugia V-Star come into play this turn.
All right, so we're searching through the deck. Gonna take a look. Has to be a basic for Billy. It's just gonna be that Tyranitar V being drawn out.
And probably just a bench of that Tyranitar and maybe an attachment of an energy card and a pass. Most likely incoming for Billy. Really no other plays available right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just an awkward hand. I guess the Lugia V here gonna be put onto the board as well. Adding another Pokemon down here.
The gift energy on the active Serena, just in case it gets knocked out, I guess. Let's see what the draw for turn is. Just a Psychic energy. Going to be a lot of pressure on this refinement. Let's see what Jesse finds. A Psychic and a Boss.
Oh, that was Boss.
Yeah.
No. All right, Jesse Spencer's still not working with very much. Going to attach for turn here on that Zacian V on the bench, and then put Collapse Stadium into play.
Yeah, so the collapsed here means Billy needs to find a stadium, which, of course, he just top decked, found the Messagoza.
The top deck.
Yes, and would need that in order to clear the bench space up a little bit so that 2 Archeops could be put into play this turn.
Yeah, you never really want to be just putting 1.
He just passed.
What?
What is he doing? He has Messagoza. If he hits heads on Messagoza, he literally just has Lugia V-Star.
Wait, does he have it? Wait.
Yeah, because he has Burnett in hand as
yeah,
well.
You're right. You're right.
So I think I definitely would have gone for the Messagoza here. I'm pretty positive that was a Burnett there in the hand for Billy Chan.
Yeah, that's a Burnett for sure.
Yeah, all the way at the back of the hand, yep.
Oh, no. Okay, well, now we're over onto Jesse Spencer's side of the field.
And even if Jesse is not getting set up very well, the last thing you want to do is give the Gardevoir deck more time to get going.
I was just thinking maybe it's just because there's like so little time.
That might be what Billy's thinking.
It's got to be it. That like he's just thinking there's no way we're going to conclude this.
Well,
let's just play it out.
Also, like, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's a chance these players had a gentleman's agreement as well.
Oh, that's true.
If that was the case, Billy would definitely want to be playing to put himself in as winning of a position as possible. A tie here doesn't necessarily eliminate Billy. That would put him to 32 match points, can win in the last round and hope to bubble in at 35. Jesse, unfortunately, though, cannot really afford to take a tie, which it looks like that is going to be the case here. Turn 0 probably for Billy, right?
They said Jesse's turn 2, so it would have been
so
0,
turn 0.
1, 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so turn 0 here then for
I believe it is
for
turn
Jesse.
0 currently, yes.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Continuing to play a bunch of cards here. No surprise here from Gardevoir. We see the evolution into that EX, accelerating these energy onto the active Pokemon here for Jesse. And the boss's orders that we saw drawn earlier is going to take a knockout on this Evital for the first prize card in game.
Yeah, so barring any gentleman's agreement, this game is just going to end in a tie. It doesn't really matter what Billy does at this point. I mean, if he recognizes the situation, we're probably just going to see him pass even, but looks like we are going to play the Messagoza now. A turn later for some reason, and the heads flip now is going to find a Lugia V-Star.
Yep, there we go. Heads on Messagoza allows you to search out that Pokemon, and the Lugia V-Star is what Billy Chan needed here, evolving that active Lugia V. And now we're going to see this Professor Burnett as well.
You're going to discard at least 1 more Archeops, probably the other one if it is in the deck. I know there's 1 in hand. Sure enough, the 2 most useless cards when they're in your deck. But the most powerful ones once you put them into play, which we're seeing now with the flip of the V-Star marker.
Absolutely. That Summoning Star summoning the Archeops to the bench here for Billy Chan to allow for this energy acceleration here.
Primal Turbo, of course, able to pull 2 energy cards out of the deck. Looks like it will be a V-Guard and a gift to the Lugia. Not going to be able to knock out this Gardevoir. 200 damage most likely incoming. Will put it up to 260. Gardevoir hanging on by 50 HP. And I think as Jesse, you kind of are okay with this position. Obviously, your Gardevoir taking a hit, moving it to the bench. You even have an opportunity to potentially collapse it away. There are 2 Collapse Stadium in Jesse's list. Has already played one single one.
Yep.
And Tempest Dive will discard that stadium.
Wipe some damage off the board potentially. Mesa Goza is gone now from that Tempest Dive. And Jesse Spencer, what was that top deck?
Looks like it's an Iono. And I think this is going to be turn 2 of time, correct? So this is Jesse Spencer's last turn. You think he's got a way to take 5 prizes right now, Boo?
I'm going to say no on that. I'd put my money on the no, Chip.
I think you'd be winning.
Well, we see here that refinement discarding the Iono just to draw an additional 2 cards. Kind of an anticlimactic ending, I suppose, to this. But
yeah, definitely a little bit of a bummer. Just not enough time to get this game going. And this was a clunky setup for both players as well.
It was.
In this third game. I would love to have seen how it would have ended. I'm still kind of stuck on the fact that Billy, a couple turns ago, didn't play Mesa Goza. Give yourself a 50-50 to just set up and try to run your opponent over a little bit.
I agree.
Just didn't happen.
We're going to see the level ball here from Jesse Spencer playing out this last turn of the game for Jesse. Just searching out our alts, benching it down.
For Sealstone even being attached to Zacian. And, I mean, we don't know the situation here. Maybe, like we said, these players could have some sort of agreement.
True.
You know, this will happen in these situations where a tie doesn't really benefit anyone, and these players will just agree to say, hey, if we look like we're going to tie, let's, you know, maybe see based on the board state who we think would have won this game if it played out, and that person gets the win. But it looks like it is going to end in a tie based on that little discussion right here. So a little bit of an anticlimactic ending to our round 14 match.
Yeah, Chip, what's up with us and the ties this weekend? I feel like multiple matches we've casted ending in ties here between our players, but still, I feel like we had a lot of exciting moments there for both of these decks. And really, I mean, we started this match off talking about the ups and downs of both of these decks, and you got to see it fully showcased between these players throughout both of these games, or really all 3. I mean, not really the third game, but both of the first games we saw just how powerful Lugia V-Star can be, and then Jesse Spencer able to take things home in that second game as well.
Was an intense first game, ends up going a little bit longer than maybe it should have. Jesse sticking it out for quite a while, and Billy Chan does get ahead here with that first KO. And just kind of ends up steamrolling things. Jesse missed an attack in this game that just led to Billy eventually getting way too far ahead.
Yep, we saw a lot of back and forth here, but Billy Chan was able to keep up pace and continue consistent knockouts and take all of the prize cards left and win this first game coming up.
He was able to take it down. Jesse kind of recognizing there's low chance to win, concedes finally. Took a little long, but yeah, does eventually concede, and we go into the second game where it was a little bit of a slower setup for Jesse once again, but did find a way to come back and win this game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the big turn where we see Resistance come into play off of this Mew in the active position. Wasn't able to get a knockout. With that Stone Journer, it stayed alive there for Jesse Spencer, and that just added an additional turn for Jesse to line things up and continue the pace of taking these prize cards one after another, leading the prize race the entire time. Billy Chan tried to stick it out, putting just a single prize card up there, but Jesse Spencer had the boss's orders, able to take this knockout, and there you go. Looks pretty surprised by taking that, but then we were in our third game. Both of our players 1-1 here.
And it was a tie here at the end. Neither player able to close things out. Only 5 minutes or so remaining as we got into the game number 3. Really just not enough time to play a game of Pokemon.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I would have loved to see maybe like you said, kind of a speedier concession in the game 1, just so we could see more excitement in our game 3 potentially. But hey, sometimes that's what happens. Our players has the decision when to concede their games. So,
and with Gardevoir as well, it's kind of hard to concede because it's such a comeback
I was
deck.
about to say, it's like a late game deck.
You really have a hard time feeling like you're truly out of it. But sometimes, even if you only have like a 5% chance to win, sometimes it's worth playing to that 5% chance. Like if you're in a game 3 or if you're in single elimination, like you've got to play to that 5%.
Yeah.
But sometimes the time is more valuable than that low odds chance.
Well, both these players are going to walk away with just that 1 match point to add to their scores here in this tournament. And as we were talking about, you're looking for 35, 36?
36 to be safe.
Okay.
35 is probably going to be the bubble in mark. And by bubble in, I mean like 1 or 2 35 pointers will make it out of probably like 5 or 6 people with 35 match points.
Yes.
So sometimes it's like you're unlucky and you bubble out of cut. You know, if there's 5 people at your record and you're the only one that doesn't make it in, you know, you're 9th place.
Yeah.
That's bubbling out. Bubbling in is whenever there's only 1 person out of the 35 match pointers that makes it in. There's 5 or 6 of them. Only 1 person gets in. So that's the situation I think we're most likely looking at here.
Well, we wrapped up that round 14. Of course, we're going to be heading into another round. Chip and I are sticking with you all. We're going to be casting this next Swiss round. This will be our last Swiss round of Peoria, Illinois Regional Championship. So all is on the line here for our next upcoming players for the stream. It's going to be intense, Chip.
Yep, the winning in. We got to see the winning into day 2 yesterday. Now we're going to get to see the winning into top 8. The players
a lot more
who,
pressure.
Yeah, are really going to have to keep things moving along here. So yeah, I mean, I guess a couple updates while we're waiting here, just looking at kind of how the pairings are shaping up. Looks like at table 1, it's going to be Rowan Stavino, 36 match points up against JW Krewall, 35 match points. So those players are going to be able to take the intentional draw this round. Both of them being locked for top 8. 2 players that have 3 regional championships between them. And also Rowan, let's not forget, 2015 Junior Division World Champion.
Yeah, that is awesome. I'm sure JW is so happy to be sitting there. I feel like I've talked to JW multiple times where he's always on the cusp of making it or even just getting into day 2. It's like always just missing one thing. But yeah, now he's locked into our top. So that is amazing to see.
We mentioned a couple of our players. There are many more who are still kind of trying to figure things out. Let's look at those standings to see how many match points some of our notable players are sitting at this point. It's going to be JW and Rowan playing against one another, that 1 versus 3 right now. They'll be able to ID. Raymond Long is actually going to be playing up against Grant Shin, it looks like, at table number 2. And Raymond's in a situation at 35 match points. Could take a tie, could get into cut. Grant Shin, on the other hand, 34 match points. If you take the ID, you're risking it a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Grant Shin is one of those players that I think he's going to play it out, Chip. He just seems like that type for sure, you know, running with that Tien Pao deck. I mean, that has...
I'm looking at kind of the numbers now, trying to do a little bit of math just based on match points, looking down at the pairings here on my phone. But I think it's going to be pretty close as far as like how many 35 pointers miss. There's a chance it's like there's 4 35ers and 2 of them make it in, 2 of them miss. So maybe you do take the ID as Grant if you can kind of run some of the numbers and figure out who you've played against in the day. What do their records look like? Is your resistance going to be good enough to let you be the one that's getting in and the other player is not?
Yeah, that's a lot of math to work out. I don't envy our players here trying to figure out their resistance and all of that. But, I mean, these numbers are so slim. You can't make a mistake because there's so much on the line here of whether or not you can take the ID, the intentional draw, and lock yourself in, or if you need to play this out and potentially lose and miss out on a top cut into one of these regional championships. And that's just a lot on the line, Chip.
A lot of stuff on the line, a lot of pressure felt by these players as well. We are going to get our last game set up. We're going to get these players down to the stage and get into round 15 before too long. In the meantime, though, we are going to take just a quick little break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Let's take a look back at the 2023 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships from Yokohama, Japan, the first Worlds ever held in the country. Coming into day one, Lugia V-Star was the most popular deck, followed by Gardevoir EX and Giratina V-Star. Surprisingly, old favourite Mew VMAX was nowhere to be seen on the list of most popular decks. Day two saw a shift in the metagame, with Lost Box the clear most popular deck, and Lugia V-Star and Gardevoir EX following behind. All decks were expected to be good coming into the event. The junior final saw Xiao Tong-un taking on Gabriel Borges Torres. Xiao Tong had to overcome some adversity, including a very slow start in Game 1, but a big performance from Dragonite V in Game 1 taking every prize, and a huge Aqua Storm from Kyogre in Game 2 saw him take the title. In the seniors final, Gabriel Fernandez's Lugia V-Star proved too powerful and overwhelmed Sydney De Bruyn's Arceus V-Star deck on the way to a 2-0 victory. To conclude the World Championships, we had Tord Reklev, winner of 4 international championships, taking on the underdog Vance Kelly in the Masters Division Finals. Tord's Gardevoir deck had proven nearly unstoppable throughout the weekend, but in Game 1, the surprise tech card Box of Disaster in Vince's Mew VMAX deck proved too much to handle. Tord showcased the power of Gardevoir EX in Game 2, including a huge one-hit knockout on a free prize Mew VMAX to tie the match up at 1 game each and took us to a tense Game 3 with little time remaining on the clock. In the third and final game, Vance proved why Mew VMAX shouldn't have been overlooked coming into the tournament, using a boss's orders to take a knockout on the very last turn of the game to pull ahead in prizes and take the title of World Champion. Make sure you're following the action all season long at Pokemon.com/compete.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare, you can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old here on Victory Road. Where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare, you can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Welcome back in, everyone, to Peoria, Illinois, here for this trading card game regional championship. You see some of our players here that have been playing throughout this entire event. Of course, we're here in our day 2, about to wrap up our last Swiss round with you all. I'm Boo, here with Chip Ritchie, and I'm excited to get into it. Everything on the line here for our last match.
Winning in. You get the win. You get to get into top 8. You get to keep playing. You get to have a shot to become a champion. If you lose, your tournament run is done. You'll collect your winnings for top 32, top 16, wherever you end up, and that is going to be it. We'll see which one of these players is able to make it happen. Who is going to be punching their ticket into Top Cut?
Yeah, one of our players sitting at 33 match points currently, our other at 32 match points. So, of course, a win is going to be 3 points, and we've talked about 36 being locked,
guaranteed,
but
right?
35 could get a little weird here. So one of our players, for sure, trying to take this win and head straight into our top 8 here in Peoria. It's going to be awesome, Chip. I'm excited. This is the most intense game outside of course, our top cut into our top 4 and finals.
4th most intense.
Yeah, 4th most intense game here. Let's go. But I mean, I think making, like, this is the threshold though, where really if you make it into the top cut, then things kind of reset and you have the even greater potential to be taking that championship title. And there's so much more there now that we have a straight lock into the world championship. I mean, so much. A player could just say, wow, I'm locked in, ready to go. This saves me a lot of time and money further in this season. Like, maybe I just go play for fun now because they're locked up, ready.
Let's get down to the table, Boo. This final Swiss round, one more chance to get into our single elimination top cut. We're going to have Caleb Patton there on the left playing Lost Zone box. He's going to be up against Lucas Thiel playing that Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, we just saw Lugia V-Star and the showing it had, but this time we're going to be seeing it competing against Lost Box here.
And it's going to be a different version of Lugia V-Star as well. Of course, last round we got to see the single strike version, the tried and true, what we're used to seeing really in this format. But Lucas here is choosing to bring the new hotness. That's colorless Lugia V-Star, really has catapulted in play leading up to this event. And wow, 4 energy cards prize for Lucas. You never love to see that as a Lugia player. And then 2 Colress over on Caleb Patton's end. And a pretty important Pokemon too, that Raikou V.
Yeah, that is rough. Chip, speaking about the new hotness, did you miss something in the list?
Yo, the Ditto being played by Caleb Patton. That's actually pretty spicy, I'm not gonna lie. Can kind of work like a 5th Comfey, potentially. I mean, Comfey is definitely the Pokemon you want to start like every single game, so hey, why not get a 5th one in there later on in the game? If you don't find it turn 1, you get to just Lost Zone it. Doesn't seem too bad to me.
Yep, brand new card from 151 in that Ditto being played by Caleb Patton. But our players have started this game now, Swiss round 15, the winning in here. Caleb Patton, Lucas Thiel starting us off. That Drapion V being the active Pokemon here and capturing Aroma. It was a heads roll for Lucas.
A pretty bad starter in this Drapion V. Not very good attacker in this matchup. If you did ever attack with it, it would heavily damage something on your bench. You have to deal 60 damage to something. I guess it could also heavily damage itself, which is never great either. And it's also got 2 retreats, so a little annoying to try to move. Of course, Lucas is playing a full suite of 4 Jet energy, so has a pretty decent chance to get that up into the active spot. The big attackers here in this matchup for Lucas are definitely going to be that Snorlax. Its unfazed fat ability means it cannot be damaged by a Pokemon like Sableye. It can't have damage counters placed on it. And it is also, of course, an excellent attacker with Thumping Snore. And you can combo it with Therapeutic Energy. And look at this. Boo, what a turn 1 start from Lucas.
Yup, something that was a lot clunkier from what we saw from Lugia V-Star, but not this time around. Lucas Thiel getting the Ultra Ball, both Archeops going down right away. This is the first turn here for Lucas, so definitely what you want to see. Even though starting that Drapion V, definitely awkward here, but everything else sort of falling into place on this turn. Having to discard that Luxray as well as the therapeutic energy. And remember, there's a ton of energy as well in the prize cards here for Lucas. So definitely going to have to keep track of all these resources here. And going for that Luminion V.
Yeah, you might be puzzled to see Luminion V being played right now, as you cannot play a supporter card on the first turn, but this is Lucas respecting what Caleb's deck can do. It is entirely possible that Caleb could find Escape Rope, 7 cards in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate, boom, take a one-hit KO on this Lugia V. And if that happened, the game's basically over. Lucas would literally pretty much just lose. You're a whole turn behind of getting into the Summoning Star. It's just too far behind against the Turbo Lost Box deck. So Lucas is respecting the potential of that happening, chooses to bench the Luminion V. So if Escape Rope is played, that is what he would have to choose to send up. And it is now a pass over to Caleb Patton's end.
Yep, Caleb Patton starting us off with a flower selecting right away. Let's take a look at the hand here for Caleb as well, Chip.
Yeah, I see a Nest Ball in there. It looks like this first flower selecting is going to ditch a Lost Vacuum. Normally a pretty nice card to keep around, but choosing to keep the Comfey instead. I think with the Nest Ball, maybe going for a Greninja could be strong. Let's see what happens here off this flower selecting. Another Lost Vacuum and an Escape Rope.
Wow.
Choosing to ditch the other Lost Vacuum. So I think Caleb recognizing, hey, we're not going for a turn one play.
I was about to say, that kind of showcases the strategy here. 2 Lost Vacuums to the Lost Zone means we're not going to see a ton more cards going into Lost Zone, at least from the Lost Vacuums. But Caleb is going to get some more cards in here with all of these flowers selecting. Oh no, the Ditto!
Goodbye, Ditto.
See ya. That Ditto is now in the Lost Zone, never to be retrieved again. But Caleb Patton going back into the deck here off this Nest Ball. So we've talked a little bit about Lucas playing the colorless version of Lugia V-Star versus the single strike version. Caleb Patton and this deck, what sort of is the strategy he's going to be going for against Lugia V-Star?
Yeah, this looks like just good old classic Lost Box. There's kind of just the normal stuff we're used to seeing in here. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the Ditto is a little spicy, right? But we're not seeing like a Kyogre build here. But other than that, it's just like the Pokemon we're really used to. The Dragonite V, the Raikou V. Did choose to play the Drapion V in this list as well. Not going to be good in this matchup, but probably a decent call for the meta. Mew is pretty solid here in day 2 of the tournament. It's not a massive percentage-wise, but there are players playing it and doing pretty decently. So here for Caleb, I think you just really want to get damage in play. Even if you're just using Cramorant to deal 110 to this Luminion, sure, there's a chance Lucas could maybe collapse Stadium, get rid of it, but you're putting that pressure on and you're setting yourself up to be able to potentially clean that up with a Sableye on the next turn.
Yeah, I think we're really going to look for that. Just consistent damage onto the board here for Caleb Patton to be able to bring things back home. But I mean, Lucas, having, like you said, you brought up that super important Snorlax, you know, it works so well against Lost Box. So I'm really interested to see this variation of Lugia. I mean, we've only gotten, this is the second one we've seen, and it's a different variant, which is awesome. And we're going to see how well it works in this matchup against Lost Box. We're seeing the concealed cards here from Radiant Greninja, drawing into 2 additional cards in the hand.
Still no Culver's Experiments. 2 in the prize cards means it's pretty tough to get that extra cards in the Lost Zone right away, and so Caleb just has to pass. And Lucas, on the other hand, top decks the Snorlax, plays Research right away, draws a fresh hand of 7 cards.
Yup, that is awesome for Lucas, Theo, and Caleb. Yeah, just stuck with 3 cards only in the Lost Zone so far. So Lucas going to continue to advance the board state here with that Lugia V-Star and go straight into that Summoning Star. Get those Archeops that were discarded to the Ultra Ball, turn 1 right back out here. And we're going to be off to the races for Lucas, accelerating some energy here and getting first to the damage.
Yeah, and probably will be attacking with the Snorlax. Most likely you can put a double turbo energy on it, plus 1 more energy. Something that is pretty annoying here for Lucas, though, is that he only plays 2 therapeutic energy. And therapeutic energy is a massive card for the Snorlax because it means the Pokemon that it's attached to cannot be affected by special conditions. So Snorlax does not put itself to sleep like the normal effect of Thumping Snore would do. Lucas discarded a therapeutic energy turn 1. And boo, the other one is in the prize cards.
That is unfortunate here. I wonder if that was like the only discard option there for Lucas, or
it was, yeah.
That
the other card he kept was the Research.
Oh, yeah, you're
or
so right.
The pieces to go get the Luminion, I guess, right?
To get into that. Yeah, that is tough to see. I mean, I guess this is going to be a sleepy Snorlax here that we're going to be seeing coming up with that Thumping Snore, but
Now,
that's just how things happen.
You can still kind of get out of it, right? There's 4 jet
Just roll
energy
some
in
heads,
the list.
yo.
Well, that's an option too, yes, technically. You could just flip double heads, but I'm being realistic here. Using jet energy to send up even just an Archeops or Luminion V to the active spot. They
Reset
all have
that.
one retreat. You reset that special condition and move back to the bench, send Snorlax back up, and keep your chain of attacks going. But you know what? I'm sure Lucas would probably prefer to go Boo's route of just, flip heads.
Flip some heads, Just get good at Pokemon and you're good to go. But here we go, Snorlax with that thumping snore. Wow.
What was that?
Whoa. Thumping snore that we talked about. Thanks to that double turbo energy, allowing for all the energy there. Oh, so close. One heads, but a tails on the other end. Still, Lucas gonna take the knockout here. First to the prize cards in this race, and now it's up to Caleb Patton to match this pace, match this energy from Lucas, and hope we can get into some cards.
Does find the Hisuian Heavy Ball. That could get the Raikou V. Pretty decent attacker in this matchup. Not in this spot necessarily. And this is where things can get a little awkward because the Snorlax is just so hard and annoying to deal with. You pretty much have to attack with a 2-prize Pokemon in order to deal with it, either your Raikou or your Dragonite. I guess Drapion in this instance works as well, but all of the 1-prize Pokemon in Caleb's end really just don't do much. Sableye obviously can't touch it at all thanks to Unfazed Fat. Cramorant only deals 110. Radiant Greninja can do some damage. Now there is another potential play, as we do see with the rearrangement of the prizes, those Colress moving even farther up.
Yeah, that is not good.
There is one potential play that we should definitely point out that Caleb can go for, and that would be, I'm just double-checking Lucas's list. Yeah, there is no Radiant Serena, so what you can do as the Lost Box player is you can target down both the Archeops with your Radiant Greninja. Moonlight Shuriken, deal that damage, 90-90, and then on the next turn, Sableye, Lost Mine, 60-60, adds up to 2 Archeops being KO'd.
Yeah, so there's some ways around it here thanks to that Radiant Greninja being able to attack here multiple Pokemon, hopefully take multiple knockouts as well. But Caleb Patton finally getting to 4 and 5 cards in the Lost Zone now. Gonna turn that Cramorant online with that Lost Provisions ability, which allows it to spit innocently. Was it 2 heads?
Double heads.
Let's go, Lucas Thiel with the double heads. Amazing to see. See, Chip, it's working out. It's working out.
Sure. For Caleb Patton, I mean, the main story here is just not being able to find Colress. And if you can't find Colress in the first couple of turns, the Lost Box deck is just really weak. I mean, no supporter cards played, a couple cards in the Lost Zone, but you're not unlocking your extra powerful cards, the things like the Mirage Gate and your Sableye.
Absolutely. Colress is so important to any Lost Box deck, and it's just unfortunate 2 are in the prize cards. Lucas going to continue on here. Now that Snorlax has risen from its sleep. Remember I used to call it the plank of wood, Chip? That
the
Snorlax
bridge
is
that it's on?
Snorlax
Play a video game, Boo.
Sleeping on the bridge here, but now it's awake and it's ready to attack once again into this Cramorant from Lucas. But first, we're going to see these Primal Turbo accelerate some energy onto this Lugia V-Star.
You just get some energy in play. This can lead to your Weirdeer potentially later on coming in and taking a knockout on one of Caleb's 2 prize Pokemon. Caleb is likely going to have to put down a Raikou or a Dragonite at some point. And even if Caleb doesn't attack with it, you still want to use that Forest Seal Stone to get something out of the deck. So having an option to Weirdeer go after one of those Pokemon is usually pretty strong. I wouldn't expect Lucas to ever attack with the Lugia V-Star this turn because Caleb literally just put the Raikou into hand.
True.
So that would be a little risky if you ask me, and I think you got to just take advantage of the fact that, hey, Snorlax woke up. We flipped the double heads. That's
nice.
Just get in there and take this other attack.
Yep, that Primal Turbo, that second Primal Turbo being used to put a Jet Energy onto that Archeops. Of course, not played from hand, so no effect, extra effect there, but that Snorlax going back to sleep here.
No way.
Is that 2 heads?
Another double heads.
Not for long. Snorlax waking up once again after taking another prize card here for Lucas Thiel. We're over onto Caleb's side, stacking more cards into the Lost Zone here thanks to those flower selectings We are up to 6 cards now, and we see that manual retreat off of that Comfey into another one. Going to be an easy choice here with that Battle VIP pass. Now we're at that special 7 here, which is going to unlock Mirage Gate potentially to get these energy out and power up some attackers for Caleb.
Yep, I see the Mirage Gate already in hand. I see Boss's Orders with Raikou coming down with the Forest Sealstone, the flip of that marker, Star Alchemy now adding any single card to the hand. A switch card will do, and I think we're going to see Caleb Patton targeting down the Lightning Week Lugia V-Star, try to take 2 prizes to tie this game up and get back into this match.
Yep, I believe, Chip, that Caleb can do it here. That Raikou, so much utility in this matchup for sure. We're going to see the escape rope here from Caleb. Of course, Lucas has to choose first what is advanced into the active position. It's going to be that Drapion V.
Yeah, interesting. Go after the Drapion here. The Lugia probably sticks around for a little bit longer, so you assume it'll be a little bit easier of a prize to take later on. But the Drapion is also pretty reasonable to take out later on because Dragonite can take it out. Dragonite, of course, not able to knock out something like the Lugia V-Star.
Yeah. All right, well, we see that Mirage Gate used to power up that Raikou V and the Fleet-Footed, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Wait, was that?
Oh, sorry. So Caleb played the escape rope, and Lucas pushed the Drapion. Now Boss's Orders brings up the Lugia
now
V-Star.
it's Boss for the Lugia.
Makes a lot
here.
more sense. I was actually just in the process of doing the math as well. Caleb
got
actually,
a lot on your plate, Chip.
Raikou would not have been able to knock out the Drapion. So yes, we are going to take out the Lugia V-Star. This is the good play. And Caleb actually even also has Colress in hand finally.
Oh, nice.
Benching the Sableye to play around the potential incoming Iono that Lucas could go for this turn, and even Super Rod to put some energy cards back. Also playing around Iono. Really nice in a spot like this because if you get Iono'd, Radiant Greninja is a much better card for you to utilize on your next turn because you have more energy cards in the deck.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be this knockout on that Lugia V-Star, thanks to it being weak here to that Raikou V. And Lucas going to promote an Archeops into the active position and then draw for turn here as well.
Yeah, the draw for turn, lots of cards to work with. Without Lugia V-Star in play, there's no great immediate response to this Raikou. You have to kind of piece something else together, likely that Weird Ear V, which Lucas is already debating putting onto the bench. Looks like that will come into play. It's got that excellent Frontier Road ability. Whenever it moves from the bench to the active spot, you get to choose as many energy cards attached to your Pokemon as you like and move them to the active. So we got, you know, double turbo gift. We've got a jet, so many energies to choose from.
All the energies here.
And even more now coming out of the deck.
Yeah, it's an incredible inclusion. We've seen our players talk about Weird Ear V so often that it just can swing for as much damage as you want, essentially as much damage as you can accelerate those energy. And I would say one of the best decks for accelerating energy is definitely Lugia V-Star, that's for sure.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's really what's dominated the format right now. Lugia V-Star, accelerating energy, and then also Charizard, accelerating energy, right? Just pulling all those energy cards out of your deck.
As well.
You know what? Turns out whenever one of the rules of the game is you can only attach 1 energy per turn.
Yep.
If you can play a card like the ones we mentioned or even Mirage Gate that gets you extra energy into play, they turn out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I guess to attack, you need your Pokemon to have energy to power up those moves, and that's definitely what we have here as we see that Weird Ear V move into the active position.
Exactly enough
Lucas.
energy in play as well here to get the knockout. 200 damage being dealt exactly. Gets a little funky with the math because the double turbo energies are 2 energy cards, so that's, you know, plus 80, but then they also reduce by 20, so it's minus 20. So each double turbo energy is effectively 60 damage being added. The other ones, of course, 40 apiece. That adds up to 200. That's a KO here on Raikou V.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Chip. The quick maths there for sure. That's what we got you here for, because I'm terrible at math. But yeah, Lucas
the key is just for me to do the math while you're talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, right, Chip? Yeah, Lucas Thiel putting everything together here. I am definitely partial to the Weird Deer V being in this deck. I like any sort of like deer type Pokemon is my vibe, so I'm a fan of the colorless type Lugia variant for sure.
I wonder why that could be. The Weird Deer here
Looks
will be
kind of
able
like
to.
a caribou, huh?
you could say that. You could say that. As Weird Deer with the Shy Shield
There you
Bash
go.
does take the knockout, putting Lucas down to just 2 prize cards remaining. And the thing about this spot is that Caleb's best way to respond to this attack is a 2-prize attacker, Dragonite or getting back the Raikou somehow. Heavy Ball being played once again, was drawn off the prizes. Just thinning it out of the deck. You don't want to draw it anymore.
Hey, but maybe we can get a reshuffle of these courses experiment. Put them on the bottom. We'll see what happens here. Lucas going to even take a shuffle after that Hisuian Heavy Ball as well. We're going to reset those prize cards. No Pokemon, but we're going to reset those courses experiment. One on the bottom, just switch sides there into a Nest Ball here from Caleb as well.
So,
Dragonite V.
Yeah, so Lucas is not playing the Radiant Charizard that we've seen in these colorless Lugias from time to time. A lot of people will play that and then put 1 Luminous Energy or 2 Luminous Energy in the deck, just so at the end of the game you can come in and take a 1-hit knockout on something like, in this instance, a Dragonite V that's about to attack.
Yeah.
Because Lucas is not playing that, after Caleb brings up this Pokemon and attacks into the Weird Ear this turn, there's really not a clear-cut and great response for Lucas. Does have the Mew EX. I guess that would be kind of your one chance. It does require a bit more energy. It can copy the Dragon Gale to just clean up the KO. So Lucas is going to have to hope that he can find that piece and a way to get it into the active. One of those Jet Energies would be pretty nice.
Yeah, that would be extremely nice indeed. We'll have to see how it plays out for Lucas here, but everything going well for Caleb to get that response attack here. Lost Zone is up to 9 cards now. We've already used the concealed cards here off that Radiant Greninja, and we're going to roll the Pokestop.
Here we go. A couple energy cards going down. I do think there is a Super Rod in the hand, which is not too bad. You can get around that play. We do see the Comfey now finding a switching card and losing a Super Rod, definitely signifying that there is a Rod in hand.
Yep. And we're going to see this switch cart as well. Caleb debating using it now, taking a quick look through everything in the hand so far, though.
I think the one thing missing is Mirage Gate. It's the one thing Caleb kind of still needs, and I think the way to get it is to use Lost Vacuum to get rid of this Pokestop that you just utilized and then play your other Pokestop, because this one has been in play for a little while, but Caleb doesn't feel like he can get there.
Wow, just going to scoop it up here.
Yeah.
So Lucas going to go up 1 in this match between these players with Lugia V-Star.
And I think that's kind of what you would expect. I do feel like this matchup is slightly favored for the Lugia player, probably like 60-40, maybe 55-45. Lost Box, of course, has so many options and can be so explosive with a potential turn 1 attack. But really, Lugia, especially this version with the Snorlax, it's just kind of tough to deal with as a Lost Box player.
Look at that. Lucas Thiel, favorite Pokemon is Ice-Cube, the frozen penguin. Love to see it.
No Ice-Cube in the list, though.
Yeah, no Ice-Cube representing this list, but still a cute Pokemon indeed. But yeah, I mean, Caleb Patton really needs to keep up the pace here. Started playing in 2016 with his siblings. That is cool to see. So kind of a long time player here, several years in the game. And it definitely shows with the deck choice here from Caleb Patton. But yeah, I mean, Lugia is just such a fast-paced deck, and then with the inclusion of the MVP of the Snorlax, having a better response to the Lost Box matchup is even better. So Caleb really needs to take as much edge as possible. And if you remember, Chip, we only had 3 cards in the Lost Zone on that turn 1 for Caleb. So just didn't have the momentum from the start. Hopefully for Caleb Patton, things can turn around here in this game 2 between these players.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Caleb's main strategy in this game compared to game 1 should be to find Colress's experiment. That
I know, that was
would
rough.
be a great start here, as we do see the prize cards going out. Nothing too bad. That Radiant Greninja being in the prizes is a little annoying.
With the Hisuian Heavy Ball?
Yeah, so it is down at the bottom, so you're likely to take them pretty early on. A pair of Stadiums in the prizes for Lucas Thiel, but really nothing too bad at all, really, for either of these players.
Well, we're kicking off our game 2 between Lucas Thiel and Caleb Patton here, starting over on Caleb's side. Didn't take the win in that last game, so opting to go first now in this next game. Nest Ball going to start us off. And Caleb Patton, as you see, counting out these energy, so essential to this deck, and making sure to keep track of everything in the prize cards, both Pokemon and energy. Gonna see right away, Radiant Greninja is not an option, and Hisuian Heavy Ball is not an option either.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job here of checking the most important pieces, the Pokemon and the energy cards, especially those energy cards. We've stressed it time and time again for the past year, as long as Lost Box has been out, how important it is to know which energy cards are in your prizes so you can make the correct decisions when it comes to using flower selecting later on in the game.
Yep, there's nothing worse than going for a strategy. You get into your deck when you're searching something out and you realize it's not there.
Yep.
That is an awful feeling.
It's a pretty tough one, yeah.
Something you want to avoid as much as possible, and Caleb definitely knows that is what he's avoiding here. You have to map out your strategy so heavily with Lost Box at the initial turns of the game. And then what's tough about that too is there's so much late game stuff that happens that decisions you're making in the beginning of the turns or the first couple of turns affect your late game as well. So it's just a constant process of formulating your strategy and adapting that strategy to the cards you draw, flower selecting, and Colress, and what your opponent is doing as well. So Caleb Patton going to take all of that into account here, getting a Comfey onto the field, and look at that, jotting down all of those notes as well.
Pretty important, I think, to take notes actually as a Lost Box player. Whenever I've played Lost Box in tournaments, I typically try to take some notes because so much is going on in your turn. It's easy to forget what your prize cards were whenever you were checking them on that first search. Does find a Colress's Experiment, which will be great for the next turn. Also, while we're waiting here as Lucas is beginning his first turn, want to give a couple updates of things that have happened out in games in the field. It looks like Raymond Long and Grant Shin actually did choose to ID. So Grant feeling like his resistance is good enough, moving to 35 match points, that he has a decent shot at still making it into top 8 that way. And Jesse Parker was able to take down Charlie Kerr. Miraidon, of course, versus the Lugia V-Star of Charlie's End. So
nice matchup there.
Jesse was definitely probably feeling pretty good to have hit the Lugia, and now he moves to 36 match points, locking up a berth to top 8 alongside fellow Miraidon player J.W. Krewall.
2 Miraidon advancing into top cut. That is awesome to see. Something that if Lucas gets into top cut, he does not want to see being a Lugia V player. But here we go. Lugia V is going to be searched out. It's the Capturing Aroma that actually got that Lugia V out, so it must have been a roll for, oh wow, we see another Capturing Aroma. Let's see what this one is.
This one's going to be a heads.
Nice.
Able to find out any evolution Pokemon. We'll see if Lucas has a way maybe to get an Archeops in the discard pile here right away. It's actually going to be Lugia V-Star added to the hand.
So
usually pretty fine to do against Lost Box. You know your hand's not going to get disrupted, and it makes total sense,
when
you've got that one of Professor Burnett in your opening hand. Super, super strong.
Yup, even better here. That Professor Burnett allowing you to search out those 2 Archeops and just discard them immediately here for Lucas Thiel. So now we have that Lugia V here. We had the second Lugia V that Lucas had off of that first Capturing Aroma. And then we even have a V-Star for preparation for the next upcoming couple of turns for Lucas. So just really establishing the hand here, getting everything set up.
We're going to see another Lugia V coming into play as well, attached for the double turbo energy. And it is just a read the wind, drawing a few cards. Normally as Lost Box, you feel pretty good about spots like this, but Caleb is going to need to do a lot of work if he wants to get to 7 in the Lost Zone and try to take a knockout on Lugia right now.
Colress's Experiment, a way to start off these cards stacking into Lost Zone. Looks like a difficult decision, though, for Caleb.
Yeah, a couple Energy and a couple Comfey is pretty annoying to see right now. You didn't get to play Battle VIP Pass on turn 1, so you kind of need the Comfeys. You definitely need the energy cards.
Yeah, that is a tough Colress's Experiment indeed. But in the end, Comfey and a Water Energy going to go into the Lost Zone here, bringing us up to 3. Going to be 4 after this flower selecting between another energy, going to be the Psychic this time, and that Escape Rope.
So only 7 energy remaining, hanging around between the deck, the field, the prizes, and the hand for Caleb Patton. We see flower selecting once again. This is going up to 5 cards, which means just a lost vacuum away from pulling off a Mirage Gate play of some sort. And it looks like Forest Sealstone is kept here.
Yep, over the Super Rod going into the Lost Zone, bringing us up to 5. Ooh,
This is going to be a pretty big Pokestop here, I think. I think he needs to hit a Nest Ball. Mirage Gate is pretty good, but no Nest Ball.
And of course, his Experiment going into the discard as well. Counting up the energy that are in the discard pile here for Caleb, also keeping track of the ones in the prize cards as well.
And just a pass. That was a pretty decent opening there for Caleb. If he had found a nest ball, I think he would have been able to pull off the attack. He was definitely pretty close. Thanks to 4 Sealstone, would have been able to search any one piece of the combo out that he may have needed. And Lucas immediately slams Lugia V-Star, slams the pair of Archeops. It's time to get some energy cards in play.
Yup, we have summoned those little birds down onto the field here. And Archeops gonna start us off with some Primal Turbo, but not before this Ultra Ball. Discarding 2 cards, the Archeops that can never really be put into play here, easy choice, but the Collapsed Stadium as well going into the discard off of this Ultra Ball.
And it looks like Snorlax will be the grab. The question is, do you attack with the Lugia V-Star right now, or are you okay expending the energy to retreat into the Snorlax? And I feel like Snorlax is pretty decent. Usually as Lugia, the earlier you attack with your Lugia V-Star, the better, because it's less likely your opponent's going to be able to respond.
Yeah.
But of course, Caleb already with 5 cards in the Lost Zone. You got to feel like that Lugia V-Star would be in danger.
Yep.
So let's get it out of here. Probably going to attack with Snorlax, and looks like Therapeutic Energy is going to be able to make an appearance this game.
Yay! Definitely great to see here. Yeah, that Snorlax is just MVP in this deck here for Lucas, especially paired this time around with that Therapeutic Energy. Although I will say, Lucas Thiel, pretty good at rolling double heads, but this time doesn't even have to worry about that. Clears that Snorlax of the special conditions. No sleep. That Snorlax is going to go to work here on this Lost Box deck, and this is the strategy that Lucas has mapped out for this matchup. All right, we see that second Primal Turbo here, getting these energy out of the deck and accelerating them onto that Lugia V-Star to be able to get out of there.
Yeah, potentially for attacking, potentially just an extra energy to retreat, and then you keep an extra couple energy hanging around just in case. I also see Lucas has in hand the brand new, ever powerful Mew EX. And Boo, I gotta ask, have we seen a Mew EX hit the field at all this weekend?
I don't think we have.
Which is pretty crazy to say. It's definitely the most talked about card. Did Jesse put it in play? I think he plays it in his Miraidon deck. Did he put it in play? Yeah.
No, we didn't see it.
So Mew EX going to come into play, restart, going to be able to draw a couple extra cards most likely. Or is Lucas debating just discarding it to the research? And I think that's actually going to happen. Mew is pretty strong in this matchup to be able to respond to a Dragonite.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting to see here from Lucas, but we did see that double turbo energy go down onto the Snorlax to fully power it up here now on the bench. Of course, that other double turbo was powered with the primal turbo onto that Lugia V-Star. Lots of turbos in this deck. It's kind of a turbo deck, if you ask me. Mesa Goza going to be put into play. Ooh, going to be a tails that time, so avoiding the heads there. But now Lucas is able to advance this Snorlax into the active position, and we're going to see a knockout here.
Yep, going to be able to deal with this Comfey, and this is kind of a similar situation to what we saw in game number 1.
Yep.
Caleb does not have a great clear-cut response to this Pokemon. It's pretty much got to be a Dragonite or a Raikou. There's really the only options.
Yep, it's not sleeping. Caleb just making sure that's what's happening here. It's not asleep. It is a huge threat here on Lucas's board for Caleb Patton. And the timer has sort of turned. I mean, you're already kind of under the pressure.
Could be a big flip here.
Oh, and of course we don't see it. Oh, I think it's a reroll.
It is a tails. That would have been really nice if Caleb had hit heads there. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off by any means.
Chip.
But if Caleb had hit heads and been able to get out a Pokemon, we know that there's that Forest Sealstone in place. So could have grabbed maybe that Raikou. Could have maybe grabbed that Dragonite. Something like that. Probably the Raikou, though, in a spot and target down one of these 2 Lugia V-Star on the bench. Because Boss's Orders was already in the hand. Now Caleb having committed to that Colress's Experiment.
Colress's Experiment going to add 2 more cards into the Lost Zone here, bringing us up to 8 now. 3 cards going into the hand as well, stacking up the cards here to be able to use throughout this turn.
I got to say, too, this is probably a position where if you could get to 10 in the Lost Zone this turn, using Sableye to target down 2 Archeops, 60-60 apiece would be pretty nice, because then you can set up for the Greninja play. But in this instance, it's just not going to work. Greninja's in the prizes and that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so not only has Caleb whiffed the second turn attack, but he has now found himself in a position where it's just not
added up.
lining up really for what he wants to try to accomplish.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You just have to continuously adapt your strategy. And unfortunately for Caleb, that Radiant Greninja and the Hisuian Heavy Ball are in the prize card. So having to work around that, gonna at least be able to play this Nest Ball for the Dragonite V to be brought out onto the field here. We are at Lost Zone, or 8 in the Lost Zone here now, which of course brings the Mirage Gate online here for Caleb to be able to bring out some energy as well.
And this is what I'm saying, Boo, where keeping that Mew EX around would have probably been pretty nice. That is just your really only way in this deck to super efficiently respond to the Dragonite. Weirdeer can get in there, but requires quite a bit of energy, a pretty big commitment, and then you drain your deck of resources for later on.
Yeah, maybe it's sort of a riskier choice there, relying on the Weirdeer as the way to take out the Dragonite V, but hopefully it plays out here for Lucas potentially. But Caleb lining up that Dragonite V with a Water Energy and a Lightning Energy here, and then going to be able to Super Rod some more energy back into the deck as well.
Yeah, doing basically everything he can to try to make something happen at this point. It feels really bad to have to swing for 250 into a Snorlax with only 150 HP.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage onto that Snorlax. Of course, will take the knockout, but it's just going to be a single prize card, and that's why that Snorlax is so efficient in this deck.
Pretty smart play from Caleb to use the switch card here, even though the energy was available to potentially retreat this Comfey. Keep the energy hanging around so that on the next turn, if your opponent plays an Iono, you've got that pivot already set up.
Yeah, you're making sure to future-proof your upcoming turns. Do as much as you can to prepare yourself for anything from your opponent. And that's something you always have to be thinking about. What is what I want to avoid from my opponents, and then I can hopefully prepare myself to be able to do that. And that's exactly what Caleb Patton is doing.
I think Caleb is debating using Forest Sealstone now. Going to choose to hold off. Wait to see what he draws into, and it is going to be just one prize card drawn. A pretty decent one, though. Radiant Greninja will add a little bit more card draw at least.
Yep, Snorlax going to sleep off that feint, going into the discard pile here. A prize card for Caleb Patton. And now Lucas promoting that Lugia V-Star and starting off this next turn.
Has a Capturing Aroma in hand, choosing to go for the Mesa Goza first. Maybe wants to save that Capturing Aroma potentially for later on. We'll still go for it. I think the thing you're kind of looking for here is that Weirdeer. Let's see if the Aroma can find it. No, it is a Heads. Which means you have to get an evolution Pokemon.
Yeah, that's where Capturing Aroma can get awkward sometimes. You're looking for a certain role, and it always seems to be the opposite for me, at least. Every time I'm looking for that. But evolution Pokemon here, Lucas eyeing up what are the options for that. Going to be that Lugia V-Star in the deck coming out.
Also has that Luxray hanging around, a pretty cool card that these Lugia V-Star players are playing for the most part. It's got an ability that says if you are behind on prize cards, or if you have more prize cards than your opponent, I should say, with its Swelling Flash, you can put it directly into play. And then it has a really solid attack, Wild Charge, 180 damage for a Lightning and 2 colorless. Being a Lightning-type Pokemon, you can one-hit KO really popular Pokemon like opposing Lugia V-Stars and also Pidgeot EX. It's really not something that's going to come up in this matchup, but just overall a strong card in the deck for this weekend.
And it's a single prize card as well, which, gives it even further utility as a slot in this Lugia V-Star build of this deck. Lucas Thiel using these Primal Turbos to accelerate these energies. It's going to be a V-Guard and a Gift Energy going down onto this active Lugia V-Star.
And I think here, Lucas is just going to have to hit 200 damage. Not enough for a KO onto the Dragonite V. More than likely what we're going to be seeing happen, unless there's a Weirdeer and a Jet Energy in the hand, but I don't think there was.
Not that I saw, Chip. From Lucas, looks like just kind of tidying up the board here. Oh, there is actually a Weirdeer, but
no Jet Energy.
No Jet Energy, yeah.
Has the other Therapeutic, a double Turbo Energy as well. I don't think that's going to be enough energy. You're going to just see some energies being spread out now. And it will be the attack into the active Dragonite here. 200 damage with Tempest Dive and choosing to discard the Messagoza.
Yeah, of course, that double turbo nerfing the damage output just a little bit on that Lugia V-Star. So that Dragonite V is going to stay here in the active position for Caleb Patton. And Colress's Experiment is going to start off this next turn.
Yeah, we'll see which cards are chosen to keep. 5 cards seen, 2 to the Lost Zone, one of them easy, that Battle VIP pass, and I think Escape Rope was the other choice. Looks like a Raikou V was drawn. Are we going to see the pieces available for Caleb to try to take a knockout here this turn? Or could we be setting up a Radiant Greninja play? It looks like he's thinking of attaching to it.
Yeah, that Radiant Greninja, the amazing draw off of the prize cards there for Caleb, has only taken 1, and it was that card there. So Radiant Greninja coming into play here now for Caleb. And we're going to see that energy.
Yeah, so with this attachment, I think we're going to be going for that play of that Greninja, trying to target down these 2 Archeops most likely. Actually, for now, okay, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's just a swing into the active, maybe threatening the Greninja to clean up this Lugia on the next turn, and then it can also target down this Lugia to set yourself up to try to take those 4 prizes that way. Of course, Caleb's still on 5 prizes.
Would need 1 more.
Is going to naturally need a 1-prize KO at some point.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this maps out here for Caleb down the line. Of course, dealing the damage as well to the benched Pokemon from that Dragonite V. Lucas gonna roll a heads here off of that Messagoza, which is gonna allow for a Pokemon to come out. That Lumineon V being benched right away for Luminous Sign to bring out Iono, the Disruption card here.
Yeah, so Caleb still has 5 prize cards, so it's not going to be as disruptive as it maybe possibly could be, but the fact that there's, it looks like 1 million cards in Caleb's hand right now.
There's so many.
It's probably worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucas taking a quick look at the hand here, but just going to go straight in for that Iono. Both of our players shuffling up the hands. All of those cards that were in Caleb Patton's hand going to go to the bottom here, and we're going to see the prize cards dictating how many cards these players draw. Both of them sitting tied right now at 5 prize cards each.
Lucas here with the new hands. Let's see what he's able to make happen with it. Looks like a Nest Ball and a Jet Energy. Could open up some plays with something like a Snorlax or a Weirdeer later on. For now, though, Tempest Dive will clean up this knockout, sending Lucas down to just 3 prize cards remaining. Still absolutely ahead in this game. We'll see what Caleb Patton has to respond.
Yep, we will see 2 prize cards down over to Caleb's side now. Comfey with that energy already attached to give it that pivot option being promoted here into the active. And we're going to see this first flower selecting between a Super Rod and, was that the Drapion?
Yeah.
All right, Drapion.
Pretty easy choice.
Easy going into the last zone here. So that Super Rod is going to be added to the hand. Fantastic there. We're debating the Escape Rope here now, just double checking all the cards in the hand, but it's going to be that Escape Rope from Caleb Patton. Lucas having to choose what to promote here into the active position now.
It might just be going with the Greninja here. There is Mirage Gate in the hand, so that could work as a way to start to target some things down.
Lucas promoting this Archeops very slowly.
Very
but
cautiously.
Yeah, very cautiously, but it's going to be the Archeops going into the active here. And of course, that Radiant Greninja that Caleb has been eyeing up here to make some plays in this game. Super Rod is going to be used as well.
Going back in. It's a little awkward, honestly, to super out a bunch of energy back in the exact turn that you're planning to attack with your Radiant Greninja.
True.
Obviously, in this spot, Caleb needed it in order to be able to pull off an attack. There's too many water energies down in the discard pile, but the water energies being back in the deck are really strong for you to Radiant Greninja away later on in the game.
Yeah.
Only 1 Mirage Gate still remaining, so with this Greninja, most likely you're expecting it to go down. It doesn't feel as strong to have to fill the deck with cards that effectively aren't going to do too much for you.
Absolutely, Chip. Unfortunate turn of events, but got to do what you got to do, especially with one of the Super Rod already being in the lost zone as well for Caleb. So let's just down another resource. But we are going to see that Radiant Greninja here, and those energy go into the discard. So.
And now Lucas able to draw for turn. Like we mentioned, has the Nest Ball. Looks like Lugia V was found. A few Jet Energy, so definitely a Snorlax play could be in line.
Nest Ball coming out here for Lucas. Going to search a basic Pokemon out of the deck. And look at that, Chip. You're a psychic. Bringing out that Snorlax here onto the bench for Lucas.
And then probably wants to put at least a Therapeutic Energy on there. That one seems obvious. Gift Energy really probably isn't that good. It's fine. You know, I guess if you don't put it on there, Caleb feels really okay just trying to knock it out with something like a Raikou or a Dragonite. But if you do leave it on there, Caleb has options to try to get around it with Escape Rope or Sableye.
Yep, we're going to see the Capturing Aroma here from Lucas.
It is going to be the Heads flip that gets an Evolution Pokemon out. Probably just an Archeops to thin. Looks like that is the choice.
Yep, thinning that out of the deck here. Another card played. Advancing this game, Ultra Ball is going to be an easy choice for that Archeops to go down to, as well as that Lugia V. Lumineon V being drawn off of the Ultra Ball for another Iono. This time, though, both of our players are at 3 cards.
Definitely a much stronger turn to Iono. And as Lugia, if you can Iono Lost Box a handful of times in a row, you're usually feeling pretty solid.
Yeah.
We do have to mention less than 9 minutes remaining in this round, right around 8. So if Caleb finds a way to claw back in and win this game, we could be looking at a tie situation. So Lucas definitely knows the clock is a factor here, wants to make sure that he's winning this game without a doubt and doesn't even have to leave a tie on the table.
Yeah, definitely do not want to be doing that for sure. Snorlax going to join us in the active here thanks to that Jet Energy pushing it up there, and we're going to see that Thumping Snore.
Yep, of course not going to sleep because of Therapeutic Energy. Caleb promoting now that Comfey. Does find the Raikou. That's the easiest way to try to deal with this Snorlax. Let's see what Flower Selecting sees.
Going to be a Force Seal Stone as well as a Psychic Energy, opting to keep the energy in the hand.
Wanted to ensure that an attack can happen, I imagine, with Sableye now that Lost Mine is set up. Of course, Lost Mine not able to deal with this Snorlax, but can target this Archeops, clean it up, and then probably just wants to place 60 damage onto one of these Lumineon, try to clean them up. Maybe 50 damage as well would work.
Yep.
Target those so that next turn they can be cleaned up.
Yeah, we were talking about the prize map, including another one prize Pokemon here for Caleb, and seeing that with that Archeops being targeted here for the damage off of this Sableye, of course, allowing you to spread 12 damage counters, 120 damage across Lucas's field, and is going to draw that prize card as well off of that Archeops knockout. Caleb Patton down to 2 prize cards left. Lucas, on the other hand, starting us off with an Ultra Ball.
And let's see what's left in the deck here. Lucas really has just kind of one play he wants to go for, and I don't think I see a collapsed stadium in the deck. That would be the thing you want to make happen here. Put another basic Pokemon down, and then collapsed away this heavily damaged Lumineon so that there's no Sableye target for the next turn, but I do not see the collapse hanging around.
It's in the prize cards? It's in the prize. Well, okay, so
there's
one copy was discarded already early game. One's in the discard, and there's another one in the prize cards for Lucas.
So now really all Lucas can do, there's no option to Iono, is actually not even going to go for research. He's just going to swing with the Snorlax and say, all right, if you've got it, you've got it. Let's see if Caleb Patton can find a way to pull off another Sableye here.
Yeah, let's see if it can happen. Going to start with a Flower Selecting. All of these choices so important. Battle VIP Pass, of course, an easy choice to put into the Lost Zone here for that Escape Rope, which is going to be used now. Lucas getting to choose what to promote first into the active. And, of course, Caleb switching into that Comfey to be able to pull off another Flower Selecting.
He does find that Forest Seal Stone. Is that going to be enough to guarantee it here? He's got Super Rod. He's got Sableye available through the Super Rod. He's got Psychic Energy available through the Super Rod. What one card can he find with the Forest Seal Stone that guarantees it for him? Boss's Orders also can work, bringing up the Lumineon, retreating, and then Cramorant can clean up the KO. That's perfect math as well. 170 damage. We're going to game 3. Just 5 minutes remaining, though.
Wow, huge plays here from Caleb, and gonna take things down, tying things up between both of these players. Chip, we're just all about the ties, I'm telling you. I swear. Caleb Patton bringing things back here. 1-to-1 between these players now, and yeah. That's a lot of pressure for 5 minutes.
Yeah, we didn't really even see it on the main broadcast feed, but Lucas flashing for just a moment there. Collapse Stadium was in the prizes.
Yes.
Recognized that's what he would have liked to have found. Now, Caleb would have probably been pretty close to still just winning the game, would have probably needed a little bit more dig, would have probably thinned and played a little bit differently to leave the option open to find Boss's Orders Raikou for game. Really close one here in game number 2.
It was incredibly close here for sure, but here we see Caleb getting those last pieces
and
needed.
the Forest Sealstone was all that was needed to find the literal last piece, that Boss's Orders.
Absolutely. That is awesome here for Caleb Patton, piecing everything together here, getting that Boss's Orders, and taking the knockout on Lumineon V with Cramorant.
Cramorant coming in, doing some work. That 60 damage ends up being super relevant from the Sableye. And Caleb is able to, for free, clean up that last KO.
So I won't say ties just yet, Chip, because anything can happen between these players. Not only do we have to run down the timer, but we also have 3 additional turns here. So really anything can happen, and we've seen some wild starts for really both of these decks before, especially when we get into so close to the top 8 and then even in our top 8 matches. So nothing is being counted out yet between these players, and I'm sure they realize that as well. They need great startups initially for both of them.
We'll see if Lucas can find a basic to get this game going, and I think in this spot, you know, we've talked about which deck is favored in these type of positions. I think it has to be the Turbo Lost Box deck. Lugia definitely needs quite a bit more setup, and Caleb's deck can pop off. I mean, he's not really done too much in the early turns of game 1 or game number 2. But his deck is absolutely capable of going turn 1 Raikou, turn 1 Dragonite, taking knockouts and potentially clearing Lucas's only Lugia out of play. That's a very real possibility.
Scary.
And, you know, when time is expired, it's going to be +3 turns from whoever's turn it is. So it'll be turn 0 for whoever's turn it is, +1, +2, +3. So each player effectively will get 2 turns, during time to try to close things out. So if Caleb can find a way to take 2 prizes before time expires and guarantee that he'll have 2 full turns, there is definitely a chance he could win this set.
We'll have to see how this plays out here. Lucas just starting with that Snorlax flipped up already.
A pair of Archeops prize for Lucas and a Therapeutic Energy. Nothing too bad on Caleb Patton's end. The one of Palpad, but we haven't really seen that come up just yet. Let's get into this game 3, Boo.
Game 3 indeed between Caleb Patton and Lucas Thiel. Lucas going to start us off here with a familiar card, Mesa Goza, but it is going to be a Tails, so no Pokemon being searched out there. Off of that Mesa Goza, we're just going to see that Snorlax starting in the active with a double Turbo Energy.
Don't see an out to Lugia V. There is no out to Lugia V in this hand. Just a pass here from Lucas. All right, if I am Caleb, I'm absolutely going to be flying right now. We're not worried about checking prize cards. We're not worried about being optimal. We are trying to get through the deck. He's found the Mirage Gate. There's a Battle VIP pass in the hand. I already see a Lost Vacuum as well. Come on, Caleb. Let's see if he can make it happen. He's already moving quickly.
Going quick as possible here for Caleb off of this Battle VIP pass. Going for the Pokemon. Oh, Chip, do we see the Ditto coming out here?
I guess we do. Is that going to be the choice? Just
Could just be counting the Pokemon.
It thins an extra card out is what it does effectively.
True, yeah.
You know, if you get that active, use that Ditto, transformative start, move into a Comfey, you get 1 extra card out of your deck. Really smart maximum thinning from Caleb.
Ditto having full utility here and on full showcase. This is a brand new card for us from the 151 set here for Caleb. And we are flying into the Lost Zone here. Drapion V, easy choice here to stick in that Lost Zone. And here we go.
Boom.
We're seeing it happen in 4K here, Chip.
I don't think we're streaming at 4K.
It's true. Sorry, Twitch
1080p,
viewers.
here we go.
We're seeing it happen at 1080p here, folks. That Comfey coming straight out of that Ditto transformative
Boo,
start.
I just don't think there's going to be enough time here. It's just not going to happen. There's 12 seconds left on the clock at this moment. Caleb is in really just truly such a strong position, but there's just not enough time on the clock for this to happen.
That is quite unfortunate, Chip. You got to crush my dreams right away.
Well, okay. There is one world where this happens.
All right, I like to hear this.
So Lucas didn't really do anything last turn. Obviously, he could have a supporter in hand, but he didn't play any search cards, so you know there's no out to any other basic Pokemon, because if there was, Lugia V would have 1,000% come into play.
Yeah.
So if Lucas didn't have a supporter in hand, which Caleb doesn't know, and Caleb can take a knockout this turn and take a knockout next turn, Caleb would win. Unfortunately, though, Lucas does have, or unfortunately for Caleb, I should say, Lucas does have an Iono, so pretty decent odds to at least find one more basic to ensure that this can become a tie. Let's see how it plays out, though. We'll see what happens.
We will see indeed.
And it looks like we ran out of gas, so there's not even going to be an attack this turn. Not even going to be a knockout, I should say, this turn.
Yeah, not a knockout. Is going to be an attack thanks to that lost vacuum. Adding the 4th card into the lost zone here. So Kramer going to get that attack. So we're over onto Lucas's side now. That damaged Snorlax in the active here. Gift energy being attached onto the board.
And this is the thing I like the most about this colorless Lugia deck is this right here. The fact that turn 1, Lucas whiffed Lugia V, but got a Snorlax, got an energy on it, so now he can still do something this turn. He can still attack, he can still take a knockout, and still try to set up his board, get a Lugia V. Obviously, in this exact instance, we're not going to really get to see that come to fruition through a complete game, and it looks like the players are now kind of talking about it, trying to figure out the situation. It's kind of unfortunate because I think Caleb definitely feels like he's in a strong position here, but it looks like it will just end in a tie.
A tie once again, Chip, between these players. Lucas Thiel and Caleb Patton adding another match point to their records, but neither of them coming out with a win here in this match. It was so close, and it was very exciting at a lot of points here, but each of them took a game, and that's going to end up in a tie for these players.
Yep, so neither of these players will make it into our top 8, but still a lot that they were playing for at this point by getting to 34 match points for Caleb and 33 match points for Lucas. Caleb is probably going to be in the top 16, Lucas in the top 32. They're each going to lock up a good amount of prize money, tons of booster packs, tons of championship points as well towards that invitation to the Worlds.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun game to watch here. We see, well, this first flip was just a single heads here from Lucas, but that kind of turned around in the future here. We got a bunch of double heads here for Lucas. Of course, had to discard a therapeutic energy, and one was in the prize cards. So even working with a sleepy Snorlax, it didn't stay sleepy for too long. We got multiple double flips here from Lucas, and that really carried the game and carried the pace of game 1. Weird Deer here being in the active position for Lucas, and Caleb Patton was just gonna scoop it up, realizing there was no way out of that situation in our game 1. This is game 2 now between these players. And Lucas having to now finally has the therapeutic energy to use on this Snorlax, and had the pace at the beginning of this game, but Caleb Patton was able to finally get a better start, throw that Dragonite V up that we saw take some incredible knockouts, and there just wasn't as good of a response here from Lucas Thiel in this position.
Yep, didn't quite have what was needed to close things out. Went down to just one single prize, but that collapsed stadium being in the prizes, the one card he was really hoping to find in this spot. As we're going through this replay, Boo, I was taking kind of a peek at the final standings here as things are getting sorted out. It actually looks like no 35-point players missed, by the way. So it looks like it's going to be a clean cut. If you got to 35 match points, you ended up making it into top 8 of this tournament. It's just kind of, you know, sometimes, sometimes there's some like natural ties, right, that lead to these things happening. Like, for example, our stream game, right? So now because of that, no players are going to miss out who got to 35 match points.
Oh, that is cool to see. Definitely a nice situation, because I think in Pittsburgh we had a ton of players.
It was a lot.
It was a lot of players, and any of them could have been the bubble in to top cut, but only one made it in there. So that's nice to see all of our 35 match point players making it in. That means we're going to start seeing who is our final top 8 here in Peoria, Illinois.
Going to be coming up very soon. Things are getting finalized out there on the floor. It sounds like our match was one of the last ones still playing. There are still a couple more things happening out and about in the field. We'll try to get updated as soon as we can, because trust me, we are just as excited to see as you are at home who is going to become our regional champion here in Peoria, Illinois.
Yup, and even more exciting, Chip, we get to cast the finals too, so we'll be seeing you all back here. Of course, we just took you through our last 2 Swiss rounds, but we'll be seeing you once again for our finals, where we get to crown the champion of Peoria, Illinois, and add another player onto that TBD screen that we see. Of course, Andrew Estrada being our first winner in this season of a regional championship in Pittsburgh. I'm excited to see who our second will be here in Peoria.
I'm getting word, Boo.
Yeah.
We do have standings. We can take a look at who our top 8 players are going to be for this event. Rowan Stavino up there at the first seed, 39 match points. He and JW actually played out their last game. And I think that's a strategic call from Rowan.
Yeah.
He feels like Miraidon is a good matchup. He knows that if he wins that last Swiss round that they played, he'll have a lot of match points, and JW will be likely into cut because he has good resistance, but is going to be at 35 match points. So he was trying to give himself a chance to play against a super favorable matchup in top 8. Ends up not happening, though. It's going to be Rowan playing up against Grant Shin at the 8th seed there. Grant Shin sneaking in there. Of course, a clean cut here at 35 match points, but he made it happen with that Chien Pao deck.
That is awesome. Grant Shin on the Chien Pao here, but Rowan on that Mew VMAX.
Yep.
And we also have Brent Tonneson as well, Chip.
That's a huge one to see. Of course, Brent traveling here all the way from Australia to compete in this event.
Will it happen again, Chip?
Is it going to happen again? That is the question. Of course, Henry Brand last year won the Milwaukee Regional Championships traveling up here from Australia. Man, these Australian players, what do they got down under?
I'm telling you,
what do they feed these Pokemon players?
They have just the sheer power of all the Australian players cheering on the Australian players that
also
bring their talent to our stages here in NA.
And one other thing, there's a pair of Canadian players. We've already talked about Rowan, but also Raymond Long from Canada. Andrew Estrada, who won our first regional championships. He's from Canada as well. U.S., come on, man. We got to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, we could end up with 2 Canadians here as the only winners so far throughout this season on the map, taking championships down here in our regional championships. And that would be pretty awesome to see as well. We have a ton of Canadian players that are always rooting on their players there too.
Of course, JW Krewall and Jesse Parker, friends, teammates, partners. Those who work together succeed together, it turns out. Both playing Miraidon, both making it into top 8. Jesse, what a run he is having, by the way, making 2nd place in Pittsburgh. Maybe looking for some redemption, looking for an opportunity to try and get his own regional title. Unfortunately, the way things have worked out, though, he's going to have to go through his friend, JW Krewall, to make that happen. They are going to be playing each other 3 versus 6,
Dreaded.
and JW is going to be trying to play for his 3rd ever regionals win.
That is incredible. So much on the line here for all of these players. We also see Terrence Miller there as well with Lost Zone Box. Of course, Jack Carter we saw with Lost Zone Box too.
Yep.
So Lost Box making it into our top 8.
And that's also what Raymond Long is playing as well, though Raymond
Awesome.
is playing Kyogre. So
a couple different builds.
Definitely a couple different builds, but I mean, we remember what won Pittsburgh, right? It was that Lost Box Kyogre. Once you get into top cut, does Kyogre just gain those special powers? Is it able to make it happen? 8 amazing players in top cut. Only time is going to tell who is going to take it down. It absolutely could be any one of them, Boo. I am so excited, genuinely. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, some incredible names, lots of representation from different regions as well. So it's going to be cool to see what happens. Definitely make sure you take note of what's going on here and let us know who you're rooting for now in our top 8 that is about to be underway.
Yeah, get your brackets filled out. What's your prediction going to be? I will say, you know, Jesse Parker had a pretty solid path in top 8 of Pittsburgh, hit a couple of Lugia V-Star, one in top 8, one in top 4. Solid matchup for him. There's no Lugia in this top cut. He's going to have to get through his friend, JW. Probably going to have to play a Lost Box somewhere along the way as well, which is a tougher matchup. So let's see if Jesse can make back-to-back finals appearances, or is it going to be a Canadian player taking down another North American Regional Championships, or is Brent Tonneson
with Gardevoir
going to make it happen? So many incredible stories. I really am so excited, Boo, to see what's going to happen.
Incredible stories, incredible decks as well. If we're talking from a deck perspective, what do you think has the best chance of making it through this top 8 and advancing into a top 4 and potentially into the finals?
Well, I'd have to take a good look at kind of what the bracket is going to look like. Gardevoir is decently positioned if it can find a way to get around some of the stuff that Lost Box has. Jack actually has some pretty good cards in his list for the Gardevoir matchup, and that's going to be what happens 2 versus 7, Jack versus Brent. So maybe I would probably give Jack like a slight edge there.
Gotcha.
Rowan versus Grant, I probably give a slight edge to I don't know, it's actually a really tough one. I'd probably give a slight edge to the Mew VMAX, to be honest. 3 versus 6, that's a Miraidon Mirror, so one of them is going to win, obviously. And 4 versus 5, Raymond Long versus Terrence Miller. That's a Lost Box Mirror.
Ooh,
I don't know. It's shaping up,
tough.
to me, honestly, it feels like it could be a Lost Box tournament.
Oh, once again, huh,
Yep.
Chip? And honestly, if we see another Lost Box take down another one of our regional championships to start out this season, how do you think that's going to affect our metagame going forward? Is it going to start to iron
Pull
out?
out the Clef Keys, pull the Empoleon Vs, potentially. I don't know. We'll see how people respond. The thing is about this meta is, like, even if Lost Box wins this event, I don't think it's going to be more than, like, 12 to 15% at the next regional championships, you know?
Yep.
There's just so many good, solid decks, and it's had a good run today. Lots of great players have chosen to play it, but anything can happen. Only time will tell, Boo. We're going to take a quick little break, though, as we prepare and get ready for our top 8 bracket. You're not going to want to miss it. This is a truly exciting one. Don't go anywhere.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was a missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it!
JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Coverment is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow, Wadaz, he is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into Boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I did not expect to make it all the way.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone.
Denting Grob and Emi Riddle. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm going to have so much fun.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive World things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the Worlds playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the Worlds promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
You've been caught there, Jeremy. You've been absolutely caught. We were getting a little bit too into the music there. I'm Adam Daracott, joined by Jeremy Jallon, and we'll be guiding you through top 8 and top 4 today, as this top 8 is quite the juicy one.
It is looking pretty good today. A ton of great named players, a ton of storylines that we're hoping to run into yet again. It is going to be a tournament for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to see how it all plays out. 8 fantastic players, a nice variety of decks. Like you said, we've got rematches from certain finals that we've had pretty recently. We've got international players, and I don't mean Canada. I mean a completely different hemisphere.
Well, there's
making
Canada
it in
too.
as well. Yeah, Canada is international, but it's not as international as Australia.
Coming all the way over from the other side of the world, able to make the top 8 here. Brent Tonnison's going to try to put in some work, but has a ton of great players to try to make it through to get that championship.
Yeah, I mean, there is just every player in here. I can't even try and pick who might be able to win this one, right? There's just so many fantastic players who, you know, all of them could win it. Maybe there's going to be a couple tougher matchups in there. The variety of decks is nice as well. It's not, you know, one of those cuts where it's like 7 and a rogue choice. There is a really good mix in there. A couple Miraidons really starting to stake their claim, so plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, a Lost Zone Radiant Charizard making it into top 8 with Terrence Miller, local player from mine, but he's hoping to kind of put Sablezard back on the map since, you know, it won Peoria last year.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a little look back at what's been going on today, and one of our, I believe both of them made it into top 8 as well. We saw the Turbo Lost Box start off the day very, very strong against Jesse Parker, piloted by Jack Carter. Big plays coming through, just being able to pick up those premium knockouts with the Dragonite V, being able to throw down big amounts of damage and get it powered up nice and quickly with the help of the Mirage Gate. This game was really exciting, and it also had some of the craziest Pokestops we've seen of most of my memory watching this kind of deck.
Exactly. When you're able to draw 9 cards off of your Pokestops throughout one game and throughout the entire match without even giving the ability for your opponent to use them either, Lost vacuum them right away, just showing you have what it takes to turbo through your Turbo Lost Box deck and get the cards that you need. Bringing up here the Cramorant, taking the knockout on the Mareep to get things started, and it was just all downhill from there. You can see it on Jesse's face. Was not happy for this match. There's the boss's orders to seal things up. No energy left in play for Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse knew at that point that, you know, those manual attachments, the electric generators were not as efficient as those Pokestops were for Jack. So plenty to go on with. We, of course, moved on. Billy Chan versus Jesse Spencer. We got to see some Lugia, something that seemed to be eluding us over the course of this day. But going up against the Gardevoir, this game, you know, both trainers just trying to find a way to really take this one down. But it does go, absolutely goes the distance. You know, some tough discards to make as well. Tyranitar put in good work in this set.
And, of course, just not really seeing Lugia throughout the entire day 1 and then up until round 14, day 2 is pretty crazy with it being one of the most played decks, but able to still stick around. Unfortunately, this game didn't really have much going for it. There's the knockout there with the Tyranitar V, and now having that Stonejourner,
yeah,
the land pulse, but resistance is a thing in this game. Mew, while it has a very little HP and 60 HP, does minus 30 resistance to fighting Pokemon.
Yeah, so that 80 just wasn't enough to get it there. You know, both trainers playing it all the way out, but you can see as we're announcing the final couple of attacks here, just how low that timer is. So trainers going the distance in game number 2. There's the boss's orders to get that Lugia V-Star. That, of course, is all he needs to take the knockout. Ties up the set 1-1. I believe this was the moment where Jesse asked our judge time in round remaining, and that is his response to the 6 minutes that he was informed of by our judging staff.
And with time being called, both players not really in much of an advantageous position take the tie there, and Billy ended up playing Brent Tonnison, playing up to him last round. If he would have won, there was a possibility that a 34 could have made it in, but that is not how things shaped up here. And then round 15, of course, it is Lugia, but the colorless version up against a Turbo Lost Zone box, and Snorlax putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, the Snorlax making it really awkward as well. I mean, it's quite a beefy Pokemon to try and remove, right? 150 is, you got to hit it with something pretty big, and it only gives up 1 prize as well, but that Thumping Snore, more than enough in response and pretty easy to power up. Obviously, game 1, taking some time. Pokestop, once again, was going to be a piece, but Caleb realized it was just a little bit behind the pace there. So, you know, not the easiest game to play. Taking game 1 for Lucas. Obviously, game 2 does start to play out as well. Caleb getting, you know, all the pieces he needs. You love to see hands like that when you're just looking at Chorus's experiments. But, you know, has to try and find the knockouts. Does get the Dragonite V powered up and can start just overwhelming with the amount of damage he can put down. Taking knockouts, kind of staying on pace with Lucas early doors. But, you know, the time, as you can see once again, was ticking down. This is something that definitely you have to be mindful of when you're playing these turbo decks, right? You need to draw games short. In the end, it's the Raikou V. Get rid of V-Star, has to move his lost zone to try and find it. But all he needs is the boss's orders, grabs that, and should be able to wrap this one up. But that said, kind of a repeat of round number 14 as well, at 1-on-1 with no time on the clock. No knockouts on the board and just no way to be able to try and wrap this one up. Wasn't able to get that turbo turn 1 play up. That sets us up for our bracket. And wow, these are phenomenal players and phenomenal games.
Yeah, you have Rowan Stavno up against Grant Shen. That's a rematch of Hartford Finals where Rowan was able to take it in exciting fashion against the single strike Lugia that Grant was playing. Terrence Miller up against Raymond Long. Now, Raymond Long was Terrence's one loss in Swiss today, so looking for a little bit of revenge there. Jesse Parker, JW Krewald. I'm pretty sure that they're playing the exact same list, or at least close to it. It has got to be that awkward Ride-On mirror match. And then, of course, Brent Tonneson versus Jack Carter. And that is going to be a pretty great one as well.
Yeah, I think all 8 of these players do have the ability to win the tournament. They're in the right position. All they got to do is get through 3 more rounds to be our champion here in Peoria. We are, of course, going with Rowan Stavno versus Grant Shen as our featured match for this round. It makes sense. Rematch of Hartford. Hartford wasn't that long ago, so should be able to see some good gameplay there.
Yeah, we're just got to watch out for the handshakes.
Yeah, you tipped me off about that. I was working on the video game side for Hartford, and I've heard that they get a little bit cheeky with the handshake here. So I'll be mindful of that, not calling games too early. Thanks for the heads up on that one, Jeremy.
It is pretty crazy to me that once again we have found Mew VMAX in a top 8 first seed of a regional championship. This deck will not go away.
Yeah, it is going to be Rowan Stavno on the Mew VMAX going up against Grant Shen's Chien Pao. So bring a little bit of variety in there as well. Could be 2 decks just trying to really just swing for big knockouts, right? That's really all they've got going for them, is just swinging for knockouts.
Yeah, take knockouts every turn, hope to draw some cards with the likes of Genesec V or B-Barrel on Grant's side of the board. And it honestly could be a pretty crazy one. We also get to feature the new card from 151 Grabber. In this Mew VMAX list.
I do want to see a Grabber. See if maybe you could throw away one of those really important pieces.
Caliber?
Yeah,
oh.
If you set it up and he's got the Grabber, that's definitely one that I know Adam Watson is very excited about. We're going to head on down to the stage and dive right in here in top 8, making sure we get to it. There is, of course, confirmation of the decks and our players. Looks like they're set up and pretty much ready to go, so we should be able to dive in pretty promptly.
Yeah, it is going to be that powerful Mew VMAX up against Chien Pao EX. And Chien Pao has been a deck that has kind of not really broken through. It had a top 8 in Pittsburgh just 3 weeks ago and is looking for a little bit of improvement on there, but I think it's just the 1 in top 8 yet again, right?
Yeah, but Grant Shen is going to be a great pilot of it, somebody who is no stranger to advancing through a top 8, so definitely going to make it for an interesting match. Looks like our judges are just checking everything is good and ready to go. But, there is a couple of little interesting additions. I know Rowan was trying to highlight one of the one-ofs in his deck. We'll wait and see if that becomes relevant a little bit later on. I do think the Grabber could be particularly useful here, so we'll see.
Especially in combination with that one-of.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll save it for later.
It'll be a surprise.
Yeah. See if Grant knows about it, but being able to cause problems if he gets some of those plays off should be excited. Players in good spirits as well, ready to get underway very shortly.
No strangers to the stage, to the lights, to the white noise, and we have our 8 players after over 1,700 players in the Masters division here, able to whittle it down, and now we just have 3 more matches, like you said, until we crown our champion. They become a little bit richer and get that invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. Here are the accomplishments for Rowan. Of course, we already know Hartford Regional Champion, as a world champion from 2015 in the junior division, playing Mew VMAX with that Genesec V, Grant Shen. Hartford Regional finalist. They've been here before. Knoxville Regional top 8. OCIC top 8 in 2023 and top 4 in San Diego Regional 2023. Both of these players have been super consistent ever since we've came back.
Yeah, they've just been really good. I mean, a huge 2023 for Grant there. Players definitely in good spirits, so should be a fun one. Even the judges getting in on the action as well. Just ready to hear the final. This is, of course, Seed 1 versus Seed 8. Rowan coming in as the first seed, so picking up a massive collection of match points there. 39.
Yeah, 39 match points. It is crazy to see, but only 2 losses throughout the entire game. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards here. There's that Luxray V that we were kind of alluding to. Fang Snipe able to take a trainer from your opponent's hand and get rid of it, but 2 Genesect V in the prize cards. That's not what you want to see for this Mew VMAX deck.
You want to get a good few of those down, being able to keep using the Fusion Strike system, keep replenishing the hand. Obviously, the Luxray V and the Grabber together, getting rid of 2 cards could really ruin Grant's day, but it depends on what he's relying on, right? And think about what cards would you discard with the Luxray V? Could it be a...
Gyarados?
Yeah, get rid of that.
Rare Candy?
Yeah, if he's already picked up the Rare Candy, why not, right? If he's picked it up for next turn, it could be a problem. But not something we'll see early on in this game. As we head on down into the game, Mew V in the active for Rowan, starting off with the Chromatic. Wait for the spin, and it's going to be a Tails.
I was about to say, wait for the handshake.
Yeah, oh no, not the handshake. Not this early. They can't get us like this. He does have a follow-up, though. The Battle VIP Pass will be able to start diving in that deck, start making some counts, see what he's got in there. He's going for the Genesect, obviously wants to keep the hand nice and full, but those are going to be his only 2. So the other 2 are in the prizes. Getting those down, just running through the rest of the counts very quickly here.
Again, this will be able to see those 2 Genesect in the prizes, also the Luxray. The Luxray could be good against Grant in this matchup, just because Grant really does need to set up that Baxcalibur before he can really do anything.
Yep, getting the Baxcalibur setup is going to be big here. He's starting off with the Bidoof in the active, so definitely plenty of work needed to be done on Grant's side, but Rowan just making sure all his ducks are in a row, being able to know exactly where he's going to be able to go in this game, what he needs to find off the prizes potentially a little bit later.
Now, Rowan does play a Hisuian Heavy Ball, so if he finds that, can search out another Genesect V or that Luxray from the prize cards. Granted, that is a card that you have to actually draw into. I guess you can search for it with Cramomatic, but you need the heads for that.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to go in, grab the Hisuian Heavy, and just free one of those pieces, but not going to be an option right now. There is the Path to the Peak in play, the Lost Vacuum.
Getting rid of cards in your hand, 0 cards in hand now, so you can draw the most with these Fusion Strike systems. 3 cards off the first one here. 4 Sealstone found along with the Cramomatic. So this turn is definitely not over for Rowan.
No, plenty of ways to obviously play cards down, keep going there as well. Cramomatic, getting rid of the Ultra Ball.
Another Tails.
Not seeing him go for the deck, yeah. So does put down the Forest Sealstone, does go with another Fusion Strike system. Obviously, has the option. He is going to go with the Grabber. Grant just confirming that. Opponent reveals their hand. Put a Pokemon you find that on the bottom of their deck. No. Oh, he's got the Bibarel. Okay. That can get put away, but it's not like he was going to be able to use it this turn anyway. But you do get a good look at the hand as well and see, the Pokestop, the Nest Ball. Certainly, a little ways to go, I think, if you're Grant. No Battle VIP Pass either.
Honestly, though, Grabber, if anything, is best against this Chien-Pao deck because they don't usually play draw supporters very much. There's 1 Iono in the list, no Professor's Research. So being able to put back that Bibarel is actually pretty important.
Yeah, well, he is going to be able to get the Hisuian Heavy Ball play done. Getting one of those Genesect Vs, just continuing to draw cards. And he's obviously going to get to draw even more now as well, getting another one down. So Power Tablet played first to keep really emptying things out, getting an additional 3 cards. And we see the Heavy Ball go back in at the middle. There's the Mew V. And looks like, yep, we're just going to retreat that into the other Mew V, preserve that energy in the back, and pass it on over to Grant. So we know what's in the hand. He's got a couple energy, the energy retrieval, the superior energy retrieval, I believe, the Pokestop, and 1 cross switcher, 1 Nest Ball. So plenty to be done in this turn if you're Grant.
I don't know about plenty, but Nest Ball can at least
Well, he's got a lot to do, but he's not got a lot of resources to do it.
Gonna need to rely on a pretty big Pokestop flip, and we've seen a few of those.
Yeah, well, he does get 1 card to really help him out. It is going to be that Radiant Greninja, which, of course, is going to be able to, start drawing him more cards. Why do you need draw supporters, Jeremy, when you've just got the Radiant Greninja and you just get 2 free cards?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, at the cost of 1 energy, but you can get those back, so it's almost free.
Does have energy in hand to use that concealed cards as well. And now Grant is going to search through, check his own prizes, figure out where you can go from here. You definitely need to draw something like that Battle VIP pass to get your basic Pokemon set up so the following turn you can start getting some energy down.
The Battle VIP pass would be huge here, being able to, get some Frigibaxes down, get a Chienpao out as well. I mean, start thinning the deck a little bit. Could really help him out there, but just counting it up, doesn't need to do much more. Of course, got to be careful with those Pokestops as well. You don't want to waste resources too early, particularly if you're, you're limited and you've got a couple super rods. Could be a definite problem, but we'll see. There's the concealed cards, waiting for the cut. Let's see what he gets. Okay.
Ultra Ball is not too bad. I guess it's an out, but here's the Pokestop.
Irida, Bibarel, and an Ultra Ball.
All right.
Ooh. Well, the Bibarel, I mean, at least he's shuffled the deck, right? So the one that got Grabbed is sort of dealt with, but he can get another Bidoof down. Obviously, can search out, but I think he just needs more Pokemon this turn. So it is going to be the Ultra Ball, getting rid of the Cross Switcher and that energy. And can go in and grab something he needs to get set up. Getting the Frigibax out. Obviously, this deck does not function without the Baxcalibur, so you need something there.
That is going to put a ton of pressure on Grant for the following turn, though, because with just one Frigibax in play, if Rowan's able to find a boss's orders to take that out, get the KO, there is no possible way for Grant to really get a KO for a couple turns.
Yeah, he's then going to have to completely rebuild his board, and that's going to be pretty devastating for him here as well. So tough opening turn for Grant. Got a couple pieces, but does just pass the turn. We're over to Rowan, who's got a very well-developed board. Should be in a good position. Obviously needs to thin the hand. There's another Mew going down, so he's going to start drawing as well with the Fusion Strike system. Grabbing some extra cards.
I believe found a boss's orders, but no Mew VMAX just yet.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Lost Vacuum, getting rid of the Pokestop, so making sure that it's not an easy out for the side of Rowan. He's going to just keep an eye on what's going on. There's the Power Tablet, just being played down in case he does find something he can start causing problems with. Let's see, there's the boss's orders on the Frigibax, so this game has gone from slow to arguably worse for the side of Grant.
I do like playing the boss's orders, just get it out of your hand, that way you can draw extra cards, and off of that second Fusion Strike system, Rowan does find an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball will be able to find that Mew VMAX, and therefore you can bring it up and then take the knockout on the Frigibax. Chienpao EX as a deck, not very good at coming back.
No, it probably, they're probably looking for the first knockout, trying to, just keep swinging, especially when you're going for some of these big ones.
Oh,
There's
no.
the grabber. He does get to look, and he now knows that, Grant, if he wants to get anything with that Ultra Ball, is going to have to completely burn his hand. So Grant looking like he might be out of resources. The Ultra Ball, it'd have to be a top deck of something very helpful. Attaching to the Mew there, just making sure he can cause problems, and Frigibax is gone.
Yeah, Cross Fusion Strike able to copy Psychic Leap from the Mew V thanks to that Power Tablet for the knockout. Box of Disasters on the Mew VMAX is not really going to matter too much, but Grant does go for big one-hit knockouts. So we'll see how it turns out, but it is a dominating board position from Rowan here in this game one.
Yeah, well, he does have to expend his whole hand, but he does get the Bibarel, so he's able to draw a full, fresh 5. That is certainly going to help him out here, but those 5 are going to have to be near perfect for him to stand a chance in this game.
I'm not sure if it's actually doable, but we've seen some pretty crazy stuff from Grant, especially in that Hartford Finals, winning with a Cragalanche for one of the games.
Yep, well, the deck's just getting shuffled up, and Industrious Incisors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what he's got. These are pretty much vital to the game. There's an Energy, Manaphy, an Irida. Got some pieces, but I don't know if they're going to be the exact pieces he needs to get back in this game quickly. Oh, and a Chienpao.
Irida and a Nest Ball, I believe. So with those combination of cards, we'll be able to get multiple Frigibacks in play and hopefully have one stick around for the following turn so you can Rare Candy into that Baxcalibur.
Yeah, well, there's the Battle VIP pass and the Canceling Cologne.
Those are cards that are good right now.
Yeah, those are definitely not helping him. But the Nest Ball gets him into the deck right away. He's grabbing a Frigibax. So Frigibax off that. It looks like he's grabbing some additional pieces as well. Just getting those prepped for the follow-up Irida. Just making sure his pathing and mapping is correct in his hand. So there we go. There's the Frigibax. Just checking the deck, making sure he can, you know, get the right pieces out with the follow-up.
And you have the Chimpao EX in hand as well. That'd be something you want to play down and promote, but it's also a liability just sitting on the bench, because if you have 2 Frigibax in play, that means Rowan's probably going to target the Chimpao EX.
Yeah. Yeah, if you kind of say, I'm going to get a Frigibax, Rowan then can say, okay, well, that's nice, but I'm just going to take your Chimpao EX. And even if you set up a Baxcalibur the following turn, which, you know, there's relying heavily, I think, on this Industrious Incisors, is certainly going to be tough. So the Irida grabs the second Frigibax and an Ultra Ball. Obviously, he wants to keep that hand thin as well, so he can use Industrious Incisors the next turn, but Grant has a long way to go. I'm not seeing anything threatening this turn from him, so can try and play this one out.
And that could be another target for Rowan, is that B-Barrel on the bench. Grant's deck in general doesn't really draw cards outside of that Industrious Incisors, so if they need to refill their hand with a ton of cards for Superior Energy Retrieval late game, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I do like as well the grab of the Ultra Ball to help him thin out some of these pieces that are just doing nothing in his hand. So the Chimpao goes down, like the Manaphy and the Battle VIP pass, just not useful, but just a pass from the side of Grant. So he's ready for next turn, but he's still got a lot of pieces missing.
And I do believe Rowan has another Boss's Orders in play, so could be targeting down that B-Barrel, could be targeting down that Chimpao EX, but we'll just have to see how this turn progresses.
Yeah, well, the Featherball goes and gets the Mew VMAX, so he's going to be able to start streaming those pretty efficiently, just throwing out knockouts every single turn. There's the Boss's Orders. There's the Bibarel, as you called out. So both the Bibarel are going to be in the discard. He's, of course, going to go through the motions, just Fusion Strike systeming. Battle VIP passes going in the hand. A Lost Vacuum will get rid of that, so just keeping the hand thin. Really nicely done, getting rid of that Clunk, which is the Battle VIP pass.
Yeah,
Fusion Strike system.
We can attack with Cramorant now.
Oh, good, yeah. If that was the tech that we were talking about at the top of the day, that would have been a choice. I mean, going aggressive with Lost Vacuum, so...
it happened in Japan, it's fine.
Yeah. But anyway, there's the Genesect V. You know, just that's the attack that he's copying, of course, the Technoblast. And it's the second knockout of the game. So Chimpao EX, yeah, he can grab a couple of Water Energy, but, you know, he's going to have to exchange those, I think, with the concealed cards, just to see if he can find the pieces he needs to get a Frigibax going.
We do know there's that Ultra Ball in hand, and you can discard cards like Manaphy and that Battle VIP pass to find that Baxcalibur, needing just a rare candy now to be able to actually play the game in this game one here.
Yeah, but then he's also, you know, got to be able to get energy to throw down. That's going to be the kind of the second problem. It's like, if you spend all your resources developing a Baxcalibur, well, what do you do next? Especially if you're giving up those resources, right, with the Radiant Greninja. This Radiant Greninja is going to have to be flawless for him and just give him a way back in.
Concealed cards here.
Oh. Well, there's the Retrieval. There's a Cross Switch as well, so...
Those cards are not doing anything.
Yeah, that's a Superior Energy Retrieval, which there's not really enough energy in the discard right now for value. And yeah, Grant just scoops it up. The loss of that Bibarel, really, really painful for him, and, you know, wasn't able to get back in the game. So Rowan taking a very brisk lead in this set.
And I also think it's due to the fact that earlier the Pokestop discarded the other B-Barrel. So even though Grant did have an Ultra Ball to find it, it just was not available to him. And not having rare candy means you don't have Baxcalibur. There's no stage 1 in play, or in this deck. And I honestly, it's my TCG brain, but I'm not sure of the stage 1.
You're not? Oh, the middle one of the Frigibax Baxcalibur?
Yeah. I know Frigibax and Baxcalibur, but...
You think we use the middle evolution in VGC either?
Well, you have to evolve into it, right?
Yeah, but usually you just power through those levels real quick, take it out, level it up as soon as possible. So definitely an interesting kind of dynamic. Of course, there's a lot to get done as well. You know, that was... Grant had so many pieces to get done. Arc to Bax.
Oh yeah, I would never have guessed that.
I mean, Frigi, Arc to...
Arctic, like.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but yes, Arctibax is the name we were looking for there. No, game 2, I mean, if Grant goes first, do you think it's going to look a little bit better for him?
It definitely has to. Rowan is not playing that Fusion Strike Mew that we saw him win Hartford with, so there's no big turn 1 knockout with something like a Meloetta with an Alessa Sparkle. It is just this full-on control Mew VMAX variant. So no possibility of attacking turn 1. That's going to give Grant a little bit of leeway, maybe cobble together a couple of Iridas chained together. But we'll have to see. The start was not the best for Grant.
Yeah, only 15 minutes in that set. It looks like they're having some discussion at the table. Not sure what this is about, but definitely looking into it as well. We'll see exactly how this one goes as Grant's just shuffling up. Also for Grant, I mean, the end of turn 1, he had very little on the board. I think if he hits something like a Battle VIP pass, he's going to be a little bit better.
Again, this is our top 8 of our regional championships here in Peoria, Illinois. Winner of this will continue on into our tournament top 4, hopefully finals, and from there we're going to crown a champion.
Okay, let's let these guys figure out what's going on here as well. So we're going to be able to get this one resolved in a timely fashion, but I think we can go through the replay here and see the story of that very brisk game.
Yeah, definitely a lot happened for Rowan's side of things, at least. Had pretty much everything available to him. And again, Grant really just needs to get set up. Not having a Baxcalibur in play means you cannot play the game with this deck, and it's very unfortunate. It's such a powerful deck, able to take big one-hit knockouts against anything in the format. Qianpao EX has that built-in energy search as well, so just combos very well, and we knew about this as a deck ever since the cards were first revealed.
Okay, so we are just making sure the judges are getting things in there. This is going to be Rowan. He is going to... This was the start, right? Like, just look how underdeveloped Grant's board was. So there's the Forest Seal Stone. You know, does go and grab that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Has so many things in the deck. We're going to be able to kind of keep the game going a little bit there. He does play it down. He is, of course, going and taking that Genesect. That Hisuian Heavy Ball goes in, and we'll see what happens next. He is going to plays it down, I believe. There's the Power Tablet, plays it down.
Yeah, okay.
And here's the consternation. There was no shuffle after that Forest Seal Stone. So that is why we're having a judge discussion, ladies and gents.
Yeah, it was noticed after the fact, but still trying to figure out what to do about this, because that is something you cannot do. You got to shuffle the deck. For Rowan would know what the top cards were for that Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, and obviously if you know what they are, you can kind of feel good about making sure you pull something that you need. So this is going to have a little intervention from our judging team. So maybe a small delay, that's absolutely fine. We want everything to be above board, especially when the stakes are this high.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, think times has changed, Jeremy.
Yes. We esports now.
So I've heard. No, times has changed from when, back when I was playing. I think you were playing a little bit before me as well, and the scene has really exploded, right? The prize pool this year went absolutely crazy. So, this has been a very impressive growth. The numbers have gone mad as well, and we'll be able to see exactly how things are going to shake out in this one. The time is still ticking down, though. Of course, this is a longer round, so plenty to do here.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got word. It is just a warning issued for insufficient randomization, and we are going to continue on with our game 2 of this top 8 match.
Yeah, it does sound like it's just going to be the warning. There is going to be a little change to the timer as well, so we'll be making sure that we're playing this one out in full. Making sure we get all of it. The prices are down, and it's nothing too drastic. Apart from, 2 superior energy retrievals, so, those are going to be limited, but if Grant does get going, he should be taking prizes, and you have to imagine he's gonna be picking those.
We missed it already, because the first thing Grant did was Pokestop, mill the top 3 cards, double Irida water energy. That is the worst.
Is the handshake coming?
Maybe there's no Frigibacks on the board for Grant. Really relying on that Pokestop. And wow, okay.
No.
Just showing off here, Rowan. There's the handshake. Yeah.
It's the handshake and the acknowledgement.
And the bow.
The battle VIP pass going in. Let's see how quickly Rowan goes with this one. You did say, you know, there's no way for him to really fire off an attack turn one, but he is going to develop his board in a plentiful fashion.
Yeah. Milling 2 Irida off your Pokestop as your only action for your turn 1. This is the Qian Pao that I'm used to seeing.
Just milling and not getting going.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how I don't think that's how the deck was designed, Jeremy. But if that's how it goes in your testing, I can assure you that's how it goes in mine too. It's you know, I've been thinking about playing it. I've got a friend who's really, really about it. So yeah.
Our good old Sable House brothers both day 2'd with Qian Pao, and after today, they're like, this is the worst deck I've ever played.
Really? They've got to have played something a little bit filthier than that. They've got to have played something that really let them down. I don't know, though. Back in the day, they were a powerhouse pair. Anyway, back to the game we're on. Rowan is now looking at a pair of Genesect Vs and a pair of Mew Vs as well. So plenty going on in this one.
I don't know about you, but that looks like a full house to me.
It is. It's a full house. Genesect V and Mew. That's going to be really nicely done. There's the escape rope to throw up the Mew into the active. And then, of course, it's certainly going to be a curious turn for Grant to see what he can get done. Here is the Cramomatic, and it's a heads.
Heads, no handshake, though. You can see Grant. He wants the handshake so bad.
He wants to. Oh, and not the grabber. This could get really nasty. There it is. Okay, well, he has an Irida in hand.
Yeah.
Can actually play the game a little bit, but no Pokemon to throw onto the bottom of the deck there.
Rowan's going to take some notes of the hand for Grant. And this is honestly, again, one of the best decks to play Grabber against because they don't change their hand very much. You're going to be able to know what information he's going to be working with throughout the entire game.
Yeah, and he knows he doesn't have the Bibarel either. I mean, he can obviously try and get it there. Box of Disaster onto the Mew.
Oh,
Forest
wow.
Seal Stones going down, so his hand is looking real empty. Just making sure the deck's getting shuffled now.
Yeah, definitely, especially after already getting a warning. You want to make sure, all right, did I shuffle this? All right, well, if not, I'm still going to do it. Like,
yeah, there's, you know, just kind of setting up everything. There's a Nest Ball as well for his troubles. So be able to get another Mew down. It's now 2 sets of 3. The full house is gone, Jeremy. It's not a legal hand in most games.
We're homeless now.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a problem. But let's see how much you can keep drawing with this one.
All right, 3 Forest Seal Stones go along with it. That's a lot of 3s.
How many Forest Seal Stones is too many Forest Seal Stones?
4.
You think 4 would be excessive?
Yeah. Don't worry, we're on 3.
Well, that's unfortunate. There's only 3 in deck.
Path to the Peak along with that double turbo energy. This is one of the best starts Rowan can have here. Still has access to that Star Alchemy, passes the turn back, and all Grant has is an Irida. Is going to have to find a Frigibax and something like a Nest Ball to just get another Frigibax, because you know a Boss's Orders is going to come down from Rowan next turn.
Yeah, whatever he sets up is not going to be sticking around for too long. So the Irida comes through from Grant, is able to play that one, even though he discarded 2 earlier. So Frigibax coming to the front. Does need the Baxcalibur, or else this one just doesn't go his way either.
Irida now searching the deck, but again, you need to get 2 Frigibax. Mew VMAX, just as a deck in general, once you get set up, it's just trying to Boss's Orders every turn for those prize cards.
Yeah, just making sure that it's consistently taking prizes, while if you can't get the Baxcalibur in play, you can't get enough energy down to start causing problems and start taking return knockouts. So there's the Frigibax. Let's just make sure that we go through the sequences as we need to. It's going to be the Ultra Ball as well. So
all right, you could get Bibarel.
Yeah, it could get the Bibarel and start digging. He's you know, getting rid of a couple cards there. Obviously, just needs to go right back in the deck.
Ultra Ball eyeing down. You can discard that Canceling Clone. It's not going to do much in this matchup. Other than that, a Cross Switcher, which could come in handy later, but who knows if there's even going to be a later.
It's going to be a tough ask to get to a later. So yeah, there's the Canceling Clone and the Cross Switcher gone off that Ultra Ball. Is just going and getting the Bibarel. Just able to start drawing more cards. Obviously, when you put one down, you'll get 3 cards off the Industrious Incisors. So the hand needs to get thinned for the maximum chance for Grant to stay in this tournament.
This has been a quick match so far. Just under 55 minutes left for this top 8. 3 cards off the Industrious Incisors. Needs another Frigibax right away.
He's got a Chienpao. Chienpao, another Bibarel as well.
Okay.
So could make some plays here. Does get to keep the hand going down, so just mulling it over. Getting the Chienpao down, getting the other Bibarel down. Another Industrious Incisors for 3. Needs the Frigibax. Or a way to get the Frigibax.
Battle VIP Pass does not do it, but there's a Nest Ball.
And an Ultra Ball if he really wants to get greedy. But can find some pieces. But my big concern here is, how does he get the Baxcalibur next turn? That hand is sort of getting full of stuff.
Well, that's why you got the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and then he has to start throwing away resources. It's going to be harder to hit the Irida too, because 2 of them are in the discard from the Pokestop.
Well, 3 now.
Yeah, so he's got 1 to find in the whole deck. Can of course thin it a little bit, get some NG out, but then that would hurt his Industrious Incisors. So it's certainly a tough route.
And of course, the Ultra Ball is what you can use to find that Baxcalibur, but it is back onto Rowan now. And we'll see if he can have just an explosive turn 2 as he did turn 1.
Yeah, see if he's able to just start taking prizes and start running away with this set.
The Paths of the Peak in play is shutting down Fusion Strike system from Rowan as of right now. But with that 4 Seal Stone and that Star Alchemy, you can always get around it. Just depends what is in Rowan's hand.
Yeah, the hand is going to be really big here. It does have a Mew VMAX already. Has a second Mew VMAX as well, so able to...
And there's a Boss's Orders.
Yeah, the Boss's Orders on a Frigibax. Start limiting those options. Really, really explosive play. Path to the Peak is slowing him down a little bit, but, pretty important. Oh, yeah, can't even get the NG out with the Chienpao. Path to the Peak.
Yeah. Honestly, I think there's a Power Tablet as well. Rowan can just Boss's Orders the Chienpao Power Tablet, take the knockout, and say, yeah, you can get Baxcalibur, but now you need to find another Chienpao. But here we go.
He's going after the Bibarel. So taking his time a little bit there. It's just going to slow things down. Copying from the Genesect is what he's indicating here.
Yep.
And yeah, there's the Bibarel gone. So, limited to 1 Industrious Incisors too.
He's like, you thought I was going to draw cards, didn't you?
No, not with that Path to the Peak.
Pokestop off the top. Do we dare try again?
Oh, imagine if it's the last Irida.
Or, just both Baxcaliburs.
Oh no. Oh, this makes me a little bit nervous, Jeremy. I don't know if I like this.
Well, with the Pokestop, now can use Shivery Chill, be able to thin out the deck a little bit of those water energies.
Yeah. No, I mean, he can get water, and he can get one of them out of his hand by attaching it.
Discard the other one with Ultra Ball, maybe.
Yeah. Plenty of options. Does have the Radiant Greninja too, so can see a bunch, a couple more cards.
All right, both energies hit the hand. Ultra Ball is going to get played, discarding the energy and that Battle VIP Pass. Interesting to see. Yeah, Radiant Greninja, no Baxcalibur here. So now having to find 2 pieces of that puzzle instead of just the 1. And a little extra draw.
Yeah, a little extra draw doesn't help. Does have to be mindful of the sequencing. Doesn't want to fill the hand up with nonsense before he tries to Industrious Incisors. So certainly got to hit. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Right? There's obviously outs, but there's still, a lot of cards in that deck. Just doesn't feel super helpful. Does get the second energy down onto the Chienpao, so Hailblade is alive. Going for the Iono from the hand. So going for a full 6, hoping he can play that down.
We did forget about the Iono.
Yep.
The 1 draw supporter in the deck for Grant.
Yeah, does, of course, I guess cut Rowan down a little bit, but, definitely options that he can start playing with. He's got another Chienpao. I see a Nest Ball. Doesn't look like he's hitting the pieces he needs.
There's a rare candy. Still has access to that Pokestop, still has access to Industrious Incisors and concealed cards, but no energy in hand as of right now.
Yep, he's going to put the Bidoof and the Bibarel back in with the Super Rod. So just making sure he can start accessing some pieces. Going back in with the Nest Ball, got a couple of those to work with as well. So the Bidoof should be the one coming out. Fails that one, plays the second one. Gets the Bidoof down, so he's now down to a smaller hand. Industrious Incisors is alive and well.
And talk about great sequencing there. With Nest Ball, you can't play it if you have a full bench. So Grant failing the first one, knowing he's going to grab the Bidoof anyway, and then grabs it with the second one there, just so you can get that card out of your hand, draw more cards with Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, nice little attention to detail. He's going to play the Canceling Cologne, and then, of course, the Industrious Incisors. So let's see it. 1, 2, and 3. Water Energy.
I mean, those are needed,
yeah.
But you just need a Baxcalibur off his concealed cards.
Yeah, Baxcalibur, a way to find it. There's the concealed cards. Let's see what he's got. Irida, and I don't know what the other card was.
Unknown mystery card. Pokestop here.
Heavy Ball.
All right, we drew 3, but those 3 are not helping at all.
Yeah, if only he was able to, you know, get the Baxcalibur out of the prizes. It's not in there, unfortunately. The one time you actually want the Baxcalibur in the prizes.
Well, you also can't get it with his Hisui.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It's only basics.
Yeah. He's got the Manaphy in there. It's not going to help him.
Prep for that Ice Cube that's not in the deck.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough energy on the board to really threaten this Mew VMAX, so he's going to just start putting some damage down, start trying to rack it up, but, you know.
He's getting around the box of disaster. That's the real thing.
That does help. That does help. Oh, no. Changing our mind here, Grant. Just taking his time.
Already has attached for the turn.
Yeah,
so
there's already an attachment for the turn, yeah.
Yep.
Rowan catching that one.
All right, just making sure, but yep, that energy on the Chiampao EX was attached before all of the drawing of the cards here.
Again?
Oh, sounds like we're having a judge intervention.
Oh, no.
So, the charge is as follows. This is what they're going to be discussing. Obviously, off the Pokestop at the beginning, Rowan catches the Feather Ball and the Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah.
And so, did he kind of sequence them together and then play the Feather Ball? That is the question. And that is what they're investigating. Oh, Juancho, where is he?
Yeah. Well, we have some news. JW wins the mirror match, going into top 4 after winning in 3 games. So we already knew we were going to see him ride on in top 4, but now it is JW's time to win a 3rd regional of his career. Hopefully.
You think it's his time? You backing them a ride on early on?
I have no idea.
Yeah, just as soon as the first one makes it in, you're like, yep, that's it. First person in, they're winning the whole thing. We are going to take a look back. Here's the Pokestop, right? Here's Battle VIP Pass, Featherball, Escape Rope. There's the Novelty Handshake. But let's see how this one goes for Rowan. Battle VIP Pass goes in the deck. Just watch everything here. So he's going through, he's having a look. There's the Mew. There's the Genesect. And so he keeps looking. Keeps on digging through. Well, Mew comes back, so we're not sold on that one yet. You know, has to be mindful as well of the use of the Feather Ball, so taps it there. Sees the Feather Ball in the hand. But of course, we are just going to keep on playing through, making sure we're all in the right boat. There's the Genesect, you know, which does have a retreat cost. So that would make sense. Take those off the battle VIP. He does grab the Mew as well. Then featherballs and goes back in.
Oh,
so
no,
yeah, he has been caught out there, just skipping a step, right?
Yeah.
You know,
well, skipping a step, but then doing the step
again
right after. Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to have to be assessed by our judges to see exactly what they want to do with this one. I'm sure there's going to be an escalation and some extended discussion about this one here in Peoria. But maybe, just maybe, this is what Grant needs to try and negotiate his way around what was a very, very tough game.
Yeah, it was not looking like a great start for Grant yet again. And it's just unfortunate to see, but some sloppy play here, at least in this top 8.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one. So we're just waiting for word on how this one is going to be assessed and, of course, penalized properly. Looks like we're taking a look at another play going on as well. So we're really using all our technology now to be able to get this one done.
Yeah, well, we only have 8 players left in the tournament. Might as well put our full resources towards being able to figure this out.
Yeah, why not? We've got replays now, so we're able to really dive in and use them for the benefit of good, clean play as well. Looks like they want to assess another play as well, so just making sure that everything is in the correct fashion. Could be sending us into a very tense end of this set, depending on how they assess the penalty.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate on anything, but we could see a game 3. Definitely we'll have to see how things shape up. The judges seem to now fully get the situation and are discussing it with each other.
Yeah, making sure that they're making the right call, following the guidelines as well. I'm sure these two will come to a decision, which they will then, of course, have to explain to our players as well. So probably a little bit of a delay here. We already had a delay, to be honest, when we added in that first assessment. So this one could be going the distance, while there are, of course, other results coming through. Like you said, we had, JW Krewall advancing into top 4. In our other 2 games, last update I had was Raymond Long was up 1 against Terrence Miller, and then they ended up, they're still playing. Jack Carter took game 1 versus Brent Tonneson, then he came back in game 2, and they are in game 3. So those are the only other updates I have for you right now. As soon as I get them, I will pass them on.
Again, we only have 8 players left in this tournament, a ton of money on the line, that invite to the World Championships, and you really need to... Are they just playing Yahtzee now?
Yeah, playing some dice game. There's plenty of options of dice games when you've got a stack this big.
I guess when in Peoria,
Yeah. Aren't there like traditional Midwestern dice games, or is this a piece of culture that the internet has lied to me about?
No.
I don't know.
You're lied to a lot.
I know. It's always me. I did see a bunch of people playing some dice games at our hotel last night, and they looked like they were having a good time. There was like 20 people around a table.
Liar's dice.
Yeah. It was serious business.
I also stayed and watched for like 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I knew a couple people there, so I was like, all right, this is a little bit fun.
Yeah, it was entertaining, to be honest. So maybe these guys want to, set up a quick round of that as well.
Looks like they are just confirming yet again.
Plenty of discussion down at the table. I'm trying to listen to them as well.
I crammed the Ultra Ball.
Oh, yeah, he crammed Ultra Ball, so there's no Ultra Ball to get the 4th Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a misplay early on.
I played the rope. You're right. I played the rope. So I crammed.
Yeah, they're deep in discussion. They're running through every single turn, every single action. But, of course, we do have to, make sure that the rules are applied correctly. There's been a warning in this game, so may be a factor. Obviously, different penalty and different randomization, but that's where things get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's again just trying to get through everything that you can and have it just exactly how it happened. You would love to catch these things live when they happen, but there's so much stuff going on, and we're a little at fault too, but...
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought about it, but I was like, oh, yeah, he had 3 Pokemon available.
Yeah.
I just, thought there may have been the one in the hand. So, I'll take the blame for that one, just to see you know, how he got 4 Pokemon so quickly. I was like, oh, he must have just like had one and just didn't play it to start.
It said the hand had like 2 Mew VMAX or something like that.
It was certainly an interesting one, but you know, glad we're getting the results corrected and properly reviewed and properly assessed. That's exactly what we want. Like you said, when there's so much on the line prize-wise, it's definitely needed.
Oh yeah. If not, then I think it'd be even more of a problem after the fact.
Not that it wasn't needed before, but now it's like extra needed.
I feel like
Well, if you let me pose this question to you. If you're Grant and you saw how Game 2 was going, how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling a little better.
Yeah.
Definitely just trying to get a chance to play the game. Even a double prize penalty can have him come back a little bit because then it negates the slow start that he already had.
Mm-hmm. I think the big question here, I mean, you know, the one thing I think a lot of judges want to do is reverse the game state, but I think there's just way too many actions, particularly when you think about the Genesect and the Fusion Strike systems. Like that
Fusion Strike system really puts a damper into things here than actually taking the knockout, getting a prize card. Iono was played, so then any other shuffling after the fact.
It definitely seems like an irreversible game state to me, but you got to imagine it was something that was explored and discussed. You know, you can't just take away one of the Pokemon, right? Because it's like, well, which one would you lose? You know? Do you say that the third Battle VIP Pass Pokemon has to go? You know, really causing those problems. So yeah, we're just going to go over it one more time. Just, I think, making sure that we help out. Let me just make sure that we're getting this right. So yeah, when you see it, it's pretty clear. The Mew goes back into the hand. So this is the Genesect Battle VIP Pass number 1. Obviously knowing about the Feather Ball, which he goes and has a look at in the hand. All right, wait for the Mew. I'll get the Mew in a minute. He goes, gets the other Genesect, and just powering through that deck. Genesect, fine up till now.
And that's the problem.
In the words of Willy Wonka, it's all there, black and white, clear as crystal. That's not a quote I get to use often, Jeremy.
Along with Rowan's reaction, it's crazy because both of these players are very accomplished, very much veterans of the Pokemon TCG, but these things still do happen.
Yeah.
Especially after a long weekend of playing Pokemon, maybe not eating as well as you normally do or getting enough sleep. And
I don't want to appeal, but I just want to express the fact that this is really frustrating that this happened on a stream match. Like, I know it's my mistake.
Okay, well, it looks like we're getting in the result. We are just checking, making sure. But it is going to be a game loss on stage for Rowan. So, you know, making that error is going to cost him and give Grant Shen an opportunity to get back into this game.
It does look like there's not going to be any appeal either. So going into a game 3, Grant has a little bit of hope at the end of that tunnel.
Yeah, let's see as well, you know, how are we going to be able to get through the rest of this set, as it looks like we're going to be getting ready and shuffling up. Grant being led off from a really rocky start. He's got to get a better start this time, right?
Yeah. Now, I guess the one good news for Rowan out of all the situation is do get to go first this game 3.
Yeah, he's got to go first, get the Mews down, and then, of course, start causing, you know, chaos if you can with boss's orders, just making sure you deal huge damage. Rowan's got to reset right now, right? Reset that mentality and make sure that he's able to focus up and then come back and just play his game. Whatever happened in the previous 2 games, win or lose, doesn't matter right now. Absolutely not relevant. You've got time to go. Let's just see a good, clean game and a nice, simple resolution to this set.
And these players have been here before and maybe even been in this position before. And like you said, you need to clear your mind of everything that happened. Forget what you know about anything other than playing the best game of Pokemon you can for this game 3.
Yeah, making sure that you're able to, you know, just focus up on the game in front of you, right? You're now down to essentially the best of 1 to see if you can advance into top 4.
Yeah, it's basically like a league challenge, you know?
Yeah.
Best of 1.
Yeah, best of one, just go first and get all your cards and win.
Yeah.
I think that's, it's going to be, Grant's obviously going to have to make sure his board's nicely developed at the end of turn number 1, just to make sure that he's able to, cause some problems. But Rowan, if he gets the Battle VIP pass, needs to make sure that he can get all the pieces. Battle VIP pass really does seem to be the determining factor in the setups here, right? We haven't seen Grant hitting them. He's just been fishing around with nest balls and iridas, but no, it's going to be important to see those and develop these boards really early on.
Big opening hand for both players here this game 3. I saw Radiant Greninja in Grant's hand, so it's pretty good to start the game with here.
Yep. Let's see some prizes from Rowan. Double Chromatic, one of those boss's orders, 2 escape ropes, and a MUV. So not the worst in the world, would maybe like access to some of those. Grant with a Baxcalibur, a Water Energy, a Rare Candy, Chien-Pao EX, and a Water Energy with that Superior Energy Retrieval rounding it out. So, limited access to the Baxcalibur in this one.
And this is actually one thing I love. So Grant actually playing down that Bidoof on the bench. Normally, you just keep it. But with the inclusion of Grabber in the format, that's something you can't do now. You have to be actually worried about if you're going to be able to play this down or not.
Yeah, well, the Chromatic, Rowan, 3 of them unavailable right now, or 2 of them stuck in the prizes, will go for a flip. Doesn't get it. He does have access to the Battle VIP pass, so let's just make sure that we get this one right. That would be pretty important in this game. Just going through the deck.
I think, if anything, he's going to make sure this battle pass is right.
You'd hope he gets this one right, but we'll see. Let's make sure that it's all above board. There's the Mew, there's the Genesect, and there's the deck going back down. Let's make
plenty of time in this game as well, just thanks to all the time extensions. So 50 minutes, just a little under, for these players to finish this one game, this game 3 of our top 8.
Yeah, plenty of extensions given to these players. The combination of the extension for that investigation and, of course, the insufficient randomization one earlier on is going to be a bit of a conundrum. So, plenty of time. We should get a proper resolution to this set.
Rowan just checking, making sure all the cards that are prized, what you have access to for the rest of the game. Even more important in this game 3.
Yeah, this one is, for all the marbles, right? You go home if you don't make it through this one. Is going.
You win marbles?
Yeah. Did you not see the new prizing rules?
I did not. No.
Yeah, it's all marbles now.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, 90s kids are rejoicing everywhere. Actually, I think it'd be Pogs if that was the situation. Yeah. No, it's actually mad cash prizes, but marbles would be cool too. Does Ultra Ball as well. That's where the second Genesect has come from. So now we're into some good, honest Fusion Strike systems. Is going to be able to keep developing the hand. Power Tablet goes down. Obviously not going to be relevant right now, but it does give him another card off the Fusion Strike system. Does Ultra Ball, so the Judge and Iono going away. Going to make this final Fusion Strike system even more impactful. Does grant up potentially another Mew V.
Getting rid of 2 great disruption supporters in this matchup, but Rowan does play a Pal Pad, so maybe able to shuffle those back in later on.
Yeah, making sure as well that he can get all the pieces down correctly, and it's an extra card for him to be able to try and see even more with the 3rd and final Fusion Strike system.
For Sealstone to go along with it, that can continue this turn or just be a little bit of help for the next turn. Choice Belt on that Mew V can help with not really much anything. There's
no, I don't think he really needs it, but the Forest Sealstone down as well. He will just pass over the turn, not using that this time. We can see exactly what Grant is going to be getting up to. We want to see that more developed bench at the end of this turn so we can withstand an early attack, maybe go down a prize, but potentially fire back promptly. I see an Irida, I see a Nest Ball, I see a Pokestop. I definitely see the Nest Ball because he's playing it.
Good observation.
Yeah, it makes it really obvious when he does that. We'll go in and get the Chien-Pao as well. So the Chien-Pao, he's going to be able to see what he can do with it. He is going to get the Chien-Pao into the active, grab a couple of those water energies as well. So he attach retreated to the Radiant Greninja, get the water energy on, into the hand. Then we'll be able to concealed cards. So nicely done, not just, using that first thing. Shivery Chill being able to help him grab those energy.
Thinning is winning in the Pokemon TCG, and Grant's trying to do just that and winning this game 3 here. Has access to Irida, so that can grab something like a Frigibax and Battle VIP Pass, get a full bench set up, maybe get the rare candy for next turn. But again, since Grant is going second in this game, you want at least 2 Frigibax down so you can almost guarantee that Baxcalibur.
Yeah, and he's only going to have 1 Baxcalibur until he starts digging in the prizes too. So if that gets targeted down early on, Grant could struggle a little bit here because I think that Baxcalibur is right at the top as well. So if that goes and he's not able to get enough value out of it, then he's going to be in a whole lot of danger. So there are the 2 Water Energy taken from the Shivery Chill. He's going to start lining it up. There's the concealed cards to follow up. Maybe give him a bit more information about what this Irida needs to grab. So there we go. Let's just see. Oh, we got the Battle VIP Pass off that as well. So he's going to be able to keep developing the board.
That means rare candy can find its way into Grant's hand if he chooses, or something like an Ultra Ball for B-Barrel.
Yeah, well, there's 2 Frigibax, so he's definitely going to be able to set one of them up next turn. Just being mindful of all of the options in his hand. Making sure we get a good shuffle going here as well. Just having another look through. He's in his first turn. Needs to count the prizes and find out about that Baxcalibur count.
This is how day 1 Chien-Pao EX was running.
Yeah, the day 1, day 2, very different. But he will be able to, at least get a foothold in this game, which is more than can be said for game 1 and our abrupt game 2.
Looking pretty good here for Grant, even going second. All thanks to that Battle VIP Pass to find those Frigibax that have been sorely missing throughout this entire match.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen a pair of them, I think.
Yeah.
That's definitely going to be a bit of a problem. There is the Poker Stop. Does he want to spin the stop?
Doesn't he want to play a supporter here? Saving that Irida for the potential next turn, because if you grab that Baxcalibur off Irida, it could get grabbered back in the deck.
You're really scared of the grabber, aren't you, Jeremy?
I am very scared, yeah.
Yeah. It's,
I don't like people invading my bubble.
Yeah. The grabber sounds like a really lazily named villain from just like a B movie. Like somebody in the writer's room was, causing problems. So, yeah, that's what they called it. But no, he's got the full board set up.
Ooh.
He's going to use the penny.
Pretty good. Able to use that Fusion Strike system, put it back into your hand. Now you can use it yet again. And already having that double turbo energy with that Mew VMAX. Going to be able to take a knockout if he finds a power tablet.
Yeah, let's see the Hisuian Heavy Ball going in to see if he has any goodies in there that he wants to try and grab.
Does not look like it, but able to see the resources available. Oh, there is a Mew V in there.
Mew V, yeah. Why not? Extra card off the Fusion Strike system. May as well.
And hey, Hisuian Heavy Ball on the prize cards. If you take that with a Chromatic, you can just discard it right away.
Yeah. So laying them back down. Oh, the double rope in the middle. So it's going to be Chromatic and Hisuian Heavy Ball onto the bottom. That should be the pair if he just goes for the knockout on to this Chien-Pao.
Lost Vacuum away the Choice Belt and that Battle VIP Pass just to get cards thinned out of the hand yet again. That is what this Mew VMAX deck is so good at doing.
Yep, drawing up. Now got a full bench, so a full power Fusion Strike system as well. Is going to start to cause problems. Just looking at the discard, seeing what he's got in there. But yeah, plenty of options available. Looks like we're going for a Pal Pad as he stacks up a couple of supporters. So yeah, there's the Pal Pad.
Has the option for the Penny or the Judge as well, but just chooses the Iono.
Yep. Doesn't want to make the deck too thick. Doesn't want to really add too much to it. Just being able to play through. Let's see. He's got one more Fusion Strike system. It's just going to be the one. Is it what he needed, or does he have to go with the Forest Seal Stone?
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it's the Forest Seal Stone.
Always had it, but you'd like to save that resource if you can.
Yeah. Just grabbing that power tablet as well, making sure he can do the requisite amount of damage to pick up your 2 prizes there.
And with that power tablet, able to take the knockout and cement a pretty good start to this game 3. And wow, Paths of the Peak to go along with it. That's going to shut off that concealed cards from Greninja, but we know there's a Pokestop in Grant's hand, gets played right away.
Yeah, Path to the Peak isn't going to stick there. Here's the big question, though. If you do develop the Baxcalibur, you're going to need to start finding pieces to use it with as well. So, you know, he's got options. He's got the Water Energy as well for the concealed cards. Could try and play towards a Bibarel angle if he, just needs to see more. But, holding on to a good number of cards, I think. Unless he uses that Ultra Ball, he's just not going to be able to get rid of. So let's see what he starts with.
Oh no, Pokestop.
Oh.
All
okay,
right.
Got the rare candy.
Yeah, it would have been very bad if the Baxcalibur was discarded, though there is a Super Rod in Grant's hand.
Yep, would have been able to find that anyway, but does need a way to get the Baxcalibur. That is going to have to be the Ultra Ball, so certainly just looking at some pieces he really doesn't need. You have to imagine canceling Cologne, looking pretty tempting, and the Manaphy.
Well, you got the Irida in hand to get that Baxcalibur, so Ultra Ball is going to find that B-Barrel here.
Oh, yeah. He's still holding on to that Irida, the one that lingered around from turn 1.
Yeah, and I could see Grant not playing it just as oh, my hand's really bad. You probably shouldn't judge me.
Yeah. Leave me alone. My hand doesn't have all the pieces in. The problem is as well, though, if you get the B-Barrel, you get the Baxcalibur, what are you charging up to attack with?
Radiant Greninja. We're going to Moonlight Shuriken soften up a couple Pokemon maybe? I don't know. But we're going to hope this Industrious Incisors finds a Chien-Pao and finds something useful here.
Yeah.
I guess Irida can find Chien-Pao and like an Ultra Ball for the Baxcalibur. You already have the rare candy in hand.
Mm-hmm. Could be the way to go about it. The Bibarel not available right now. Here is Irida for the turn, so he's finally playing a supporter. See how Grant wants to go about this one.
Yeah, I think he's eyeing down that Chien-Pao. So as long as you have another Ultra Ball, or I guess Nest Ball, yeah. So you can get Nest Ball, Baxcalibur. It does the same thing. You don't have to waste your resources in your hand. Rare candy that Baxcalibur. You can retreat with the energy in hand. You got a superior energy retrieval to go along with it as well. So I believe there's going to be enough energy for Grant here, along with that Shivery Chill, to be able to take the knockout on this Mew VMAX.
Yeah, it's going to be a good amount of energy. There's 3 now in his discard with the retreat, not the concealed cards. It is going to Super Rod. So just looking through, seeing what piece he wants to put back in.
Oh, there is only 3.
Yeah, there's 3 in the discard. Puts the Chien-Pao back in, mainly just has to play the Super Rod to make this Industrious Incisors more valuable. And of course, I mean, if you can get more in there, potentially concealed cards, then get it back out, but you don't want to be wasting too many resources. Of course, it does have the Shivery Chill as well, so can start loading up the hand and taking the first knockout of the game here.
Basically needs to find 1 water energy off this Industrious Incisors. From there, you can Shivery Chill, and then get the other 3 from the discard with that superior energy retrieval.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got plenty of options. Of course, 60 times. He is going to need to shoot for 6 on this one. So he's pulling them out to the side. You can see the 3.
Did the math right.
Yeah, it is 6. All right, there's the Industrious Incisors. The big 4 cards for Grant, because he's about to take a monstrous lead.
That's not a water. That's not a water. That's not a water.
Pass. Those are not water energies, my friend.
That is the face of a man who did not like those draws.
And an Ultra Ball, too. Oh. That's a tough beat.
All right, so if Grant gets another Chien-Pao, you can Shivery Chill. Oh, he already retreated for the turn.
He did, yeah. Remember, drop the attach retreat.
Yep. I was about to say double Shivery Chill can get there, but not able to do that here. And I guess, do you concealed cards? Oh, yeah, you can concealed cards, hope to find another energy. So Shivery Chill, search for 2 energy.
Concealed cards,
one of them away.
Hit it. Yeah. I think this is only out. But how many are in the deck?
2. Oh no.
Oh, this is tense.
With a couple being prized as well. All of the resources.
Is there anything you can do to thin here? Grab a couple pieces, back out. He's got the Nest Ball, he's got the Ultra Ball. I mean, a couple cards could. It's going to be. There's the Nest Ball. So he's able to grab another Bidoof. It's 1 card closer.
1 card closer. All you need is 1 card. 1 water energy should be able to help you take this knockout against Mew VMAX.
Yeah, should be able to get there. This is the one time you wanted the Pokestop to just discard energy. So
Oh,
there's
yeah.
this ball. It's got the whole just oof.
Here is the concealed card. So huge for Grant here.
It's an Irida. It doesn't look like he's hit it. I would expect to see a little more energy from him.
A
If
little
he hit
bit
it.
pep in the step, you know?
Yeah. So it's 4 in the discard, 1 in the hand.
That's not enough.
That is not. No, not when you need 6. And no way to buff the damage either. That's the other big issue here, is it's not able to buff that damage up.
An Ultra Ball could discard a few things. Superior Energy Retrieval here, getting back the 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess you can damage the Mew VMAX enough to where Moonlight Shuriken could be an option. You're going to need to work in a 1-prize attacker since you missed the knockout here, so that could be available to Grant. And there is all the energy coming down on that Qianpao EX. Grant may be saving 1 in hand for concealed cards next turn.
Yep, he is going to fall short, and the Mew VMAX, just such a big number to try and hit. He is going to be short. Nothing to help him push it over the edge. Yep,
all right, Hail Blade. 240 damage, 70 HP left on that Mew VMAX. Grant was 10 damage short.
Yep, there's the Tails on the Chromatic, though, as we're finally back on over to Rowan's turn, so certainly going to be a tough old slog for him to get through this one. He's sort of had to watch Grant do everything but fall short, and this Qianpao should pretty easily go down, you have to imagine, if he's able to obviously switch things around a little bit and then just reset on that Mew. Maybe even set up another one on the bench if he's got those pieces.
And again, it's a little awkward. You still need that power tablet to take the knockout on Qianpao EX, but there's an option of Boss's orders up that Excalibur and saying, hey, you don't have another one.
Yeah.
And at least we know it's in the prize cards, but it's a risky option to take, but something a lot of players try to go for against this deck.
Yeah, I think depending on how these Fusion Strike systems go, then that's going to inform his decision on how he wants to play this one out. He's got the second Mew set up, so seeing what he draws off these is going to be really big. Seeing Ultra Ball. Don't know if I'm seeing a power tablet in there.
No power tablet. There was the Boss's orders before the Fusion Strike system, so at least has that option available, but you'd want to go for the power tablet here.
Yeah, and that Qianpao being sent to the bottom of the deck by the grabber, of course, can get it right back out. That's not a concern, but you may as well put it on there for a bit of a laugh. Just make sure that Grant has to spend a card getting it back out if he wants to. Of course, there's plenty of play to go here. I like going for the back Excalibur. He's going to Ultra Ball away the Luxray and the Feather Ball, so able to go in and keep the deck getting thinned out as well. Just making sure he has more chance of drawing all the pieces he needs. I believe there's 2 power tablets. Maybe the other power tablets are stuck in the prizes.
No, they're in the deck.
Oh, okay. There's 2 ropes. There's 2 ropes that are in there. That's my mistake. All right. Well, he's going to keep going with the Fusion Strike system.
I believe Power Tablet was found the first card off the second Fusion Strike system, so that will allow Rowan to take the knockout with that benched Mew VMAX on this Qianpao EX.
Yeah. So there's Power Tablet. Looks like he's just going for the 2 prize option here. He's going to judge. So, of course, has the freedom to just see some more cards and lower his hand. So he's going to be guaranteed a couple cards off this Fusion Strike system as well.
More importantly for Grant, resetting the grabber. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that Qianpao's back in the middle of the deck now. Could be anywhere.
Judge, after this power tablet, maybe a path to the peak coming down to help along this dominant board state that Rowan has built up. Still has access to 1 Fusion Strike system as well.
Not again.
Haha, you missed.
Yeah, but you do get to see the hand. Not as much in there that's going to help him. The cross switcher, pair, Pokestop, and cancelling Cologne. So not able to throw anything at the bottom, but not able to go grabbing cards, particularly another Qianpao EX to start attacking with.
Rowan used the last Fusion Strike system here. 6 cards in hand. I do believe I saw a path to the peak, but just depends if Rowan actually plays it or not. There's the retreat. Power tablet.
Yep, just pulling out the discard to remind him.
Yeah, the path is in the hand, but no way for Rowan to actually break out of his own path if it sticks. So there's just the knockout going down to 2 prize cards.
Yeah, it's the Chromatic in there as well. So Chromatic Boss, you know, did grab a boss earlier. There's a double cross switcher, so he's going to try and, I think, trap him with this Genesect and buy some time. Try and pick up the prizes, potentially, you know, with this Radiant Greninja. There's the Irida. That's super odd. But, you know, he will get 3 prizes, right? He can go after it with the Moonlight Shuriken. There's the Pokestop. Ooh, double Pokestop Irida.
You love to see it. You love to
Who loves to see it, Jeremy?
Rowan.
Yeah. It's definitely not Grant's favorite.
Irida will be able to get that superior energy retrieval to unlock this Moonlight Shuriken to be able to take the knockout on that Mew VMAX. And Grant here is not going to play down a 2-prize Pokemon, at least you'd expect it, because then it forces Rowan to just take a knockout on something like that Radiant Greninja or that Baxcalibur now.
Well, you know, you can obviously soften up one of these Mew VMAXs as well. That's where it gets really interesting, is, you know, can you use this Moonlight Shuriken to apply enough pressure? You know, you'll get within 1 on the prize count. There's a Battle VIP pass on the superior energy retrieval. See what else he decides to get rid of. Plenty of options in the hand, but it's going to be the Nest Ball. Doesn't need it, right, when he's got the Chien-Pao in there. But the big thing here is, you know, you need to fill the hand with energy. So you can just Moonlight Shuriken. There's going to be the concealed cards. 1, 2. Looks like another Chien-Pao and an Ultra Ball.
And here, Grant's just thinning out as much as possible because you know Rowan's going to play an Iono or play a Judge next turn.
Yep.
Or just Boss, but... Ooh.
Ultra Balls away his Chien-Paos. Oh, to get the other Bibarel. Does have the Super on in hand as well, so can just throw them back in if he requires them. But the Bibarel will get him Industrious Incisors.
That's a little risky, though, because I believe Grant already used the Super Rod early on in this game.
Yeah, he did. He put a Chien-Pao back in, I believe.
And that's the second one. So if this Baxcalibur gets knocked out, Grant will not have a way to get one back.
Yeah, I think if you lose the Baxcalibur here, then you're just not going to be able to power up anything quick enough to fire back. Even, let's say you soften up one of these Mew VMAX, the other Mew VMAX, with the Greninja. It would be a more reachable target, but it wouldn't be the target.
3 energy on that Radiant Greninja. Moonlight Shuriken will be able to take the knockout on that Mew VMAX that's heavily damaged, but not before drawing some more cards with that second B-Barrel. Maybe you find a Hisuian Heavy Ball, shuffle the prize cards a little bit, Baxcalibur ends up on the bottom, and you end up drawing that as you take your 3 prizes. I think that's the hope here.
I mean, it's not going to be this turn because he's taking the 2 prizes, or 3 prizes. And, of course, he's getting the damage down onto the other VMAX. Let's see what he takes. Oh, this is so tense. No!
All right. Granted, still has the Baxcalibur in play. Rowan needs to do a little bit of work to be able to take the knockout on it. Has the escape rope.
I think you have to take out the Baxcalibur this turn, just because it's, you know, it's going to be able to power up something useful. Hisuian Heavy Ball. Hand full of energy. Does have the Pokestop as well, and he's in the deck, so may be able to try and find a card to help him. I believe he's got Search in hand to be able to try and find the Chien-Pao, right? If he leaves this Mew VMAX in the active, then it's well within reach. Not reaching for that 6 anymore, and of course he's got massive amounts of energy in hand as well. There's the Power Tablet just being played.
Rowan able to thin the hand down to, I believe, 5 right now.
Oh, he's going to Psychic Leap away, get rid of that damage.
Able to take the knockout as well with that Power Tablet. So, still able to keep pace in this game. Go down to 1 prize card. Grant now needs 3 prize cards to win, but there's no VMAX in play.
No, getting rid of that VMAX is such a smart play by Rowan. Stavino being able to bounce that one out. Psychic Leap. The choice, just putting it back into the deck, which when you've got plenty of draw support, as he does have right now, not going to be the hardest thing to search for. Just a couple of pieces and then find that final knockout of the game.
Grant's deck is very thin at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Grant, your only option, you just have to take a knockout here and hope Rowan can't find the pieces.
The Iono is still in the deck, but with Rowan having 3 Genesect V in play, it is pretty much guaranteed that he's going to be able to go through that deck and find the Mew VMAX, the Double Turbo, and Escape Rope, Boss's Orders, Power Tablet. There's so many outs.
Yeah, there's just so many ways you could take this one. You just got to hope that it is the most brutal of situations. Here's the Chien-Pao EX is coming down, so, you know, trying to make sure he's in a good position. But any knockout here will be enough for Rowan. There's 2 and 1. Obviously, he's in the super cold, just making sure. Grabs a couple more energy as well, so he's able to power things up. More energy in hand, so not the worst news in the world. He is down to so few cards in deck. Concealed cards are putting him down to 2 left. It's the cross switcher. There's the superior energy retrieval.
All right, do you cross switcher up Genesect V and Moonlight Shuriken to both Mews and just hope?
Hope that they don't evolve.
Hope they don't evolve. Hope you don't get that Genesect out of the active spot.
Oh, he's trying it. It looks like the play that he's going to be making.
I guess you could also just take the knockout on a Genesect. It's 1 less Fusion Strike system to draw out of this Iono.
Could be. It looks like the plan here. He's going to get rid of 4 of them, leaving the Chien-Pao in the active. Of course, Chien-Pao a little bit harder to take out as well. You know, maybe forcing him to stretch. So he's down to really limited draw. I like that he didn't play the Iono there. Both trainers down to 1 prize.
I believe Rowan is just thinking through the plays, already having it in hand. Has the escape rope, but another Chien-Pao gets pushed to the active. Mew V gets pushed to the active.
Yeah.
Boss's Orders in hand.
The barrel?
Yeah, he's taking the barrel. Evolving.
Oh.
Path to the peak. So he's not going to be able to play until he does that. He uses the Lost Vacuum. Get rid of his own Path to the Peak. Now he's able to start drawing with the Fusion Strike system. Needs to see the energy.
Double Turbo Energy as the last card off that first Fusion Strike system. And with that, Rowan Stavino goes on to our top 4. And what a crazy match.
Yeah, what a set played there. Plenty to unpack in that set, to be honest. A little bit of drama in there as well. But being able to close out the game. Grant with a much better game 3 than we'd seen in 1 or 2. Helped out by an error from Rowan in game 2. Sent us to a game 3. And honestly, I'm glad we got to see it. Because we got to see a whole lot more out of both of those decks. Well, mainly Chien-Pao.
Yeah. And always great to see Chien-Pao try to carve its way into this metagame. Still just unable to make it past that top 8 mark here in our North American regionals.
Well, let's go into the replay for those of you joining us a little bit late of what went down in this set. There was plenty to unpack. This is all the way back in game 1, and it really was a super cold start for Grant as he just wasn't able to get much going. You see him just trying to get Bidoof, Beaverells, Frigibaxes, Baxcaliburs, not able to get there. That's just gone. Mew VMAX just taking it down. And he's just never really able to get things rolling. You know, back to 2 Frigibax, but do they become Baxcaliburs? No, they don't. And he decides to scoop up the game. Things take a little bit of a turn in game number 2 as well. Just making sure that, you know, everything gets done. There's the Pokestop, a crazy Pokestop. Battle VIP Pass, Featherball, and Escape Rope. You know, Grant offering the handshake that we've seen from him before. But, you know, the tale of what happened, Rowan searching through, grabbing a bunch of pieces, and as you can see there, his bench has 4 on it. He is looking like he's in a position to try and really set this one up. He does have 4 on the bench, but he only had the Battle VIP Pass and the Featherball to do it. So that count just doesn't add up. The math was not quite mathing, I believe is a technical term. As he plays down the 2, starts going back in, obviously thinking about that future Featherball, but the Mew goes back to the hand.
He's like, I did what?
Yeah. I believe the line was again. He got caught.
How?
Grunt looking about as shocked as Rowan in this one. So just, being able to resolve this one with the game loss going to Rowan. Grunt then gets a much better game going, right? He does manage to pick up a knockout, taking down a Mew VMAX with the Shuriken, trying to set it up for a little bit later on, but Rowan heads up play, just gets the Frigibax into the active and says, you know what, I'm going to Psychic Leap, and I'm going to make sure that not only do I get the knockout there as well, Grunt looking a little bit disappointed, the Psychic Leap not the strongest attack, but Frigiback's not the strongest defender either.
No.
Maybe concerned about what he put up into that active. He does get the final piece, the Baxcalibur, but it's too little too late as Rowan just completely starts emptying out his hand. Fusion Strike system will get him the double turbo energy and the final knockout of this set.
That means Rowan Stavino is still in this tournament, trying to win another regionals after winning Hartford just last season, and trying to do it again with Mew VMAX, but a different variant.
Yeah, moving back to the double turbo variant as well, so a little bit of variety there. There is, of course, more results. I think pretty likely that we were the last game, based on a couple of extensions in there as well. So we already announced JW Krewall advancing to the top 4. We've seen Rowan Stavino making it in that as well, but Raymond Long took his set in a 2-0 fashion. And then the last I heard was Jack Carter was significantly up, and that of course converts into a win there, so we can see exactly what we've got coming in our top 4 and our semi-finals.
Yeah, Rowan Stavino up against Raymond Long. That is a rematch from the 2015 Canadian National Championships in the junior division. And it's going to be a pretty good one as well. I believe we are going to feature JW up against Jack, and that's going to be a pretty great one as well. Maridon up against Lost Zone. It's a hard matchup.
It's an interesting matchup.
Interesting.
Yeah, and we saw how turbo Jack's turbo was going at the beginning of the day, so we'll be able to come back very, very soon and see if that one is going to play out in a similar fashion. Of course, we know who we want. We do have to get them ready on the stage to play out what I'm sure will be a fantastic top 4. So we're going to have a quick break, get settled, bring everything back to parity, and be right back with top 4 here in Peoria.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 US National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's Bee Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flair's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume, and that's the whole game?
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Really throwing it back there with a look back, but I want to bring us to the current day back here in Peoria, where we are advancing into our top 4. We're going to be moving over to the other side of the bracket and making sure that we've got another phenomenal game coming up. I'm Adam Doricott, once again joined by the big dog, Jeremy Jallin. Excited for this one, Jeremy?
I'm excited. We got our lunch out of the way, some sloppy joes cleaned up, taken care of, and now we're on to top 4. Just 2 more matches to go before we close out this regional championships here in Peoria.
Yeah, we're kind of going to start looking back at where we started the day, right? We're ending our day with where we started our day. Miraidon versus Turbo Lost Box.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a nice little full circle. Obviously, we saw that one coming through in favor of Jack Carter, but JW Krewall given the opportunity to correct that one. I believe you said he was building with Jesse as well.
You have to imagine they're all just playing together. These Miraidon lists they have been piloting have been so consistent and just rocketed them to the top of Swiss at both of these regional championships. You'll love to see it. It's just if those generators can pump out a little more juice before the tournament runs out.
It really was the tale of the electric generator, and also some pretty crazy Pokestops as well. The Lost Zone Box and Miraidon EX are 3rd and 4th respectively in our usage chart over here in Peoria for day 2 specifically. The Gardevoir Charizard taking the top spots, and then Chien-Pao Archeops holding it down there at the bottom. We're going to be able to also take a look at what made up our top 8. Because we did definitely have a bit of an interesting one. I mean, the Mew that we just saw doesn't even crack the top 6 here.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy to see that conversion rate here. And one thing that's also missing, there's no Charizard. It was the most played deck of the weekend. The only one we had was Radiant Charizard from Terrence Miller there. And of course, no Lugia in top 8. Yet again, that has been a trend we've seen a little bit, but after it did so well in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, we just saw Mew VMAX and Chien-Pao EX. We've got 3 different Lost Box variants. The Lost Zone box, kind of the traditional with Radiant Charizard, the Kyogre version coming out of Raymond Long, and Jack Carter. We've just got it as Comfey Sableye, but it is that turbo build that absolutely tears through the cards, filling your Lost Zone up pretty promptly. The pair of Miraidons, as you said, from JW Krewall and Jesse Parker, and Brent Tonneson, the lone Gardevoir EX here in Peoria.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket one more time before we get down to our top 4 matchup. Of course, we just watched Rowan take down Grant Shen in that match. Gonna have a rematch of that 2015 Juniors Canadian Nationals Finals up against Raymond Long. Canada has been putting in a ton of work these 2 regionals to start off the season so far, with Andrew Estrada already winning Pittsburgh. And then, of course, JW versus Jack. JW took down that mirror match, and Jack taking down Brent Tonneson in a pretty exciting 3 games.
Yeah, it was a fantastic, game to start our day with Jack versus Jesse, and Jesse's the one who lost to JW. So maybe JW's, hitting his electric generators. Jesse's not. Maybe that's going to be the difference maker in this set. I'm sorry, Jesse. I don't want to bring it up again, but it could be relevant, right? It could be really big. That said, we're going to head on down to the stage where we can meet our players and get ready for this top 4 that is sure to be a very, very good one. Looks like we've got a quick reversal here. Of course, it is going to be Jack on the left playing the Turbo Lost Box, and then JW on the right playing the Miraidon EX.
Yeah, I believe everything's reversed.
Well, the players are in the seats they were told to sit in.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't really matter, but you can see them shuffling up and getting it ready. We know what we're going to see in this one, and honestly, from the side of Jack, I want to see how crazy he can go with these quick 7s into Mirage Gates, into Dragonites, picking off things like the Miraidon early on, just taking prizes, of course. Similar kind of speed expected from JW, right? Try and set up a Flaffy early on, but also hit your electric generators, get a bunch of Pokemon out with the Miraidon, and just start causing problems. So certainly a lot to try and unpack here as well.
Yeah, the way this matchup goes is JW, as the Miraidon player, needs to get a knockout basically every turn that is possible. And if you're doing that, you're able to keep pace with Jack and his Turbo Lost Zone. Now, the things to help you do that is cards like Bravery Charm to increase your HP a little bit, kind of force those lost vacuums to come out a little earlier than or on your cards instead of Jack's cards to boost that Lost Zone.
I did hear Jack declare, "I'll go second," which means you know exactly what he's looking for. Trapping something in the active, maybe something like the Raikou, the Raichu, just not able to get the hand going and play this one. But we can take a look at Jack's achievements. 2023, top 64 in Fresno and top 32 in Knoxville. Throwing it all the way back to 2017, where he top 8'd in Fort Wayne. 2010, Missouri State finalist when those tournaments were still around.
That's a throwback for sure.
Yeah.
Over 13 years ago. And again, playing that Turbo Lost Zone box. We have seen this deck time and time again. It is not going away for a while.
No, that one is going to be sticking around. Sometimes it gets a new tool, people lean into it and try and cause problems. Of course, JW Krewall, top 64 at Worlds 22. Win regionals in Richmond in 2019, won a regional in Fort Wayne back in 2013, and all the way back in 2011, top 8 in Fort Wayne as well. So a pretty storied history in the game there as well. Of course, confirmation, for those of you wondering, it's Miraidon EX and Flaffy.
Yeah, this is a deck that, again, has just been doing extremely well in these past few tournaments that we've had to start the season, and even at the World Championships with Andrew Mahone getting top 16, I believe, with the first iteration of this list.
There were some Miraidon believers back at Worlds, and that seems to be carrying on already. Looks like we're about to be laying out the prizes. Let's see how they go. Battle VIP Pass pair, Nest Ball, Escape Rope, and a Lightning Energy. So that one Lightning Energy is going to be at a premium, but then it's going to be 2 Boss's Orders, a Professor's Research, Flaffy, a Lightning Energy, obviously not as big when you've got 14 of them, and then a Switch cart as well with the Professor's Research to round it out. So Jack fishing for, the Battle VIP pass that you need for that explosive first turn. Only limited to 2 of them, but realistically, you only need 1. A couple of good draws off your Colress as well, so not out of reach, but significantly harder.
Meanwhile, 2 bosses orders in the prize cards for JW, only playing 3 in the list, so access to 1 of those early. But here we go. There's the fist bump, and these players are ready for our top 4 here in Peoria, Illinois.
Well, it's going to be the Raikou V and the Miraidon EX. Just for confirmation,
Another mirror?
Yeah. What is this, another mirror? No, it's not. It's just a pretty unfortunate start for Jack, who wants to start with the Comfey. Of course, Tandem Unit going in, getting a couple of basic lightning Pokemon. He's going to be able to grab a couple options and just check what's in there. Maybe find out about that unfortunate boss's orders situation. But definitely going to get a Flaffy down as well, so able to try and set things up a little bit easier. Sorry, a Mareep down, and then the Fluffy. I was getting ahead of myself.
Looking to eye down that Flying Pikachu V. It is a great recipient of 4 Sealstone for this deck, as well as having a little bit more HP and that free retreat, which is ever so needed when you're playing a deck that has 4 Electric Generator in it.
Yeah, being able to move around quickly is really, really big here. Let's see if he's just making the counts secure. Looks like he's picked the Pokemon. He just wants to, observe everything in the deck.
And it's always interesting to see what matchups you go ahead and Tandem Unit for another Miraidon EX, and then Tandem Unit yet again. But when your opponent starts that Raikou V, you have to be worried about that Lightning Rondo just being able to deal enough damage to take a knockout on your own Pokemon EX, Pokemon V. Yeah,
I mean, if you really start to, throw down too much on the bench, if he can reach the 7, then he'll be able to, of course, start going a little bit crazy with that Lightning Rondo, because you know that the Lost Box player can fill up their bench, start adding to it. There's a Raikou V of his own, much superior art, but it's just a pretty irrelevant comment. And there's the Electric Generator, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's that's going to be a whiff on the first one in this set.
It's not what you want to see for this Miraidon deck, and no energy in hand means no energy attachment for the turn. Going to be a little lackluster start, and this is the reason that Jack opted to go second. JW's deck is one of the few decks in the format that is very good at going second into the metagame. Want to know the other deck? Jack's deck.
Yeah, that's why he chose to go second. Hisuian Heavy Ball. He will get confirmation on exactly what's in those prizes. The first thing he looks at is his prizes. Easier than counting and removing counts from the deck, but not going to find a basic Pokemon in there to grab.
Yeah, he's like, can I just take this hand?
Yeah. Okay. You just swap it for anything.
Okay. No, like swap the full 6 cards in Jack's hand for the 6 prizes,
That could be good. Would be a little bit overpowered, though. Looking at Jack's hand, he's going to have to go digging with this fleet-footed. Oh! The Battle VIP pass. He knew 2 were stuck in the prizes, able to rip that off the top deck and keep things moving here in top 4. That is a huge pull for him in a hand that otherwise looks... Oh, he's got the Colress, so he's still got some work to do. But at least he can start looking for cards and, looking for Comfeys, which are going to be really, really important here if he wants to hit the 7 and get moving first.
He was like, you got to get lucky sometimes. Might as well be now.
Yeah. So there is a pair of Comfey off the Battle VIP pass, able to, potentially, if you can, of course, get this Raikou V out of the active, then he'll be able to start flower selecting, start filling up that lost zone, and start causing problems that way. What has he got in there for switching around?
Switch card?
Yeah, he's got a Colrus.
Yeah, he's going to start things off with seeing the most cards available.
Yep, there's 5 cards off the Colrus. Seeing a Sableye, a Water Energy.
4 Sealstone.
Yeah. Not bad. A Mirage Gate and a Super Rod as well. So looking pretty solid here.
These, again, are kind of 5 cards that you don't want to get rid of. They're all pretty useful for throughout the entire game. But it's going to get rid of that Sableye, and then I believe...
I want to say it was the Super Rod.
Super Rod, yeah.
Yeah, the Mirage Gate going to the hand. So already got that in... He's already got a Super Rod in hand if he wants to play it early. But, of course, yeah, it is risky. Let's see the flower selecting. Very aggressive on the turn there. Another Battle VIP pass and a Greninja. Problem is, if you get rid of the Greninja, you can't use Battle VIP pass to get it back out. So may just have to take that and go concealed cards. Throw it down. Let's see. There's the concealed cards.
2 cards off the top now for Jack. Finds another Colress and a Forest Sealstone. Those cards aren't really going to do much of this turn, but next turn that Colress's Experiment will help Jack get to that 7 if needed. But I think at least for right now, it's not going to be available to him.
No, he doesn't have enough switching effects in the hand either, so he's going to switch it manually. You know, he could then try and cause problems a little bit later on. Let's see what this flower selecting gives him. Echoing Horn and a Nest Ball. Oof.
Echoing Horn's one of those cards that's pretty good in this matchup because you can grab back those Mareep after taking a knockout with Moonlight Shuriken. No Manaphy in JW's deck to prevent that. But Nest Ball, very important here to grab something like the Cramorant. You already have 4 in the Lost Zone, so might as well get that. You can force Sealstone for something like a Switch Cart or even Escape Rope and be able to get some damage on the board.
Yep. Yeah, some damage is better than no damage here, right? Being able to at least apply pressure, make something vulnerable to a Sableye later on, which you are kind of hurtling towards with the other Colress in hand. But it is a very easy target for JW to be able to take out. So sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. There's the Cramorant. Let's see how he wants to do this. The other Forest Sealstone goes down, completely irrelevant here. As he's already used it, and just a quick 110 onto that Miraidon, so easy to try and pick that one up a little bit later on.
JW's hand has that Flaffy, be able to Dynamotor, but again, the tale of no energy. I guess that 1 energy being the prize card is really hurting right now.
Yep, there's the Forest Sealstone though. There's the Flaffy, so he's going to be able to start Dynamotoring a little bit later on, but the Judge kind of showing there's nothing else to do here. Just get those cards back in the deck, maybe see some more electric generators. You know, can get attachments that way, and potentially a way to try and you know, get the energy moving, because we haven't even seen any yet.
Also, I just want to say this is the optimal Judge art from Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
I would agree. I think for a lot of art, Heart Gold, Soul Silver is the premium.
Yeah.
Energy in particular.
Oh, gorgeous energy.
Yeah, phenomenal energy.
4 cards for both players off that Judge for the turn. Couple Nest Ball. That's not really going to do too much for JW here. Has that Forest Sealstone to search for something like that Electric Generator, but could find the Mew EX. This is a card that was so hyped going into this weekend, but we've only really seen it in play to restart.
Yeah, it's been a little underwhelming, considering how much you and Chip hyped it up on yesterday morning. But
I didn't pick it for my predictions.
No, I know. We did wear the matching Mew pins, though. So,
yeah, we did.
There's now 2 Mews, and one of them is clearly doing more than the other. It's going to be another Nest Ball, so trying to get the hand real low, so the restart is an option. There's the Miraidon. It's got it down to 2. You get it even lower.
How low can you go?
Well, under 3 is exactly what he needs here.
I believe there's 1 or 2 cards left in the hand for JW here.
It's just a quick pair. You know, maybe able to try and get rid of it. Does other Forest Sealstone attach the Flying Pikachu if he really wants to go crazy? He does get to attach the energy, so he's down to 1. And there's the restart for 2. Let's see. There's an energy and another Miraidon.
Not going to be helpful right now.
No, that is. This is a slow start from JW. He's managed to get 1 energy into play so far. Doesn't have any in the discard either, so not able to start pulling those back with the Flaffy.
There was a route for JW to take where you attach to the active and then hope to Forest Sealstone for an Electric Generator, get 2 off that, then you could start attacking. But just having to pass the turn back is not where you want to be in this matchup, especially with that Cramorant already ready and attacking, hoping to take a knockout on this Miraidon.
Yeah, the awkward thing here is you get to look at exactly what happened with the Judge situation, right? There's the Lost Vacuum, there's the energy, and the Dragonite as well, one of your big attackers heading in there. Of course, does have the Super Rod in deck. Doesn't have access, though, to a Colress, so not going to be able to advance much more. Could advance it a little bit with this Lost Vacuum, just trying to get rid of maybe his own Forest Sealstone and cause problems that way. Can, of course... Oh, yeah, he's got the Clara as well to get those Pokemon back. But they're going to go right into the hand.
You do get the energy for concealed cards, though, so seeing 2 extra cards here off of that Clara. Escape Rope energy, I think, is the cards found.
Yep, this is definitely the awkward way around, right? You want to do more to try and advance your board state. Does attach to the con phase, so I have to imagine that he's going to bring that up, flower selecting, and then just, bounce it back out.
For next turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of options. It's going to be the Lost Vacuum, discards the Nest Ball, or Lost Zone's Nest Ball, gets rid of the Forest Sealstone on JW's side, so not advancing his count too much, but limiting JW's options here. It's up to 5 in the Lost Zone, so not like a Mirage Gate, but he's going to get a couple of prizes for his troubles as Cramorant with the second swing in to that Miraidon. Nice 2 prizes for him there. The Switch Cart and the Lightning Energy are the prizes that he took there as well.
JW does have a copy of Arven in the hand, but only 1 copy of Forest Sealstone in the deck. So honestly, against a deck like Turbo Lost Zone, I would have loved to just use it anyway.
Yep.
There's no hand disruption really coming from Jack's side of things, and you know you're eventually going to need it, but they play 3 Lost Vacuum. So it's very likely that it would get put in the Lost Zone just like it did.
Yeah, well, here's a Bravery Charm, one of those kind of key pieces you were mentioning at the top of the game to make it a little bit harder to grab these knockouts, put it out of range for just easy picks with something like the Sableye as well. So Arven definitely grabbing that. You have to wonder, what is he going to get as well as the item?
Did he only just get the Bravery Charm?
It might be that way. Yeah, he's shuffling up, so...
Had the possibility for Electric Generator.
Yep. There's the Bravery Charm onto his Raikou, so he's going to manually attach there. Can, of course, Lightning Rondo, which would get the Cramorant out of the way. It's down to just 1 off the restart. What is it? Another Electric Energy, or Lightning Energy. My apologies. He's spinning the stop. Iono, Bravery Charm, and Switch Cart. Able to take the Switch Cart there as well, so... can use that if he gets in a little bit of danger later, but this is going to be an easy knockout with the Lightning Rondo. Very, very easy to do there. 180 is more than enough on this Cramorant.
Finds a second Raikou from the prize cards. Takes that knockout, but not really advancing too much for his board. And Jack just 5 in the Lost Zone. A simple Colress's Experiment away from activating all these Mirage Gates in the hand.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing here. So let's see. Spin in the stop. Oh, Lost Vacuum, Colress, and a Super Rod. The Colress going into the discard. Would have loved to see that as an option off the flower selecting, though. What is he going to get for his troubles here? There's the Mirage Gate gone. Can, of course, finish the 7 with the Lost Vacuum, though, that he hit off the stop.
It was a double Mirage Gate as that flower selecting choice. But like you said, with that Lost Vacuum, able to fully hit that magic 7 number.
Yep, there's going to be a Switch Cart as well. Really could power up whatever he wants at this juncture, right? And the Bravery Charm. He's got the Dragonite in hand. Can also Lost Vacuum it away. So it's going to be really easy to knock it out.
And honestly, I like using the Lost Vacuum on the Bravery Charm on the Raikou.
Oh, he gets rid of his own Pokestop. So trying to limit the options here. Of course, the Dragonite does do such a large amount of damage. Does need to make sure that he's got all the energy in the right spot, right? He's going to be up. So we're up to 8 now in there. Would have been able to start using those Mirage Gates if he got rid of the Bravery Charm, but I think he's going to be able to power through that anyway. So there's the Super Rod. He's going to start getting some of that energy back in the deck, 1 of each. There is, of course, 3 different types in here. He's going back in with the Mirage Gate. He's going to power up the Dragonite B. And, yep, the other one getting shuffled back in. So more than enough. I think this game is about to kind of get away from JW a little bit too much.
Yeah, Bravery Charm is great in this matchup, but only when it's really attached to something like Miraidon, because 250 damage is plenty for Dragonite V to be able to come and clean up that KO.
Yep, and he had the Water Energy in hand, so the Dragon Gale does it exactly as well. The Bravery Charm not going to save him there. Of course, does mean didn't need to get rid of it. But that is now 2 more prizes for Jack. It's a pair of Battle VIP passes, I'm pretty sure he'll be taking. Yeah, the Escape Ribbon Nest Ball stuck in there. But Jack just, tearing through this game. JW has got so far to go, and we're already starting to look at Sableye time as well. The Dragonite doing exactly what it needs to do in this matchup and just take those big, big knockouts, powering through the Bravery Charm.
And JW, I believe, not able to use Dynamotor last turn, just no Lightning Energy in the discard, which means this Mew EX, which is usually you're out to something like a Dragonite V, you won't be able to attack, but If you do that, you also have a 2 prize Pokemon with 100 HP and then, or 180 HP in the active spot, with Jack only having 2 prize cards left.
Yeah, I mean, he is filling the bench as well, right? So this Lightning Rondo is looking really tempting. If you go put that Mew in the active, has to get something a little bit bulkier in there. Lightning Rondo would just be able to come up and, when you filled your bench and both of you have a full bench, you're able to take those knockouts. And there's the scoop. Yeah, JW understanding that he's too far away from it in this game. Jack Carter, being able to close that one out. Really just 2 big turns, right? Well, 3. 2 hits with the Cramorant and 1 hit with the Dragonite.
Yep. Name a more iconic duo, scooping to your generators, not hitting any lightning energies.
It was a rough set of generators for JW Creeball there. I mean, needs to be hitting those, needs to get some energy in the discard too, needs to be able to pull it out with the Flaffy, and just didn't come through for him. Maybe, just maybe, this is a theory. Get the tinfoil hat on, Jeremy. If you play Heart Gold, Soul Silver energies, the generators will find them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just obvious.
Oh, so just facts.
Generator finds the prettiest cards in your deck, so...
Yeah. He keeps looking at the judge on it. Like,
yeah. I don't need judge.
Yeah. There's the big knockout of the game, though, that kind of sealed it up, right? The Dragonite V swinging in to that powered up Pokemon on JW's side. He was trying to fight back, but just wasn't able to. Even though that Raikou had the Bravery Charm, he was able to power through it in this one. So setting up game number 2, I think the game plan is clear for JW. Hit your generators.
Yeah, find energy early, attach them.
Yep.
Attack. Get prizes.
Yeah. And looks like game 2 is actually underway. It's a Comfey in the active for Jack as he's starting off with a Flower selecting, being able to just keep things going. There are the prizes: Raikou, Miraidon, Iono, Lightning Energy, Switch Card, Presses Research, Battle VIP Pass, Mirage Gate, Pokestop, Forest Steel Stone, double Battle VIP Pass, I think it was Mirage Gate in there as well. But you only need 1 or 2 to really accelerate through this game. This is going to be a slower start. There's no Colress's experiment to be had on this first turn, but I think the Flower selecting got the Comfey, if I identified that flash of purple correctly, and the Nest Ball has got the Radiant Greninja. He's got an energy in hand, so he can really keep things going here. There's the concealed cards. 1, 2. And he's got so many pieces in here. Switch card and a Colress for next turn too, so he's got an escape rope as well.
All right, so with that, RD2 in the Lost Zone as of right now finds a Battle VIP Pass. Has to get rid of Lost Vacuum, which is actually pretty important in this matchup because of those Bravery Charms, because of being able to get to that 7 so fast. But this start is looking mighty fine here, especially with JW starting that Mew EX.
Yeah, the Mew EX that looks very liable to get taken down, particularly, if you overdevelop the board, maybe it could be a Lightning Rondo angle, right? It's a very easy and approachable number to hit, considering the amount of cards that JW wants to get down, wants to get him a Rhydon out, wants to get him a Reap out, and all of a sudden you're ticking that damage higher and higher. The Cramorant and the Comfey are going to be the selection off the Battle VIP Pass, just 2, as we have learned earlier today, making sure that he's got plenty of Flower selectings to go as well. He's got the Switch card, so he can get a 3rd Flower selecting, and just keep seeing pieces. Let's see what he's got off this one. Ooh, Mirage Gate, Echoing Horn. You've got to hold on to that Mirage Gate. Echoing Horn just immediately thrown in. He's at a Lost Zone of 3. Wow. Bench is full. Dragonite down with the Forest Seal Stone. And he passes it over to this Mew. Now this hand from JW, let's see what he's got. Maybe banking on this research, as that is all he's got to really use. 3 energy, a Path to the Peak. I believe it was a Boss's Orders in there as well. But now he's got energy in the discard, which is exactly where he wants it to be. This is looking like a slow start. He's going to get the, Raikou down. And he's going to be able to start getting some energy down the old-fashioned way. But this is sluggish at best, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all. You can retreat to the Raikou and fleet-footed to hopefully find a Nest Ball or a Miraidon. But if you do, you're going to leave it in the active spot just for that Dragonite V to get knocked out. The Path to the Peak could stop that Radiant Greninja, but that's pretty much it. And Jack's first turn was so good, and the hand is so good right now that JW really needed to judge last turn.
Yeah, he's going to be getting up to, a good number 6, so close. With this, he's got a bunch of energy, a pair of vacuum. I think it's a pair of vacuums.
I believe so.
Yeah. Oh no, it's a vacuum and a super rod. My apologies.
Well, I think there's one in hand.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was a super rod as well.
They just look the same, the vacuum and the super rod. The Claret and the Psychic Energy head on into that lost zone as well. So, believe he's up to 6 now, right?
Yep.
And so he's 1 away. Obviously, the vacuum is going to help him get there. Does need to get a water energy if he wants to swing with this Dragonite. Doesn't have room to try and play it any differently. So, making sure he's got the missing pieces.
The one card you were really hoping for was an escape rope here to bring up that Raikou V to the active spot, but you're still taking 2 prize cards anyway.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the escape rope would have been great there, but not able to see it off the flower selecting or the Colress. It was kind of a rough Colress for him, but I think he'll be able to fire back with it. The lost vacuum, of course, will help him out, making sure he hits the 7. An easy discard. I mean, puts himself even higher with the Forest Seal Stone. Could have tried getting rid of the Path to the Peak, but needs to be mindful of where that energy is. We'll just Mirage Gate, so grabbing the water and the other lightning. The other one's in his hand, of course. Have to imagine he's going back in. There's the second Mirage Gate, so doesn't need the water in hand. Does just go and grab it that way. Is going to have to use a basic energy to retreat here, I believe. I don't think he's got any other switching options.
Yeah. He could have dug a little bit further by switch cart into a Comfey and attach the energy to the Comfey. If you find the escape rope off there, it's amazing. Yep. But like I said, it's still, you're grabbing 2 prize cards. This Dragonite V is most for surely not getting knocked out, especially with the way JW started. Having that Path to the Peak in play, is not able to use Tandem Unit from right on if he finds it. And here we just see a Judge, and this could be a quick top 4 match.
Yeah, he's not even able to fleet-footed for the extra cards. The Path of the Peak could be absolutely brutal. I can't let Jack leaving it in. Yes, you've used the Forest Seal Stone, so you may as well just lost vacuum it away. Keep your count going up as well, all the way up to 8. So another couple flower selectings or another Colress, and we're talking about Sableye in this one. Let's see what JW gets off this. It's going to be an Electric Generator, an Arven, a Nest Ball. He needs another Pokemon.
Yeah, that keeps him alive in this top 4. Grabbing another Pokemon, and you can Generator to it as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the Miraidon, but no Tandem Unit.
No Tandem Unit at all. Maybe if he draws some Beach Court. I know he discarded 1 with that first turn, but that's the only real out to getting this Path to the Peak out of the way. There's just an Arven along with that Electric Generator. And
he does hit.
Only 1.
Yep.
Never lucky.
It's not going to be the biggest hit, but I mean, at least he's going to put some damage down on this Dragonite. And he'll be able to Lightning Rondo, but it's just not going to be that monstrous hit that you expect. 140 damage, being able to use the full bench over on that side. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Yep, there we go, 140.
I was about to call you out for
getting
it.
Yeah, I was actually getting nervous. I was like, but no, 140. Obviously, that makes that very easy to knock out. This is going to be the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Jack is going to get confirmation that there are no Pokemon, or no basic Pokemon in there either, so not able to play around that one. Does have a little bit of work to do, right, if he wants to try and find those pieces. Is that... I mean, he's just going to get the knockout here. He's got the Colress as well. He can hit 10 at his leisure. So, yeah, there's Colress's Experiment. Can't see what he's got off it. A Lost Vacuum, Super Rod, Switch Car, and a Sableye.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair with the way this game has gone, all Jack needs to do, take the knockout this turn on the Raikou. With only the 1 energy on this Miraidon on the bench, I don't think JW is going to be able to cobble together an attack next turn. Does have the Arven. It might have to deal with another Electric Generator and a Raikou or something on the bench. But again, that's just very easy for Jack to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to look in there. Takes his knockout on the Raikou. Even if he gets the Miraidon up, we know what Jack's got in the hand, right? He's got the Super Rod. He may be able to just get this Dragonite right back and start causing problems because, he took one of the Mirage Gates as well. And there's the other one. The Beach Court finally in play here. So able to start using Tandem Unit, setting up some more Pokemon. But is he going to set himself up enough to stay in this game as he's currently down 6 prizes to 2?
much better than an escape rope, at least at this point in time right now. Able to tandem unit for that Mareep and another Miraidon. Has that Arven in hand, going to have to rely on this electric generator, but then, like you said, Jack has Super Rod in hand. There's multiple Mirage Gate, most likely. Another Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, I don't think Jack's going to really have a difficulty setting up the Dragonite again. I mean, he does need a way to search it, which is kind of the one thing I think he's missing, because he did throw away a Nest Ball earlier, but certainly ways around it. And unless he, it's got to be a Bravery Charm, I think, to try and stick around here. But it has to be a Bravery Charm on a Miraidon. So let's see. There's the Arven. Does go in. Oh, gets Forest Hill Stone and the Electric Generator. So it can definitely start playing a little bit in this game. I just don't know if it's going to slow him down enough, right? I think that's going to be the big, big problem here.
Forest Sealstone can find its way on to one of those Pokemon V, but for right now, Electric Generator does not hit anything. And you hate to see it for all y'all Miraidon fans at home and in the crowd here today. Has to find another Electric Generator, and with no Raikou on the bench, that means you need both of these Lightning Energy. I guess with the Lightning Energy in hand, this Raichu V can take the knockout, which we do see. There's that Lightning Energy. Yep. Electric Generator, 5 cards. Oh, don't do this. No!
Are we the problem, Jeremy? There's the scoop from JW Creewall, not able to find any energy, and Jack Carter runs away with this in a very brisk top 4. The Turbo Lost Box deck most certainly turbo through both of those games.
Listen, it was an emergency situation, and the generators ran out of gas, unable to keep the lights on in the house, and JW finds himself a quick exit out of this top 4, and Jack moving on to our finals to face down one of the Canadians.
Yeah, they've been putting on a lot of work, though. I mean, to take him to top 4 with the Miraidon, really, really impressive when your generator just isn't finding the pieces that you need. What can you do? And I think after that one, JW knew, he wasn't going to be able to get an attack off this turn, and he could see exactly what was waiting on the other side. So his run ends in top 4, but Jack, all we've seen of him today is pretty much flawless Turbo Lost Box play.
Oh yeah, it's been great to see, and just the fact that you can be this consistent with the deck. Here we go throughout this match. Game 1, having the Pokestop, drawing the cards he needs to get everything. There's the knockout with the Cramorant, free as free can be, being able to get those prize cards. And then Dragonite V, of course, dealing exact damage with Dragon Gale to take the knockout on that Bravery Charmed Raikou V. And with that, there's just no way for JW to really cobble together an attack this game 1 here.
It's a tough one. I mean, he's trying to fire back, but another Electric Generator into 5 non-Lightning Energy cards just means he scoops it up and moves on. He is going to keep on trying, though, in game number 2. But he already loses one of those Pokemon early on to that Dragonite V. Does try and fire back with the Lightning Rondo from this Raikou. It's not enough, though, as it just gets knocked out. And does manage to cobble together some pieces, right? Gets rid of the Path of the Peak, gets the Beach Court going, fills his bench. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nope, not there. And right back to the scoop. So a very brisk set between both of these trainers. But Turbo Lost Box, piloted by Jack Carter, will be moving on into our finals here in Peoria.
I got deja vu watching both of those scoops. It looked the exact same. Just unfortunate to see, but we have one of our finalists already set up, ready to go for that last match of the day. I don't know if Rowan or Raymond are finished with their games yet, so we'll have to see how things are shaping up, but it could be a pretty exciting one. Raymond's deck, we have not featured him on stream, but I've seen a few of his games out in the play area. It's Lost Zone Kyogre with Zamazenta. It is very cool, and we could see Kyogre take down a regional back-to-back.
That'd be impressive, because I think a lot of people have decided to kind of ignore that deck a little bit. They're not as big of fans of it. It's definitely a different play style. Not as turbo as what we're seeing Jack play. You have to play through a little bit more methodically, so certainly a tough one to pilot, but that game still going on, so Jack gets to sit and wait for his opponent a little bit.
Yeah, get some food, maybe go to the bathroom, recharge, and prepare for one of the biggest matches of your Pokemon career.
Yeah. Just a regional final.
No big deal.
With, what, 1,700 players going in at the beginning of the day?
Yeah, a little over.
Yeah, so you're in the top 2. Already got his fair share of the prizing, but if it goes as well for him as that one, you got to imagine he's going to be feeling pretty confident. He's not going to have juicy 2 prize targets to go after this time, or if he gets the Lost Box Mirror at least.
Yeah, or up against Mew VMAX, that could be a whole nother thing in itself. We have seen that matchup plenty of times.
Yeah, that one's been around for a little bit, so still plenty more action. One more game, but lots more action guaranteed in Peoria.
Yeah, it has been a great weekend so far. I've been pleased with how the tournament is run and really just everything that we've witnessed on stream.
Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic weekend. Nice to join you over here on the TCG desk for a little bit, see what you guys have been getting up to, and just, really dive into some games. I feel like we may have to take the blame for the electric generators because it's 2 games that we've casted of Miraidon and 2 shocking electric generator performances. So it might be us. It could be Jack as well, who puts the curse on his opponent. I'm just going to take the heat because I think that's the bigger move of us.
Now, you're VGC, so how does curse work with non-ghost types? That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Boost up defense.
Oh, okay. So
there wasn't much defense boosting either because those benches were looking pretty thin when they didn't have much energy on them.
That's Pokemon TCG. Anything can really happen, and a deck like Miraidon, you really rely on those electric generators, and when they don't hit, as you can see, there's not much gameplay. No,
there's not. I mean, when you don't get the Mareep to the Flaffy out either, yes. I mean, that Professor's research at the start was like, oh, he's got 3 energy in the discard. Nice. And then just wasn't able to kind of convert that, getting out of the discard because he never got to that next phase of the game. So certainly a tricky one. But top 4 with Miraidon, I mean, you got to say this deck is creeping up. People are starting to look at it and consider it a whole lot more.
Oh, yeah. Definitely 2 great performances back-to-back. And we'll have to see how the format shapes up. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with the rest of the tournament.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
indeed cooked.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Peoria Regional Championships here in Illinois. We're just about to close in on our next match, but because that top 4 was so swift, we have a lot of time to kill. And so I'm here in the lounge with some of our casters. We got Jeremy Jalen, Adam Doricott, and Sierra joining us from VG side as a special guest.
This isn't VG over here?
Not anymore.
Well, I know. I caused the confusion at this point.
It's like TCG half of both, and then VGC. It's like a line, you know?
Yeah, but we do have Pictionary for you folks, just some nice entertainment. Now, I was the one who had to pick the Pokemon to draw and write down the names to put in the deck box. So I will be abstaining from this competition. It'd be a little bit too unfair since I know all the Pokemon already, but I'll just see what my friends here can come up with and hopefully moderate a bit, move things along if we get stuck, because that Palpitoad is going to go down in history. I got completely stomped. So I think I picked some good ones. And also, the names that I mixed in were some names that were submitted by our viewers. Before we came to Peoria, I did put the call out on social media for our audience to share their favorite Pokemon with me. So hopefully they'll be able to do you proud. So Jeremy, why don't you get us started?
All right, I already drew mine up, so we're going to start out. Maybe we'll get it from this.
Okay. Pointy. I'm not going to guess either. Wow, that's very good. Nice straight lines.
Very angular.
Is this a Metagross?
It is Metagross.
Metagross! Amazing!
I did not want to draw the rest of it, so thank you.
You're welcome. We should have forced him to keep going.
Yeah, you saved Jeremy from a terrible fate. Knowing the Metagross. Has Metagross been meta in VG? I know it was kind of big in previous generations. Is it even in Scarlet Violet yet?
It's not here yet, so we're seeing a bunch of other things fun going around. We just had our Kitakami Pokedex come out with the DLC, so a lot of fun new Pokemon that are slowly being re-added into our game. It's a good time over there.
Okay, we'll see if, the grandpa Pokemon from Gen 3 can keep up in the current meta. Good old Meteor Mash.
All right, let's get this one going.
With the vertical orientation.
I like the portrait. I just think it gives me a little more room, a little je ne sais quoi to the drawing as well. All right, we'll start with kind of this angled.
And I got to tell you, folks, it is difficult to draw looking down at an angle like this. So Dawes is definitely flexing right now.
Don't give him any excuses.
It's actually just the
spiky tail.
That's
doesn't whittle it down as much as I would hope it would.
Frigibax.
What's the middle one, Jeremy?
Arctobax.
Yay, he got it. Jeremy learned what Arctobax was today. It's very impressive.
And you guessed it right. I'm proud of you.
Good job. I didn't guess it right.
Oh, I thought there was a drawing too. I was like, 2 for 1?
Tyranitar.
Nope.
It's some sort of dragon Pokemon with that tail.
You're putting a lot of detail into this lower half.
Just making
little feet. Cute little feet.
If you don't get to draw it all, you should be rating all the drawings after. That should be your job as like the artist of the group.
My X was very good.
It was like the lines.
That was incredibly like straight lines. I'm impressed.
Tweet it out on X, you know.
I think it's got kind of this thing.
Duraludon?
No, not quite.
There's spikes.
Hear me out. Do one of these.
Got some dragons. He's wearing a collar.
So
a crown of sorts.
Nidoking.
Nailed it, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Going
like
for
the body
true
shape.
Pictionary style, not drawing the Pokemon itself, but drawing a pantomime of the Pokemon to hint at its name. Very avant-garde.
That's the first time I've heard my artwork described as avant-garde.
It's probably the last.
Yeah, by anyone around here.
I need those names.
Oh, yeah,
please and thank you.
We got
Shake it up a little
the
bit so I get a
Obsidian
good
Flames
one.
deck box as well, featuring the Charizard EX art. Hopefully you can read my handwriting.
It's very neat. I don't know.
I had to try really hard because my
neat.
handwriting is normally not very neat, folks.
All right. So for this one,
oh, somebody's copying
She's gonna go all the way from top down.
with the Pokemon,
Ditto.
like see, no.
All right, it's a circle, wavy circle.
This is really hard to draw upside down. I'm not gonna lie.
What do we got?
Okay, this looks like a lot of different Pokemon. It's very
Geodude.
concerned.
Golem. Graveler.
Actually,
All right, there's little dots all around it.
Actually, I don't think this is bad.
It's a Pokemon with a lot of speckles, a lot of polka dots.
No, it's like
Darmanitan?
it's like stuff.
Garbodor.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, very nice.
Let's go. I think the dots really added a lot to that one, huh?
Yeah, the eyes, I think, really sell it. Now that I know that that's Garbodor. Okay,
Garbodor.
I was the Garbodor before I realized the official pronunciation. Garbodor, as Boo would say.
Well, odor because it smells, because it's...
Yeah, it makes perfect sense now.
Garbage,
Listen,
yeah.
it's self-conscious, all right?
It's just like when I saw, Golden Go. I thought it was Goldengo.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one, pal.
It's quite clearly golden.
I get it now. I don't know. Macaroni and cheese.
The "did you get it" piece reversed on yourself. How does that feel?
All right. We got...
I'm getting shown up here. Jeremy once again with the steady hand. Another straight line. All right, it's something tall.
Beartic.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking Abominable Snowman, and I was like, wait, it's got to be Beartic.
Amazing. Your casting duo over this weekend has really put you into the same wavelength. I should have anticipated this, folks.
Yeah, because Jeremy and I frequently discuss Beartic backstage.
Your favorite Pokemon. What does Beartic evolve from again?
Cubchoo.
Okay, very nice.
Cubchoo's really cute.
It is.
And sick.
Good one.
That's
Good one.
Not keeping it traditional.
Slimy boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so start.
Dorcott. Figuring out where to start the drawing from, very important. Another nice rounded shape. The first 3 seconds of any Pokemon drawing can be any Pokemon. Triangular. All right, we've got a rice ball going here.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that.
Erasing? That goes against the spirit of the Pictionary, I think. Deducting points.
I'm just gonna add in, it's definitely.
Alamola?
No, the angle's probably a bit funny. You probably need to keep it like this. It's definitely got a little face, a little smile. It's not good.
Feebas?
No.
Okay, this is shaping up.
Bam.
Wow.
Wow.
Definitely.
They're
It's like Togekiss from above.
Togekiss from above.
Insane.
Specifically the top-down Togekiss.
That is some art. This
a
is
Togekiss as seen from above.
This is
yes,
poster material. This needs to be hung up at the back of the lounge here. This.
It also looks like a corn chip, but...
Or a stealth jet. I think I really captured the fairy type in there as well.
Oh, 100%.
With the
yes,
pen.
I sense the whimsy.
All right.
Oh.
And hit Pokemon. Get up good. Thank you, thank you. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one.
And this is always very exciting for me as well, because I'm always so excited to see everyone else's art. And even if you aren't that good of an artist, to put yourself out there, take a chance, and just draw a Pokemon.
Pardon?
Ice Cube.
It is.
Just one square, not even the face and the body. Wow.
Perfect. You
three have the ability to channel the essence of the Pokemon. Just with a few lines, we can already tell what it is.
It's because we're amazing artists like you.
Yeah.
This is true, true.
I mean, it's not all about technical skill. Being able to capture your subject accurately is, part of the magic.
And capturing and Pokemon, they go hand in hand.
Hey, I like that one. But you've got...
Oh, this one's dangerous.
Oh, no, Jeremy.
It's okay, Jeremy. Maybe you just draw it all at once and then go for a big reveal if it is truly dangerous.
Oh, no.
All right. Maybe we'll
just start from the bottom.
No, that's the dangerous part. Let's start with the face, maybe?
Okay.
Gia, dude. One day it's going to be right. One day it's going to be right.
One day it will be right. There's no penalty for just calling out the name of a Pokemon.
Torracat.
Chien Pao?
All right, something stripy. There's a lot of legs.
It's not a Chien Pao? No? A Wurmple? I don't know.
We might have to go with the pantomime. Okay, it's got a long tail.
Oh, for it?
For it.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice,
Now
nice.
let's erase that abomination.
For it, very well done, very well done.
Don't patronize me.
Yeah, it's important to encourage budding artists. So they don't lose faith in their talent, right?
Oh, Lord. You have to have talent to lose faith in it.
Okay, okay. A safe.
Can't argue with that one.
Chio, dude.
Hey, if I can't guess it, you gotta guess it. Okay, so we're gonna get the.
Now I can see that everybody's getting warmed up. These lines are very, very strong, very confident.
Torkoal.
Bam.
What?
Yeah.
Nice.
Outstanding.
Didn't even get to draw the the additional details. But Jeremy and I
Like
laid
the
it in.
entire rest of the Pokemon.
Yeah.
I hope
I'm impressed.
I hope
I'm
chat's
very
guessing
impressed.
these as fast as like we are.
You mean as
Or if
fast
they're
as
just
I
like,
am?
No, if the chat is like,
I think my best contribution is shaking up the names.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a lot of matches, go to ties or just, go to a late game 3. And this is the first time we've had a lot of time to just kind of sit and relax, draw some Pokemon, talk about how the tournament's gone. And I got to say, the grabber's been showing up.
Yeah. Could have a chance to make it into finals. That's crazy.
Geodude.
Sierra's draw. Yeah, that's definitely got to be some sort of geometric thing.
Oh. Wiglet.
yeah, let's go. And then if you want a Diglett, you can just put a little, like the Wiglarian
Well, that's
Diglett.
a Alolan.
With the little hair, you get the Diglett, got all of them, yeah.
So many Diglets.
Go.
Is that a jab, huh?
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
Whoa. I mean, if the shoe fits.
I'm just gonna shake the box of names and stay out of this one. This is not my circus.
All right.
I have faith in you, Jeremy.
At least one of us does.
The extended
Believe in me
side
who
really
believes
helps
in
me
you.
build the faith.
Yeah.
Geodude.
Voltorb.
There's a little bit of mileage left in that joke.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Pikamuku? No.
Alola Mola?
Okay, so
Archeops?
I only have a vague recollection of all the
Staraptor?
names that I
Pidgeot?
drew.
Pidgeot.
Outstanding. That's
The
a
hair.
chunky
Beautiful.
boy.
The hair really makes it for that one.
See, I was
good.
I was thinking of the anime where he's just riding on top of Pidgeot. It has to be a big Pokemon, you know?
Yeah.
It's true, it's true.
Being considerate of the environment that your subject will be living in, also mark of a great artist.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I feel like
Adam
the
Dorcott
glances that y'all
likes
are
his
exchanging
pull.
beforehand is literally just giving the answer to each other. This is why I'm losing, frankly.
Mm-hmm. We aren't keeping score. We're all winners here.
I'm keeping score.
Especially you in the audience. I see you so valiantly guessing every single Pokemon. Congratulations. I see you.
We're going back portrait. This could be the mistake here. Let's get that propped up. All right, let's go do it.
Another nice straight line. It's a cube. It's a triangle. Okay, now I'm lost.
Chip here.
Porygon. No. I'm not sure how these are particularly attached.
Dragapult.
Yeah.
No, I was saying it the
See,
same.
I got Sierra definitely got that one. We'll give it to her.
These are little droopy launchers.
Yeah,
It's very clear.
Yeah, yeah.
This is.
You're good at drawing chips.
Yeah, as long as the
Dragapult
Pokemon is a
reduced
triangle.
down to its bare minimum components. Truly spectacular.
This is like minimalism Pokemon edition over here.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Right. Thank you. All right.
We're just gonna, hopefully we don't run out of names. We can just keep going until they tell us to stop, because who knows how long the other top 4 match is going to take to decide our remaining finalist here in Peoria. But this is
Golden
wow.
Glow.
This is really good.
Well, thank you.
I wouldn't say that.
I think this is. Actually, there's literally nothing more to this.
Hitmonchan?
That's a good guess. That's a really good guess.
It's like, I'll add some background elements. Maybe
This
we'll.
was a grass type. Oh, Sudowoodo.
Yeah!
Nice.
Let's go. He's blending into his environment here as best as he can.
I know you've drawn 3 trees. I don't see
trees.
what's going on here.
Exactly.
Outstanding.
In a forest.
Touche. I got to give it up for that one.
I wonder how that other top 4 match is going.
I mean, Jack, had a chance now. Plenty of time to rest. Is going to be spectating that other match. Maybe see how his opponent's feeling. And that's his prerogative.
All right. I got to go landscape for this one.
Oh, traditional. Picture classic, if you will. Not squares. Stonejourner.
Conkeldurr.
Conkeldurr.
Let's go.
What? Absolutely ridiculous.
Beautiful.
It's like, I'm floored. You just know every Pokemon, and just with a few lines, Conkeldurr?
We're getting too good at this game.
You're way too good at the game.
You were not expecting this when you invited us on this segment, were you?
I thought we were going to see some more struggle.
I've
still
seen
feel
how the
bad
Pictionary has gone down on the TCG side.
Yeah, don't worry. Ethan's still in Japan, and Sable House was playing this weekend. So.
Yeah, they can't hurt us anymore.
Have to be careful where we start on this one.
It's better that we get the Pokemon too fast rather than not at all, and we're just on the struggle bus.
It's pretty embarrassing when nobody gets your Pokemon, so just wonder how I feel about it.
More triangles.
I know my way around the triangle, okay? So I can kind of like work that way.
I'm a fan of Isosceles.
Okay.
Krabby?
Gyarados.
Yes.
No.
Very clearly defined.
Obviously, Gyarados loves to bite stuff.
Yeah.
Those are fangs.
It's Gyarados. This is ultimate minimalism Pokemon. For those of you at home.
You want to get that tattooed?
The Gyarados? Yeah. Just that? I've had sillier ideas.
Yeah, you have.
Hey!
The Gyarados, absolutely inspired. That was a Pokemon that I think would have been easy to get, but not that easy.
Yeah.
Certainly more difficult to draw, but you started from its most iconic feature.
What are we working with here?
Okay.
Glimora.
Butterfree? Volcarona.
Yeah, a little Volcarona.
Slitherwing.
I wish.
Almost.
All you have to do is like add some feet and like a little fluffier, and it is a Slithering, but it's close enough. Close
Yeah,
enough.
except we don't see that one.
One day, I believe.
I think it's coming. It's in the pipeline.
If we can't see Slitherwing and VGC, then hopefully on the TCG end of things one day.
Yeah, it is so interesting, to be a few sets behind VG. We get a preview of like all the new Pokemon releasing in Scarlet and Violet DLC. That will eventually come to the TCG, because I know Ogerpon really popped off this weekend over on the VG side, and I wonder how they might handle the different masks for TCG. That's very exciting to always speculate about. But now Jeremy dropping another masterpiece on the canvas here at the whiteboard with his confident straight lines.
Amoonguss.
Gothitelle.
Gardevoir?
Gallade.
Kalia.
Ralts.
That is.
We're just going down the line.
Yeah.
That's a Ralts if I've ever seen one.
That's certainly a Ralts. I can't deny that one.
Ralts also doing pretty well this weekend.
Not too well, though.
I mean,
Not
that's...
Well enough.
Well enough. Top 8.
Enough?
Top
Okay,
8.
okay.
Yeah,
that's
well.
good.
Yeah.
Like, how many people competed in TCG this weekend? Like,
Over 1,700. It was crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, that's pretty nice.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Keep this one traditional. All right, let's dive in. I'll bring that in a little
Because
bit.
of his propensity to draw Pokemon from completely ridiculous angles,
Yeah.
it's hard to tell what it could be right away.
Probably.
Wailord?
No.
That dot made me think it was an eye. I thought it was like a fish too.
This will help.
Does it?
Okay.
Many triangles.
That's
Baxcalibur?
This is getting definitely out of hand. A chunky boy with tiny little feet.
Cyndaquil?
Yep.
Let's go.
I would like to point out that our producer got that one and is very pleased with himself.
Before you guys did.
Yeah, he's got the fat little belly.
At least someone's pleased with themselves.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't be.
I mean, that looks like the shaman I drew that one time.
Channeling my inner Adam Watson.
That was not one of my proudest moments.
Thank you.
But hey, if you're an artist, sometimes you'll have an off day, a little bit of artist block.
Okay.
Seems like you can't draw the way you want, but you just got to power through, maybe even take a break, get a snack, come back, revisit the page. The art will come. You just have to trust the process.
Then you could be wonderful artists like we are over here.
Yeah, Sierra, show them how it's done.
I've had an artist block for 32 years.
Why did you not give us this motivational speech?
Then you're
before we
just
started
about
drawing?
time for a breakthrough. Oh, a little mischievous here.
Whatever it is, it does not look happy.
An absolute unit.
Look at the size of the lad.
It's a lion.
You probably is a little tail.
Solgaleo.
Solgaleo?
Saluna?
I thought it was.
Yes.
Yep.
The VG knowledge coming
VG.
through.
No, I was
Wait,
waiting.
what is it?
It's an Ursaluna.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know that one yet.
Yeah, we're talking about the new Pokemon that we got. We even colored this one in a little bit.
Shout out to Joe Brown.
Yep.
Shout out to Joe Brown.
That's the Joe Brown special.
It
Terrorized
is.
me with it publicly, and now I get to use
Yeah,
that
no
knowledge.
wonder you knew what that Pokemon was. You lost to it on stream.
Yeah, I was going to go Ursaring, so... But then I was like, no, Ursaring stands up. What happens when it sits down or crawls around?
It somehow gets stronger on all fours.
Yeah, and now it has a Blood Moon form, too.
We got another Ursaluna form, so see that on the horizon.
All right. I'm not sure about this one.
Usually when you say, I'm not sure about this one, it always gets just a little bit better.
I get the song in my head where it's like little circle, big circle, big circle.
Lechonk? Oinkalone. Grumpig. That's how you draw a pig, right? Torracat.
Xianpao.
Okay, there's ears.
Zacian.
It's got some antlers.
Stantler? No, that's too straight. Skull Bunny?
On all fours?
That's why I was confused.
Shaman? No?
No.
So are those ears?
No, the ears are right there.
Okay, those aren't happy little eyes.
Here's the eyes.
I've got to go out on a limb. Sylveon. It's the ribbons over the top.
Impressive. Impressive.
When we confirmed they weren't ears, we unlocked the full
The secret. I feel like considering the other ones that we've guessed right away, the fact that we couldn't get Sylveon right away is kind of like, wow. All right. We're kind of bad about ourselves now.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in you.
I mean,
yeah.
the evolutions kind of all look the same until you add the
Yeah, I was drawing it. I was like, oh,
accessories.
this looks like Umbreon.
Okay. A little foot there. All right, something's
It's
going on
Pikachu!
here.
It's Jigglypuff from above. Rowlet.
Belly Bolt.
A Chonker.
What triangles up above as well?
Artifacts.
Oh, this is coming together. I like it.
I'm trying to think how the eyes go. That's definitely a bit of a problem.
Darmanitan. Gengar.
Yeah.
Yes.
You just look so angry.
I definitely should have done more triangles because I did not really do the top of the head justice or the arms yet. But
Or the eyes, or the body, or the
It's
or the feet.
Gengar in middle age.
The feet are pretty much spot on. You know, they've got the little points at the end. I'm defending the feet on that.
I didn't know that's how you liked it.
Jeremy.
Everybody gets one. Now, children.
We'll go back to drawing.
You said you were
this
going
is
to
a good
moderate
one.
this section, and look what's happened.
What have I done? But Sierra's going to completely change the vibe here in the lounge with this master for drawing. Oh, another bear. It's Ursaluna again.
Holy wow.
Teddy Ursa.
No.
Ursa Ring.
No, I just forgot what I was drawing.
I mean, if you start with this shape, you haven't whittled down too
Ditto.
many Pokemon yet.
No, but I can see why you thought it was Ditto.
Slowpoke.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing.
That's a certified classic there. That's poster worthy.
Thank you, thank you. That's what I strive for, you know.
It's
Absolutely
Ditto Slowpoke.
iconic.
It is so Slowpoke.
And like, the lines are so clean. I do have to compliment that.
Thank you. Y'all might be good at Pictionary, but I have clean
All right,
lines.
so we're going to go to break soon, so I'm going to jump in.
Oh,
I want to get one.
You want to get one?
I think that you've taken out enough of the names that I've completely forgotten what's in here. And
I mean, it doesn't matter. You're drawing it anyway.
Oh yeah, you would remember as soon as you see the paper.
oh,
Yeah, we probably didn't need to exclude you. but-
oh, whose handwriting is this? Oh. All right, this is going to be a fun one.
Right. But you're telling me you could have been drawing this whole time?
No, I decided to abstain, but since we're going to go to break, I want to get one in.
All right.
All right, so let's start like this. I think it's like that.
Meow.
I think you're almost there. I'm going to sandbag it a little bit. This should give it away.
A
Screen
screen
tail?
tail.
No.
What?
That's a really good guess, though.
Banette.
Yes! That's Banette, baby!
This is TCG player versus VGC player, like literally just right there. We're guessing off of this picture.
I like that we've now agreed that a single
That's what we
angular eye
call,
ghost type.
a mix-up there. Is it Scream Tail? Is it Bayonet?
Did you get
it? But that is going to be it from us, folks. Thank you so much for your patience and for laughing along with us. I hope you were able to guess the Pokemon in the chat as well. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we've got our finals match here in Peoria.
Oh, the legend legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in Peoria, Illinois for our finals this weekend. We are about to immortalize another player into Pokemon TCG history. I'm Boo, here with Chip Ritchie. We're about to take you into this finals match.
That's right. One single game separates one of these players from so much. Becoming a regional champion, a ton of championship points, 200 championship points, $10,000 for first place, and of course an automatic invite to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii later on next year.
Absolutely. So much on the line here in this single match, but these players have been playing through tons of matches throughout the weekend. 2 whole days of competition leading up to this very game. Let's take a look at our bracket to how these 2 players got into this position here now in the finals.
So we see Raymond, had a 2-0 victory over Terrence Miller, and then a 2-0 victory over Rowan Stavino. That was a super favorable matchup for Raymond, definitely in that top 4. Mew versus the Lost Box Kyogres. Pretty heavily favored in the Lost Box Kyogre camp, which is what Raymond, of course, is on for this event. And then down to the bottom of the bracket, Jack Carter has not had an easy path.
No.
Top 8, plays against Brent Tonneson, one of the top players out of Australia. Came all the way up here to compete in this event, and then does take a 2-0 victory in the semifinals in our top 4 up against JW Creewall, a 2-time regional champion. But now it's Jack Carter trying to get that regional title. Of course, he himself as well playing a Lost Box build. These 2 lists are different. Raymond, of course, focused on the Kyogre. Jack focused on powerful V Pokemon like Dragonite, like Raikou. We're going to take a look at how this game is going to shape up.
Absolutely, yep. We've made it through our top 8 and our top 4, but we are here now in the finals. Here are our 2 finalists, and they're awesome pictures here. As Chip already mentioned, these are both Lost Box decks, but they're different variations of Lost Box. But what's wild is that, Chip, we now have the potential to have another Canadian player with the same list, not the exact 60, but a Kyogre Lost Box, taking another win here and winning the 2nd regional championship of the season.
That's right. Andrew Estrada from Canada was able to win the Pittsburgh Regional Championships with Lost Box Kyogre. Can Raymond Long do the same? What a run it has been for Raymond these last couple seasons. Of course, a couple of top 8s with Fort Wayne and Hartford there. Top 16 back in 2020 at the Atlantic City Regional Championships. And then also, way back in 2015, the Canada National Champion in the Juniors Division. And it's cool to feature the Kyogre here. I do have to say, though, in this matchup, not going to be as impactful as a card as it may be in some others.
Well, of course, facing off against Jack Carter from the United States here, an impressive portfolio of his own right here. Fresno Regional top 64, top 32, top 8, and a Missouri State finalist in 2010 as well. Long-time player since 2009, I believe. And of course, another Lost Box deck here.
Yep, playing that Comfey, that Sableye, Cramorant, and of course those V Pokemon, Dragonite, Raikou, all the Pokemon we've kind of come to know and love when it comes to the Lost Zone toolbox. So many options available to both of these players through this game. We'll talk about some of the differences and what some of the key cards are for this specific matchup as we get into the game. First off, prize cards going out. Zamazinta, one of Raymond's kind of main attackers in this version of the deck, is in the prize cards. A pair of Colress Experiment for Jack, a Colress for Raymond, and that Radiant Greninja. kind of awkward prizes, honestly, for both of these players.
Yeah, definitely. These are all resources that we see pretty heavily used for both of our players. So we'll see how that comes up here in this match. But this is what we've been waiting for here, Chip. Both of these players have prepared for this moment here, and one of them is about to be crowned our champion here in Peoria, Illinois. I am so ready to kick things off. We have the fist bump, and we are underway in this grand finals.
Here we go. This finals is underway, and a draw and a pass from Jack Carter. Is that what I just saw?
I think that is what you just saw, Chip. That's what I saw. So
wow.
That is incredible. We're over here on Raymond's side now, but I believe this is the second turn of the game. So Raymond going second.
Raymond is able to attack this turn. It is technically possible for Raymond to win, but this is a more slow build of Lost Box, you know, focusing on the Kyogre, right, and most other matchups. So we're not going to really see too much of a pop-off with something like a Raikou or a Dragonite coming in to take the knockout on Greninja turn 1. So Jack can at least breathe a sigh of relief there, but yeah, this setup not ideal. Now Battle VIP Pass is not going to be live for Jack moving forward.
Yep.
You're going to have to hope to find some Colress, some Comfey, or something to get things rolling next turn.
Absolutely. It's a race to the prize cards here. So the fact that Jack Carter just had to draw past nothing here that he could do in the hand is detrimental. You lose an entire turn here. And you need absolutely every edge that you can get, especially in a sort of mirror match. So Raymond Long going to be able to kind of take this turn. We're starting with that Battle VIP Pass. So taking a look through the deck here and is going to be able to draw out some Pokemon, but also keeping track of prize cards as well.
Yeah, so we should take a moment to kind of mention some key cards for both of these players in this matchup. So Raymond isn't really teched for the mirror, so to say. Does have one copy of Roxanne in the deck that absolutely could come up at the end of the game, try to disrupt Jack, leave him with just one couple cards in hand, 2 cards in hand, and then try to clear the board with something like a Sableye. And also does have an Echoing Horn, which is just kind of natural in Kyogre. It just turns out it can be pretty nice in a matchup like this one as well. You could find yourself in a situation where you can board lock your opponent, keep them off of Sableye. And that really is the big attacker for both of these players in this matchup, is that Sableye. You want to be lost mining as quickly as possible, and you want to be lost mining as often as possible. Spread those damage counters, take multiple prizes in a turn. And it's going to be a little easier for Jack Carter to stream Sableyes because he's actually playing one copy of Clara in the list and also one copy of Powpad. So that makes it a lot easier to keep those Sableyes rolling turn after turn after turn, just being able to add them into your hand. And then even if you need to, you can Powpad back that Clara once again.
So a lot of consistency options there. That's great to have for sure in this long game because, yeah, don't be mistaken. Even though we could see multi-prize knockouts from either of these players, this is going to be a long game.
Wow, this hand is just, wow, this hand has nothing going on for Jack. No energy, no nest ball. And the draw for turn was possibly the worst one he could have gotten.
Was it Battle VIP?
It was a Battle VIP.
No. Oh my goodness, no playable cards from Jack Carter, not a single card in the discard pile here. We're over back to Raymond Long's turn. This is definitely not panning out how I thought it would be.
Almost an unbelievable sequence of cards from Jack.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be the perfect combination of just unplayable card after unplayable card. Raymond gonna happily send this Pokestop to the Lost Zone. You don't want to put that in play and give your opponent a chance to make something happen.
3 cards in the Lost Zone now.
And one more thing, too, the 2 copies of Energy Recycler ditched right away. Normally such an important piece for the Kyogre, but you can see right away, Raymond isn't really going to try to go for the Kyogre, more than likely. I think actually it's more likely to see a Surf from Kyogre than it is to see an Aqua Storm in this matchup. I have actually surfed in the mirror match before.
Are you serious? Wow. Okay.
Hey, listen, Kyogre's got 130 hit points. It's pretty annoying to KO. And Surf KOs basically everything else in your opponent's deck.
That is very true, Chip. Well, I would be interested to see that. But yeah, it's funny. I was talking about how slow of a grind this matchup can be, but honestly, it is not looking like that at this point in time. Raymond Long is just ages ahead here with so many cards already stacked up into the Lost Zone, and Jack have not even played a card yet. So this is wild to see. We see 2 Comfeys have already been used here. And yeah, we're just stacking cards up, and we still have lots of cards to go in the hand.
And the thing is, though, with the way Raymond's deck is built, there's no Dragonite, there's no Raikou, so even if Raymond gets to 7 in the Lost Zone, which we see right now, I don't think that there's anything Raymond can do to take the knockout. The only attacker that could possibly swing for enough to knock out the Radiant Greninja would be Pidgeot V, which does require you to flip a coin to do that extra damage.
Well, Chip, we got a top deck here of a Nest Ball, so this is at least something Jack can do, playing this Nest Ball and going through the deck. But, I mean, you can just see it on Jack's face right now. This is absolutely horrible to see.
Did you hear him?
What did he say?
I'm a little behind.
I would say so, Jack. Yep, and sometimes that's just how it happens. For some reason, I feel like this always seems to happen in our finals or like our top 4 matches. But hey, that's Pokemon TCG. We have Escape Rope here for Jack at least. So we're going to get a flower selecting, and it's going to be easy choice, Battle VIP
And
pass.
for the Pokestop, okay, let's see what this hits. A boss goes down. Only an Escape Rope. That's not super helpful.
Yep, just an Escape Rope there. Of course, the items and the tool cards are separated now into their own categories. So, yep, Pokestop played, but just a little bit of utility there for Jack Carter. It's just going to be a pass over to Raymond Long, back in the driver's seat here for this turn. What is the hands looking like? Did you get a peek at it, Chip?
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple Nest Ball, a few energy. I think if Raymond could, if he could pick out what he wants to try to do this turn, it's definitely to try to use Sableye. Try to get to 10 in the Lost Zone. You need 3 more and try to get that Lost Mine off. 1 flower selecting and 1 Colress can make that happen.
Yep.
Cramorant as an attacker obviously still works. I mean, Raymond is so far ahead, and Jack still just really has nothing going on. Raymond does play 1 copy of Lost Vacuum. That would be a pretty good card to find if you can try to get rid of this Pokestop in play. It would, of course, fuel your opponent's Lost Zone just a little bit, but your opponent, you basically know, is really riding heavy on this Pokestop being able to do something.
Yeah, that would be super pivotal here for Raymond to be able to bump. We'll see if that happens here, but the Lost Zone continuing to stack up. Chip, you were talking about the MVP for both of these players is Sableye, but both of our players have to get to 10 in that Lost Zone to be able to use the Sableye and that Lost Mine. Luckily for Raymond Long here, we are going to see that Hisuian Heavy Ball have some utility to get that Radiant Greninja out of the prize cards.
Yeah, the thing I worry about, though, is if you put this Greninja down, you don't have bench space for a Sableye, and that's kind of a position you don't want to find yourself in as a Lost Box player in the mirror match. Now, you do have Radiant Greninja, and you do have Cramorant, and you are so far ahead. It's like basically impossible for Jack to get off a Lost Mine this turn. Technically possible, but based on the hand, you know your opponent's done nothing for 3 turns pretty much. It's so improbable. Getting the extra damage in play with Greninja is probably fine, but honestly, as Raymond, I would leave this bench space open. Don't give your opponent any sort of opening.
Don't lock anything up here. We'll see if Raymond chooses to keep that path of play going, but that Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to switch out the Radiant Greninja, so at least it's out of the prize cards to be used later on if Raymond wants to. And yep, that Lost Zone at 8 cards now.
Yep. Just missing the Colress, and I don't see it in the hand at the moment.
Yeah, lots of cards, but no Colress's Experiment yet.
Debating benching the Colress. We'll see if he goes that route. Can
or the
Beach
Radiant
Court.
Greninja? You said bench the Colress.
It's been a long weekend, Boo.
Yes, it has.
Benching the Radiant Greninja, probably trying to dig for the Colress.
Yep, for sure. But Beach Court is going to be the stadium bump here. So retreat cost of basic Pokemon is 1 colorless less. So that's just going to be a nice free retreat there on that Comfey into the Cramorant. Bench space kept open here for Raymond Long. And it's going to be first to the prize cards here for Raymond as well.
Jack does find possibly the best card he could have drawn off the top of the deck, and that is a Colress Experiment. Yes. So we'll see if it's got to be like the perfect 5 cards. There are so many switch cards in the hand. There's just no Pokemon to move into. So if Jack can get a couple Comfey, it's reasonable that we could see something happen this turn. And speaking of Comfeys, there's one and a Nest Ball.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just shocked, Chip, looking at this board state. We're several turns into this game, and this is just something I've never seen from a Lost Box deck.
Normally so consistent.
Yeah, it's so consistent. There's so many cards and outs to things, but Jack Carter is just now stumbling into those. So we have that Colress's Experiment that's going to bring our Lost Zone on Jack's side up to 3 here now, and at least 1 Comfey on the field. We're going to have that switch cart bring that Comfey into the active for a flower selecting first.
And this will now be 4 cards in the Lost Zone, so Jack will be able to now use his own Cramorant to go after Raymond's Cramorant. Of course, 110 is the amount of HP, but also the amount of damage that you're able to use with Spit Innocently into Nest Ball. I totally expect to see Cramorant coming down now.
Yep, we're going to have some more cram on cram action here, Chip. We see it very often in this mirror match, and yep, no surprise there. Cramorant joining the field here for Jack Carter. And we're going to see how else Jack can progress this turn, or if that's going to be kind of it.
Yeah, Raymond's lack of aggression in those early turns has allowed Jack to very much stay in this game. If Raymond had gone turn 2 attack with Cramorant or turn 1, but even turn 2, it would have put Jack on so much more of a clock. Raymond wasn't able to do that, and now things are tied up. Jack is starting to stabilize a little bit. Does have 4 cards now in that Lost Zone, able to use that Spit Innocently for free thanks to Lost Provisions.
Yep, so Raymond Long first to the prize cards, but Jack Carter not far behind there, taking a prize card here in that turn. And we're back over to Raymond. Gonna bench that Radiant Greninja now that Cramorant is wiped off the field here. So we'll be able to utilize that potentially for some concealed cards here in the turn. And that's what we're gonna see first here from Raymond. Draw into 2, it's gonna be the Echoing Horn.
I think a Super Rod is the other one.
And a Super Rod. Gonna take a look as well through Jack Carter's discard pile, keep track of the resources on the other side of the field.
And there is a Comfey in the discard pile. Something that would be pretty strong for Raymond if he can accomplish it would be attacking with Radiant Greninja here. Bring it up to the active spot, and then you'd be able to attack into Comfey, and then another Comfey that you eventually Echoing Horn out.
Wow, yeah, that would be extremely strong here. Lost Zone up to 9 now for Raymond Long.
Is going to play a Super Rod, it looks like, putting back Cramorant and a couple energy. That's what this looks like it's being prepped for.
Yeah, just looking through the discard pile to see what is there. And then we are going to see that Super Rod to shuffle those cards back into the deck. So it's going to be the Psychic Energy and the Water Energy in that Pokemon.
Looks like Raymond does have the Mirage Gate. Probably going to see a couple energy coming down to Radiant Greninja. If there's a water energy in the hand, we know that that Echoing Horn is already available. And thanks, of course, to the Beach Court, this Comfey can move to the bench.
Very nice.
Greninja will come active, and we will see a 2-prize turn, which gets Raymond so much farther ahead in the prize trade, but also will take the Comfey out of play for Jack.
Yeah, that is huge here, Chip. Looks a little bit confusing because that Radiant Greninja is upside down, but it's not confused here. That concealed cards was just used, and it's upside down to signify that the ability was used there.
Yep, that's what Raymond's been doing all weekend long in order to remember that his abilities have been used.
I like it.
Actually not using the Echoing Horn here. Pretty interesting. Just setting up some damage on this Cramorant. Maybe wants to save the Echoing Horn play for a little later in the game. I think cashing in on that as soon as you can is pretty strong. You're just giving your opponent a chance to get Manaphy down, to limit the Greninja ever being able to do that again. So I really would have liked to have seen Raymond just go ahead and cash in. Maybe he's a little worried about Jack playing something like a Roxanne. That is something the Lost Box decks do play from time to time. Of course, Raymond is playing a copy of his own Roxanne. So maybe playing around that a little bit. That's the only thing I could think of is why Raymond wouldn't want to take that KO.
Yeah, I guess choosing to go a different route here, just put that damage onto the Cramorant, which of course does not take the knockout. We're over on Jack's side. We've already used concealed cards on that Radiant Greninja, and we're going into a Colress's Experiment now, making a choice, and there's a lot of energy drawn into that Colress's Experiment.
A lot of energy and a Sableye, the ever-important piece of this matchup. Of course, Jack is still a little far away from getting to the 10 in the Lost Zone necessary to utilize it. But Manaphy is the other card, too, and you really don't feel like you can afford to get rid of that.
Yeah, you have to take the Manaphy for sure. I mean, well, I don't know. A lot of the cards are being shuffled around there for Jack Carter. It is an extremely tough call here. Every single resource counts in these Lost Box games, and Jack Carter is having to make this difficult decision here. But we'll have to see what he chooses to put into the Lost Zone here. bringing it up another 2 cards.
Yeah, I think you do have to get rid of the Sableye. Manaphy just really needs to be kept around, especially since your opponent kind of has this damage just waiting in play on the Cramorant.
Yeah.
Of course, they can take it out with a Sableye at some point, but you really want to punish the fact that Raymond's trying to not take that extra prize at the turn that he could have.
Absolutely. We're going to see the escape rope here now from Jack. Raymond Long going to send up a Comfey here, and of course, the only Pokemon there is that Radiant Greninja for Jack.
And it will be a retreat and a hit with Cramorant. Jack now going down to just 2 prizes. I do like something that Jack is doing here, trying to limit the amount of low HP Pokemon put into play. Jack obviously could have put down a Comfey, could have used Flower Selecting. There's one in the hand, so, you know, Escape Rope could have sent that up, used Flower Selecting, Beach Court Free Retreat. We'd have been in the same spot, but a Comfey being in play is an easy target for the Sableye to chase after.
Yep, not wanting to put those liabilities down. We are tied up here in the prize cards, 4 for each of our players, but we're on Raymond Long's side of the field now. We have our first Flower Selecting. Looks like it's a difficult decision here because things are being measured up in the discard pile.
Yeah, the one card I definitely saw was the Pidgeot V, the single Pokemon V that Raymond plays in the list alongside 2 Forest Sealstone, and I think the other card is the Mirage Gate. So debating if it's okay to lose a Mirage Gate in order to keep your Pidgeot so you can use Forest Sealstone.
Yeah.
Looks like Raymond doesn't think it's worth it. Does decide to ditch that Pokemon V.
Yep, ditched into the discard pile here. Sableye is down on the field now as well with that Psychic Energy attached. That means Sableye is online here with that Lost Mine to get some damage counters out.
Going to be able to take out the Cramorant and stack up the damage onto the Radiant Greninja. Yeah. And we'll see if Raymond does decide to take the knockout on the Cramorant, and it actually looks like he is not. He is scared of Roxanne. That has to be what Raymond is worried about here.
That's gotta be it, Chip. So just the damage being placed onto that Radiant Greninja. Jack Carter now able to do whatever he wants with this turn, but what is the hand looking like? I mean, there's a ton of cards in the hand for Jack, but where does he go from here, Chip?
Well, you definitely need to deal with the Sableye. With 6 cards in the Lost Zone, it is technically possible to get to 10 here. Of course, Colress is going to boost 2 more, and then if you find a Lost Vacuum and a Tool, which we do see right there, he could get to 10 and then utilize his own Sableye this turn with Lost Mine. And there's another way you can kind of punish your opponent for leaving too much damage in play, and that's if you play a bunch of switching cards in a turn. We see 1 in the Lost Zone. I think there's 1 in the discard pile, so there should still be a couple switch card hanging around that could get some healing going. A surprisingly relevant card, the healing factor of switch card in the mirror match.
Yep, Nest Ball being played here. Going to bring out a Raikou V onto the bench.
And this is another thing you can do for this version of the Lost Box deck. There's really only 1 card that Raymond has that can deal with Raikou right away, and that is the Zamazenta. So the Zamazenta can retaliate, take a knockout on the Raikou as just a single prize Pokemon. But other than that, Raikou can get you a little extra card draw. It's got a decent amount of HP, and it can pretty easily deal with the Sableye, so it might stick around for a couple turns.
Yeah, I think we saw that Zamazenta in the prize cards initially for Raymond Long, but
we did, yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's still in there, I'm pretty sure. From the way the cards were drawn. But yeah, we'll see how this comes into play here.
Well, you're going to see the concealed cards drawing a couple more here. Sableye and a Forest Sealstone. That unlocks a lot of potential here for Jack.
Yep. Just taking account here of that Lost Zone. 8 cards there for now for Jack Carter. So many cards in the hand.
Somehow has managed to just get so many cards still into this hand, even after such a poor and suboptimal start, to be honest.
Yep, that's what this deck is meant to do, just stack tons and tons of cards into the hand from both sides of the field. We are going to see this Forest Sealstone here now from Jack Carter, allowing him to search out any card after the flip of that V-Star marker on the board. Of course, you can only use 1 V-Star per game. This is going to be the turn it's used for Jack Carter.
So does choose to grab, it looks like is debating Switch Cart and Lost Vacuum. So Lost Vacuum would let you get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. Right now, this turn, we could see a Sableye. Switch Cart would allow you to maybe heal a couple of these Pokemon, and it looks like Switch Cart will be the choice.
Going to start healing the damage up here for Jack Carter. As you said, Chip, all of this damage being added and being subtracted comes into play here because there's so much math happening from both of these players once the Sableyes start flying around.
Yeah, somehow, even with this pretty poor setup, Jack has just got so few cards left in the deck. He's really found a way to claw back in this game, and it's still anyone's opportunity to take game number 1 here, Boo.
Was that just a Mirage Gate for the Lightning Energy on the Raikou?
Yeah, just the
Gotcha.
one. There was no other energy cards remaining in the deck.
None remaining in the deck here. Switch Cart's going to be played now. Going to heal that damage off of the Cramorant, go into that Radiant Greninja, and we're going to see the double Switch Cart again to heal even more damage now into that Raikou V.
Yep, taking 60 damage out of play gives Raymond a lot less to work with. Fleet-footed, of course. Can't forget it. Get yourself 1 extra card. One thing to note, though, Jack here is going to be going down to just 3 prizes remaining, which means Raymond will be able to play that one of Tech Roxanne if he can find it.
If he can find it, indeed. We've been talking about how these decks stack cards into the hands. Let's see if Raymond Long has that card or can potentially get it this turn. Going to start with the Comfey back in the active position here. Top deck was a Mirage Gate for Raymond Long.
And does have that Roxanne hiding out in the hand. Really could be a devastating play here to see Raymond go for the Roxanne, put Jack to just 2 cards, but wouldn't be able to take a knockout on the Raikou. I guess you would want to try to do that all in a turn that you're taking a little bit more of a threat off the board. We know that it's not possible because Raymond has the Zamazenta and the Hisuian Heavy Ball in the prizes.
Yep, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that because the Hisuian Heavy Ball took the Radiant Greninja.
Right.
Yeah, so already in there. Nest Ball going to be played here from Raymond Long. It's so hard to tell, like, what is the hand versus the discard pile in the deck because they're like all the
Lost
same.
Zone too.
Yeah.
Like
There's so many cards here.
Yeah, no switching of the hands or the Lost Zone or anything like that. Let's keep it all in order. It is easy to get those things mixed up, though.
Oh, yes, very easily done indeed. So Raymond Long going to play that Nest Ball, but I don't think anything was searched out there. Just going to fail the search and has to shuffle up after that Nest Ball.
Yeah, choosing to get nothing, maybe just getting rid of the Nest Ball before a potential Roxanne comes out. Of course, Greninja could still come up and take a knockout on the 2 Pokemon down here on the bench. Super Rod is going to put a couple energy back, most likely, and I assume the Sableye.
Yep, extremely important card here for Raymond. Oh, choosing to put that water instead of that metal energy back into the deck here off of the Super Rod. So 2 energy and a Sableye put back into the deck.
Yeah, feeling like I guess it's more likely that the Greninja will be used than the Zamazenta. Of course, we don't know when Raymond will be able to pull the Zamazenta out of the prizes, or Raymond doesn't know at least.
Very true.
It is technically a 50-50 chance to take the Zamazenta off the prizes because there's a Hisuian Heavy Ball and a Zamazenta there.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So either one of those lets you get it.
Yep, we're going to see the full bench now here from Raymond Long. Now that Sableye is back onto the field.
Yep, it is Lost Mine time.
Yep, Beach Court still in play here. Mirage Gate going to bring more energy out onto the field as well.
So I'm curious which way Raymond will go. I think you could Lost Mine to spread some damage. Another thing you could do as well is you could use Radiant Greninja to take out Cramorant and then just put 90 damage on the Raikou V so that it's easier to KO with something like a Lost Mine later on.
Yeah.
And you know your opponent is down all 4 switch cards. You can check that resource. There's 1 in the Lost Zone. There's 3 in the discard pile. And here it is, Boo. Roxanne.
Roxanne here, Chip. Insert popular song, right? Raymond Long.
I was leaving it open for you to sing along.
I don't know if that's allowed here, Chip. But we are going to see that Roxanne that we've been talking about. This is the late game card, the 1 copy, I believe, right? In Raymond's deck of this Roxanne. And it's going to limit Jack down to just 2 cards.
Yeah, this is really the only thing in the deck for Raymond that is could be considered like a mirror tech, a Lost Box tech. It's probably more so just because it's solid draw at the very end of the game, which is something that Kyogre kind of just wants. You just want to be able to get a bunch of cards, but then it also has the added benefit of being a disruption option, and specifically in the mirror match, if your opponent doesn't expect you to play it, you can really, really put them behind.
Yup, Jack Carter only able to draw 2 cards here, whereas Raymond Long draws into 6 off of that Roxanne. We're seeing Jack take a quick look at the discard pile, what resources have been used here from Raymond's.
Yeah, so I think Sableye kind of taking out the Greninja and the Cramorant is probably good. Just put a little bit of extra damage there on the Raikou. Take your 2 prizes. I think one thing is for sure, you want to get rid of Greninja so that your opponent has just less draw options. Exactly. Thinking about where this damage is going to go with the Lost Mine. Let's see what he decides. Oh.
Whoa.
Just going to stack it all on the Raikou.
120 here. That's all 12 damage counters being put onto that Raikou V. That means Jack Carter only able to draw into 2 cards here. Let's see if they can be used at all. Oh.
One of them is a Colress.
Nice.
That is pretty solid.
Colress's Experiments, and that's going to be even more cards here for Jack Carter to get. I don't see any energy there, so...
It looks like the Palpad, the Clara, Super Rod, Manaphy. One other card that is pretty easily chosen was the first one that Jack placed face down. And at this point, you know, Greninja's done a lot of work. It's effectively put 180 damage in play twice. So you are not going to really see too much value from the Manaphy, but does choose to keep it and actually ditches the Palpad and the Clara. I guess more likely Manaphy could be useful than getting back your Sableyes at this point, and you do still have Super Rod hanging around.
All right. Here we have Jack Carter just going to retreat out of that Radiant Greninja. Of course, that Beach Court still in play here, using that Fleet-Footed off of the Raikou as well to get that additional draw here for the turn. Gonna bump the stadium for a Pokestop, and we're Pokestopping here. Ooh, was about to be 3, but Dragonite V is gonna go into the discard pile here, but still 2 items drawn there for Jack Carter off the Pokestop.
Yeah, not too bad. Dragonite's actually usually a pretty bad attacker in the Lost Box Mirror because you just put a bunch of damage on your bench.
True.
Make it a little. You're doing Sableye's job for him.
It's true. Well, that's discarded away, and just 2 nice items added to the hand here for Jack.
We're going to see Nest Ball is played, probably searching out a Sableye, putting that down. Maybe another potential target for Raymond to go after. And I think with all this damage set up here, knowing that 4 switch cards are down, Raymond probably is just doing everything he can to play around the potential of Roxanne. And he knows he's so far ahead at this point from board position, from damage in play, that there's really not much of a downside. He only plays single prize Pokemon. So, I mean, the only way that Jack can really ever punish this is if he went with the Sableye here and right away this turn took out the Manaphy. And I think that's the play that Jack probably has to go for. Normally you want to deal with the Sableye right away whenever it's in play. But if you take out the Manaphy here and potentially threaten your own Radiant Greninja to win the game next turn, force Raymond to find a way to get the Manaphy back, that's probably going to be Jack's best play, best opportunity to win this game.
Yep, we'll see if that's what happens here, Chip. It's just an escape rope. Raymond switching into that Comfey here, and Jack bringing up that Sableye that is so crucial to this final game plan, potentially here for Jack Carter.
And we'll see the Lost Mine damage. Where does Jack go with this?
4.
Okay, looks like he's spreading the damage out. 4 onto the Comfey, 4 onto the Manaphy, has 4 more to play with. Gonna just do another 4 onto the other Comfey. Kind of a common spread you see on these 70 HP Pokemon, putting 4, 4, 4 so that all of them are pretty unlikely to be able to be switch cart healed.
Yeah, that's true. There is healing potential here.
And even if they do heal down to just 10 damage, that's still 60 damage or 60 damage away from being KO'd, 1 damage counter remains.
Oh my goodness.
Which can help you, you know, even if they switch cart 2 70 HP Pokemon, you can still have enough damage in play to
Yes.
KO 2 of them. Yeah.
Chip, I'll tell you what, that is way too much math for me. That's why I do not play this deck.
Just the life of a Lost Box player.
Yeah, absolutely. So much going on mentally when you're playing and piloting this deck for both of our players. But yep, we are going to see that even spread of damage from Jack Carter. Of course, we're on to Raymond Long's turn. Now, Colress's Experiment was played, and that is what is currently being debated here from Raymond.
Does choose to ditch a Mirage Gate, obviously one of the more powerful cards, but at this point, I think Raymond is kind of set up just being able to try to go with Sableye turn after turn. You don't really need Mirage Gate so much if you just need to attach 1 energy.
Yeah, single energy onto that Sableye. You're already putting so much work into getting 10 cards in the Lost Zone. It's a easy energy requirement there.
Lots of cards to work with here for Raymond Long.
And even more on this flower selecting. Easy choice, Battle VIP pass, going to the Lost Zone, and switch card going into the hand.
Escape Rope now being played. What does Jack Carter promote? Pretty much anything could be KO'd relatively easily.
Yeah, Raikou V being promoted here for Jack Carter. We're going to see another flower selecting now from Raymond Long.
Yeah, got to be careful. Don't run out of cards. Of course, Raymond has
slim.
several cards that put cards back into the deck. You know, Super Odd being one of them, lets you shuffle back 3 in any combination of Pokemon and energy. So that is something that's still alive. Of course, Pidgeot V is another card that Raymond plays. I guess we should remember that Pidgeot V was put to the Lost Zone earlier on.
We are going to see that switch card to heal up that Comfey once again, and that Manaphy.
Just taking as much damage out of play as possible, and it's Lost Mine time once again. And I feel like as Raymond, you should be at a point now where even if you think your opponent plays Roxanne still, your board is set up decently enough that you can start to take prizes. I don't want to say it too soon because
it's happened twice already.
Raymond has surprised me a couple times. Well, let's see what he does. Echoing Horn is going to bring that Dragonite V into play.
Are we going to be surprised again here, Chip? Echoing Horn.
Looks like it.
And bringing out the Dragonite V.
Yeah, just wants to. I think what Raymond is going for here is just a board wipe play, right?
I mean, it looks cooler for sure.
It definitely does, and there's really not much of a downside as to why you couldn't do this. Put everything into range where you can, next turn, you just have to put damage counters on the Cramorant, the Radiant Greninja, and the Raikou. All you have to do is be able to find a Sableye, play around the Roxanne, and then you can take all 4 prizes in one turn. There really is no downside to this. Because you know your opponent, this is like using the fact that you know your opponent is out of healing options since 4 switch cards are down.
Gotcha. So just because of this current board state is why we're seeing this strategy here from Raymond Long, something that maybe we wouldn't have seen in other scenarios here in this matchup. But Jack Carter going to do everything possible. Looks like just taking a look through that Lost Zone over on Raymond's side of the field before making any decisions here with this turn. But now where does Jack Carter go from here, Chip?
You definitely have to knock out this active Sableye.
Yep.
And you got to just cross your fingers that somehow your opponent misstepped something along the way, doesn't have access to Sableye or energy for whatever reason, and you can find a way to close it out.
Hope for the best. That's going to be a Pokestop for 3 item cards there for Jack Carter, something that he has done several times on our stream now, and once again, doing it there.
Yeah, pretty nice. Anytime you Pokestop for 3 items, it's effectively a stadium that just lets you draw 3 cards, which is pretty good if you ask me.
Pretty good indeed. We're going to see some recovery here from Jack Carter, getting those energy back out of the discard pile with the Super Rod. And they're going to be shuffled back into the deck.
Yep, just putting 3 energy cards back in. Something to work for. Jack could go maybe for the honorable play of trying to Dragonite V this turn and KO his own Pokemon, go out on his own terms, right? Unfortunately, though, it doesn't quite work. Radiant Greninja has 100 damage on it, not 110.
That would also be wild to see here.
I don't think we're going to see that here in the finals now.
Nope, we're just going to see that retreat of the Raikou V into this Lost Mine of Jack Carter's own to spread this damage out. And another 2 prize cards now being taken from Jack Carter.
Yeah, Jack has set the game up to be able to win on the next turn, but let's see if Raymond Long has the pieces to pull off the Sableye attack and Lost Mine for 4 prize cards. Super Rod is being played, putting it back into the deck, and I already see a Psychic Energy in hand.
Yup, this is the play we've been waiting for. Oh, we didn't get to see it fully carried out there, but Raymond Long taking a 4 prize card knockout here to win Game 1 in this set in our finals of Peoria Regionals.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, the fact that that game took a long time, and let's remember how that game started for Jack Carter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the game was going to be over on turn 3. And
that's true, I did too.
It drug out. We got to this point. It just went for such a long time, and Raymond was able to come out on top. And Jack is the one who I would favor slightly in this matchup. He's got the Clara and the Palpad, really just 2 key cards, but it turns out that the Roxanne for Raymond maybe helped him out a little bit more than we would have expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see what Jack Carter, I don't want to speak too soon, but hopefully let's see what Jack can do with a favorable startup here going into Game 2. As you said, maybe favored a little bit in this matchup, so we'll see if the tables can turn here. But as we can see, so much damage being lined up here by Raymond Long.
Yeah, Raymond making sure that he's leaving enough damage on that Raikou that it doesn't get KO'd, that it's hanging around with just a little bit of HP so that on this final turn, this game-winning play could happen. Nest Ball for Sableye, attach the energy, retreat, and there we go.
Take all of those knockouts here and all 4 prize cards for the win from Raymond Long. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprising turnout of our Game 1 chip, but as you said, I mean, that start was wild for Jack Carter. I mean, essentially 2 useless turns in the beginning stages of the match. So I think I didn't get too big of a peek at the hand from Jack Carter, but I know there's at least a Sableye in the active position.
Ooh. Sableye is kind of one of the more annoying starters, to be honest. And I'm curious to see here if Jack chose to go first or second.
Oh, no.
Looking at these prizes, what do you see?
I see a lot of Pokemon here on Jack Carter's side, including that one of Cramorant. And as we said, in this matchup, it's sort of a race to damage, a race to the prize cards for both of these players. So that Cramorant being in the prize card is very awkward because that is your initial kind of early game attacker a lot of times in this matchup. But here we go, kicking off our Game 2 between these players in our Masters Finals here in Peoria. It's going to be starting over on Raymond Long's side.
So Jack did choose to go second here. Of course, you get to choose after losing Game 1 if you want to go first or second in Game 2. And Jack has chosen to go second. This is definitely a point of contention amongst Lost Box players. There's kind of 2 schools of thought. If you go first, you're more likely to be the first person to attack with Sableye. But if you go second, you have the opportunity to attack turn 1 with Cramorant and get ahead in the prize trade right away.
Chip.
And as we saw in the prize cards for Jack Carter, there was that 1 copy of Cramorant. Now, Jack does play
Hisuian Heavy Ball.
And
there's possibilities.
Has those Pokemon V, has those 4 Seal Stones. So there is a decent amount of possibility that we could still see the Cramorant attack, but we'll see how these prize cards get laid out here for Raymond.
I was so scared for second chip. I was like, wait, did Raymond Long not put out prize cards? But they're just being reshuffled here for that Hisuian Heavy Ball on Raymond Long's side.
Yeah, a couple energy cards in the prizes for Raymond, but nothing really too bad. Flower selecting now. I think one of those cards was Radiant Greninja.
All right, well, if it's the Radiant Greninja, it's going to the hand here off that Flower selecting. Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone. Definitely something Raymond wants to keep track of. We're going to see the Pokestop, but just 1 card here, a Comfey and a Sableye going into the discard pile.
Pretty useless card to get here at this point.
Yeah.
Super Rod is great at the end of the game. Not very strong in the beginning.
You just use the Super Rod now to shuffle those Pokemon back in, right?
The combos are unbelievable.
3 cards now in the Lost Zone here for Raymond. Radiant Greninja going to join the field here.
Does choose to Lost Vacuum right away. I really like this decision. Pokestop can be so strong for any Lost Box deck on turn 1. Gives you so much dig for the Battle VIP Pass, for the Nest Ball. Use that Lost Vacuum. Get it out of there. Your opponent doesn't get to utilize it. And, of course, you fuel your own Lost Zone.
Very nice indeed. Jack Carter, first turn for Jack, which means Battle VIP Pass is online here. Going to get 2 Pokemon onto the field. And first off, looking through what is in the prize cards and going to realize pretty quickly that there's quite a few Pokemon in there.
Yeah, the Cramorant being in there is definitely the one that's going to stand out on this first search.
Yep.
Of course, you want to check your energy cards as well. I do have to say, it is nice to see at least that already things are starting a little bit better for Jack Carter with that Battle VIP pass.
A little bit better indeed. I mean, anything's better than just a draw pass, I would say, Chip, for sure. So Battle VIP pass, going to get some Pokemon out here. Hopefully get some cards into the hand after some switching effects, which we already see in the hand. Multiple switch cards there. Going to go in with a Nest Ball as well as that Battle VIP
Triple
pass.
Comfey.
Yeah, Triple Comfey. Definitely much better start here for Jack Carter on the initial turn of this game on this side. Of course, going second, so you still have the ability to play a supporter as well. Always looking for that Colress's Experiment to line up your hand even more with cards, but we'll see if that is something Jack Carter can do this turn.
Jack's hand is honestly super good. There's switch cards and Comfeys, of course, in play. There's a Colress Experiment in the hand as well, a Pokestop even.
Oh my goodness.
And this is how you know right here that Jack's hand is really good. Colress's Experiment in the Lost Zone immediately. You know he's got something cooking over there.
Yeah, Colress's Experiment going to the Lost Zone and the switch cart going to the hand off of that first flower selecting. We're also going to see a Pokestop and a Super Rod from going to the Lost Zone as well.
And did you see what Jack found? A pretty important card here, that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Oh, absolutely amazing.
Honestly, Jack might have a strong enough hand where you leave the Cramorant and the prizes and you go get Radiant Greninja. That is a possibility here. We could see Radiant Greninja targeting down 2 low HP Pokemon in order to get 2 prize cards on turn 1. We'll see if he can pull it off. Let's see which Pokemon he grabs here off the Heavy Ball. He's playing it right now.
This game, too, already turning out to be extremely exciting, but it's going to be the safe route here, that Cramorant coming out of the prize cards.
Yeah, definitely the more reasonable play. It would have been more exciting, of course, to see the Radiant Greninja on turn 1. But this is really all you need. Raymond just has 1 Comfey in play, and that's the main thing you care about KOing this. Sableye is not going to be doing anything next turn for Raymond. Take out this Comfey and just get ahead in the game.
Yep, get ahead in the game, limit your opponent from that extra draw there from the flower selecting, and of course stacking those cards into the Lost Zone. First to the prize cards for Jack Carter. We're over to Raymond's side of the field, promoting that Radiant Greninja first off here into the active position. What's the hand looking like, Chip?
He's keeping it a little hidden from me. I do see that Zamazenta. It's kind of the more unique card that Raymond plays, a strong attacker into opposing 2 prize decks. It is decent in the Lost Box matchup, but looks like that's all Raymond has. Bench Zamazenta and pass.
Not a single card added into the Lost Zone. No energy at all, no concealed cards there from Raymond Long, just the Zamazenta and over to Jack Carter, who has another Colress's Experiment, finding another Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, that's all 4 Colress found in the first couple of turns. Of course, 1 in the discard, 1 in play, and 1 in the Lost Zone. And I would say it probably makes sense that Jack was a little more willing to let go of that first Colress's Experiment into the Lost Zone because he does play the POW Pad, a way to get a couple Colress back so that even if he gets Roxanne later in the game, he'll be able to get those pieces. Here we go, Pokestop, 3 item cards.
He's done it again multiple times on our stream and just running it back with this Pokestop. Jack Carter is a Pogo gamer indeed. We have the escape rope here. Zamazenta being brought up from Raymond Long's side of the field, and Comfey gonna pop off with this flower selecting as well, bringing our Lost Zone now up to 7. Mirage Gate
7.
active.
Mirage Gate is absolutely active. My question here, though, is can we get to 10? And I think we probably can. Switch cart into this other Comfey. That'll add 1 more, put you to 8, and then now you just need Lost Vacuum in order to get rid of your own Stadium card. That puts you to 10. We're going to see a turn 1 Cramorant from Jack and a turn 2 Sableye.
Wow, yeah, that is exactly how you want this deck to function indeed. Super Rod joining the Lost Zone here, adding us up to 8 now for Jack.
That is 8. Lost Vacuum is going to be able to make it happen. Here comes the Manaphy, solid card to get in play.
Yeah, definitely.
I see a couple 2 cards, and boo, I already see it. Lost Vacuum is in the hand.
We're going to do this Mirage Gate first here for Jack Carter, but wow, things are lining up beautifully here for Jack. Everything you want to see, especially after that game 1. Jack is having a turn of luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Raymond is the one who's kind of experiencing what Jack experienced in game number 1 at this point. Had a little better of a turn 1, but just really has not been able to get anything going. Playing this Lost Vacuum is going to do a few things. Of course, gets you to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, but maybe more importantly, takes the Pokestop out of play, so your opponent isn't able to utilize it.
Yep, no Pokestop to save Raymond Long as we've seen it on Jack Carter's side. Sableye in the active now. We're going to spread this damage out from Jack Carter here. 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, we'll see where this damage goes. It's actually just going to be the 120 on the Radiant Greninja. Yep, Sableye's not a threat. You know what? Makes sense to me. Maybe taking a little book, a page out of Raymond's book, I should say, right? Looking at this opportunity to just try to spread the damage. And now that you know as Jack that Raymond does indeed play Roxanne, you want to do what you can to play around it.
I love how Raymond Long took the dice from what was keeping track of the Lost Zone and just put it on
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, we're at 10. These dice could be reutilized here on the field. So Raymond Long playing that escape rope. Comfey going to join us on Jack Carter's side. And that's a pass?
Escape rope and pass attached
no.
to the active for Jack. Going to use now that Flower Selecting Sending Battle VIP pass, and it's just going to be a promotion to the Sableye.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go, and it's going to be 120 on Zamazenta.
How do you recover from here, Chip? Jack Carter absolutely running away with this game, too. Wow, this is awful for Raymond. What was the top deck? Anything we can work with?
It was a switch cart, which does technically mean Raymond doesn't immediately lose. As it stands with these Pokemon in play, 8 damage counters on the Sableye, 1 on Zamazenta, 1 on Radiant Greninja. That would be enough to close out the game, but the switch cart does add a little bit more healing, and that would put Jack just 10 HP, 10 damage away from winning the game with Sableye. So, yeah, Raymond would technically be still in it.
Technically still in it, but not looking good still, Chip. That is for sure. Just going to be that escape rope here for Raymond. And yeah, things are just looking very grim over here on the left side of the field. On the right side, though, Jack Carter, very happy, I'm sure, to be in this incredibly strong position here.
Yeah, this is kind of what you hope to see in the finals from time to time. It's a little unfortunate. You usually want to have good, solid, competitive games, but in this spot, with so much on the line, $10,000 to first place, you absolutely take it whenever your opponent has a rough game.
Yep, we have...
Jack, of course, was on the other side of it last time.
Yeah, that's very true. We've upped everything here for our competitors. And yeah, $10,000 on the line between these players, as well as an auto invite into our World Championship at the end of the season. And Jack Carter's getting one step closer to that.
And Jack Carter also says, I'm not getting Roxanne. We're retreating into the Cramorant, and we are taking out that Sableye, going down to just 2 prize cards remaining. And let's see what you can do, Raymond DeLong.
Let's see what Raymond can do indeed. Can use concealed cards to kick off the turn.
That's it. The game's over. Yeah, Raymond has nothing. We're going to game 3, boo.
Going to game 3 in our finals here in Peoria, Illinois. Incredible play in both of our games from our players. Unfortunately, though, both of the players on the opposing side didn't really have too much of a setup to work with there. Although I will say Jack Carter definitely swung back in that game 1 and made it extremely close. For Raymond Long in that game 2, there was just nothing to work with, Chip.
There really wasn't. And Jack wisely playing around the potential of the Roxanne, doesn't want to give Raymond any sort of comeback potential in this game. Just took the knockout with Cramorant here, when other people maybe would have been tempted, myself included, to just knock out that Radiant Greninja, take away the draw power. Raymond's one chance was this concealed cards. Could he find a basic Pokemon or a Nest Ball? And no, he could not.
Nothing at all. Just going to have to scoop things up for Jack Carter to tie things up here. 1-1 in our finals. All right, Chip, here's the question. How do you think this is going to pan out?
Not really sure. And it's going to depend on if Raymond is the one that wants to choose to go first or second here. I will say Raymond's list is probably a little bit less consistent as far as pulling off the turn 1 Cramorant attack. So really, honestly, as Raymond, you may want to choose to go first to try to give yourself the best chance to maybe pull off a Greninja play on turn number 2. Or do you just have to hope to be fortunate enough to get that first attack off when you are the one going second? Let's see what Raymond chooses.
Well, I'm pretty sure from what Jack Carter just said, he was saying, I'm first, I'm going first, and I think Raymond Long said yes. So I think Jack Carter might be going first here. We'll have to confirm that once the game starts. But before we can even start this game, we have to resolve this mulligan. Jack Carter has 1 mulligan so far, which means until Jack can get a basic Pokemon in play here, Raymond Long is going to be drawing cards for each time Jack has to shuffle up to get that basic.
And when you're going first in the Lost Box Mirror, the last thing you want to do is give your opponent more mulligans, more cards to work with, because that just makes it all the more likely that they'll be able to pull off the turn 1 Cramorant attack.
That is very true.
Another mulligan.
Another one. Oh, just as we spoke of it, Chip, that's going to be 2 mulligans now for Jack Carter, which means Raymond's going to have 2 extra draws here in this next game coming up. Could that be the difference to turn things into a win potentially here for Raymond Long? Will Raymond be another Canadian player here to take down a regional championship with Lost Box Kyogre?
Yeah, it would be 2 in a row. We'll see if Raymond can make it happen. And with a 60-card Pokemon TCG deck, every single extra card you get to draw is just a little bit higher of a percentage. So you're going to be able to do what you want. So if what you want to do is pull off the turn 1 Cramorant attack, every single time you get 1 extra mulligan card, it just boosts that chance a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely some nerves, I'm sure, heading into this game. Everything has come down to this. It's game 3 between these players. After the end of this game, we're going to have our champion here. Will it be Jack Carter, or is it going to be Raymond Long? Let's take a look at these prize cards.
Yeah, we see a couple of switch card for Jack. That's less than ideal. Raymond's Roxanne is not great either. Pidgeot V, the 1 single Pokemon V in the prizes in addition. That could be bad if you need to rely on that Forest Sealstone. And for Jack, Pokestop is finally starting to fail him.
I mean, it's turn 1, right? So there's no way that could have been 3 items, right? That would have been wild to see. But Jack Carter going to bench this Dragonite V to attach the Forest Sealstone and use it immediately, opting to get the board state set up as much as possible here. So going to select a single card, any card from the deck off of this Forest Sealstone.
Got any predictions here, Boo? Got to be that.
Yes. Battle VIP Pass. I was like, are we going to say it at the same time, Tim?
Sure
Battle
enough.
VIP Pass coming into play here to get these Pokemon out onto the field for Jack. Valuing the initial startup, we've seen how important that is, especially since Raymond has gotten those extra 2 cards, as we've talked about, Chip. We'll see if those 2 cards were beneficial here for Raymond, especially going second.
Yeah, it's really the only card worth burning your Forest Sealstone for on turn 1 when you're going first. Is just making sure you can get set up, go with a switch cart play, try to pull off the flower selecting so you can get a few cards in the Lost Zone. Now, if you are the player going first, something you can try to do as the Lost Box player is put 2 Pokemon in play that can withstand a hit from Cramorant.
Yeah.
So something like the Radiant Greninja, sending that to the active spot so that your opponent isn't going to be able to just easily take a prize card. And then maybe something like the Dragonite here also could eat up a hit.
Yep, it looks like there was a little bit of clarification there of something, but we're on this flower selecting currently here for Jack Carter. Choosing between 2 cards, it's going to be the Mirage Gate going into the Lost Zone as our first card for that Psychic Energy going into the hand.
And Escape Rope will allow another flower selecting to be utilized. Also still has an energy card in hand, wants to hang on to it in case maybe Radiant Greninja is found. Speaking of which, Nest Ball can fetch it out.
Nest Ball can fetch it out, but the Sableye would have to go into the Lost Zone for Jack Carter. So making that decision now, do I want the Sableye to stick around or that Nest Ball? Sableye is going to go into the hand, Nest Ball into the Lost Zone. 2 cards now in the Lost Zone here for Jack Carter to start things off. Energy attached to that Comfey, and we're over to Raymond Long. Pokestop still in play.
Yeah.
Could see some utilization here from Raymond to get into even more cards And here we go, Battle VIP pass for Raymond Long on the left side of our field, all ready to start off this turn for Raymond.
Yep, going to be really solid. Of course, Raymond having extra cards to work with from those mulligans. The question is going to be, can he pull off the turn 1 Cramorant attack?
Yep. That is the question indeed. I would hope that with how many cards are in the hand, hopefully we can see a lot happen this turn for Raymond. For this turn 2, get the lead on the prize cards, leading this game in total. We'll have to see, but of course, Raymond's going to keep track of everything that's in the prize cards here after taking a first look through the deck. No Pokemon have come out yet. Just keeping track of resources.
A ton of energy cards in that hand right now for Raymond Long. I do think I saw Comfey as well. Not too bad to have too many energy cards. This list does play, you know, a bit more than a traditional Lost Box list. Usually we're used to seeing like 8 or 9, something like that, which of course on Jack's side we do see the 8. All the way up to 11 when you're playing Kyogre. That's what you kind of have to do.
Yep, lots of energy there, but I guess more energy that are in the hand, potentially more items off Pokestop. We'll have to see. Comfey gonna come down here off that Battle VIP pass and still just searching through this deck for Raymond. It's kind of a long initial deck search, but Cramorant's gonna be found for that Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, everything's on the line at this point. One single game separates either of these players from becoming the regional champion and from their Worlds invite from $10,000. And as Raymond Long, you're feeling good playing 2 VIP pass when you're going first.
Oh, I'm feeling
Second,
good.
excuse me.
I'm feeling good seeing 2 Battle VIP pass as well. I mean, you got to think, this is a card that can only be played on your very first turn of the game. So getting to play 2 is even better here, Raymond. I'm sure very happy to see that. Manaphy going to join the field off of that second Battle VIP pass, as well as another Comfey. So lots of Pokemon being established here for Raymond Long.
It does find that Comfey, a pair of them in play now. We just need a Colress. We need a couple of flower selectings. Let's see if Raymond has the pieces to make it happen this turn. No Colress in the prizes this game. First time in this finals set he has not prized a Colress experiment.
Yeah, which is great. You want to see that card as much as you possibly can in this game, or really any game that you play. It's so pivotal to this deck. So we'll see how Raymond chooses to play the rest of this turn going forward. Going to start with the concealed cards here to draw into 2 additional cards.
I didn't quite catch what they were. I think one may have been a
like
nest ball.
Some items for sure.
Yeah. Could have actually even been the Kyogre.
What? I thought I saw items. Maybe a Pokemon. I don't know.
We'll have to see. Raymond is definitely keeping the hand close to the chest here.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely one of the questions to keep in mind is when is the optimal time to use the Pokestop this turn?
That is a difficult decision indeed. We're going to see it was the energy attachment onto that Radiant Greninja for the pivot out of the active position. Comfey going to join us there now, and a Mirage Gate going to go into the Lost Zone. That is 1 card here in the Lost Zone. We're trying to get to 4 for that Cramorant to be online, and this next flower selecting is going to bring us up 1 more.
I don't see the Colress experiment, though, Boo.
Oh, no.
I think he's maybe going to miss out here.
Oh, there it is, Chip.
The Colress.
There it is, but not in the way you want to see it. It's being discarded off of the Pokestop here from Raymond. No way.
Just 1 card away, and he had another Comfey.
No. That is quite sad to see, Chip. It's just going to be the escape rope now for Raymond, and Jack going to have to promote first off of this escape rope. Sheesh. We needed it, but not in that way, Chip. Not in that way for sure.
Looks like Jack is content sending up the Sableye, potentially letting it go down to a Cramorant hit. We see the 2 cards. One of them was a Forest Sealstone. That's not going to be useful with your Pidgeot in the prizes.
Yeah.
Choosing to ditch the Energy Recycler instead, though, keeping this piece around in case the Pidgeot is found later on.
Yep.
Just a pass.
No.
The whole reason Raymond chose to go second was to try to be the first one to attack, and he's unable to make it happen. Pokestop now being used on Jack's end.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this about to be 3 here? But honestly, 2 items to the hand here for Jack Carter is incredible, as well as a Colress's experiment, something Raymond wanted so bad on that turn. And Jack Carter's going to get it on this turn. And easy choices here. Battle VIP pass, 2 of them being chucked into that Lost Zone, bringing us up to 4 cards now here for Jack, which means Jack's Cramorant or future Cramorant is online if he chooses to go that way.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jack, it would have to be like a double vacuum play, which is pretty hard to do since you've already used Forest Seal Stone. I'm trying to think if he could get the Sableye this turn. It's pretty unlikely. I think it is technically possible. You would need to burn a lot of switch cards, which may not be worth it. You may be content trying to just be able to take that first knockout with Cramorant.
Yeah, we'll see, though. Who knows? We're not going to see it until Jack Carter chooses what route to go. Nest Ball going to bring out Manaphy onto the field. 4 Pokemon on this bench. 1 more slot open. Escape Rope going to be played now. Raymond Long easily just bringing up another Comfey into the active, but this is going to allow for Jack to switch into a Comfey as well and get this flower selecting.
I think there could definitely be an argument for Raymond to have sent up the Radiant Greninja there. Something that can withstand a hit from the potential attacker later on, the Cramorant, yeah. Switch cart now being utilized. That's going to be 1 less heal option later on.
1 less heal option down. We'll definitely have to keep track of these cards that are going into both the Lost Zone and the discard pile because they come up later in this match in the late game. Raikou V going into the Lost Zone here.
Now, one thing that is definitely worth mentioning that Raymond has kind of done to himself, he's bench locked himself.
Uh-oh.
There's no space for Sableye. So if Jack can get to Sableye pretty quickly and just start attacking, he doesn't have to take a single prize card. He can go through this entire game without taking a single prize card and just spread damage turn after turn after turn with Lost Mine. And then at the very end of the game, place 2 damage counters on each of these 6 Pokemon to close out the game. You have to do a little bit of math, see if it's possible. It depends on how many switch carts your opponent is down and how quickly they are able to pull off the attack themselves. We'll see what Raymond can do here. Colress's experiment being started off.
Yeah, that is definitely risky. I mean, we talked about that in game 1, Chip, how you always want to have that slot open for your Sableye, and that is currently not an option here for Raymond Long. Going into this Colress's experiment now, deciding what to put into the Lost Zone. Just 1 turn too late, unfortunately. And yeah, we're making a tough decision, it looks like, here for Raymond.
You're debating what to hang on to. This is going to put him up to 5 cards in the Lost Zone. Just a couple Comfeys away from a 7 play, potentially. Does lose the Pokestop and Mirage Gate, 2 pretty strong cards.
Wow. I wonder what was kept to put those 2 into the Lost Zone.
At least 1 other Colress, it looked like.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Flower selecting here. Raymond, show us the cards, please.
Yeah, Mirage Gate's definitely less valuable in this matchup than it is in something like a Miraidon or a Lugia, something like that. You just are a little less strained on finding multiple energy every single turn. You're kind of fine just trying to find 1 Psychic. So usually in a Lost Box mirror match, you're only playing like 2 Mirage Gate a game anyway.
Hisui and Heavy Ball going into the Lost Zone here, bringing us up to 6 now.
Yeah, Hisui and Heavy Ball could have found that Pidgeot. Of course, no bench space to put it down.
There's no space, no. It's going to be a retreat here off that Comfey into the Cramorant. Going to take a knockout first to the prize cards on Raymond's side, but again, no space for a Sableye currently. Jack going to start us off with a flower selecting the choices between a Lost Vacuum and another item card.
A Super Rod, it looked like. So going to be kind of a tough call. You need your Super Rod to keep getting Sableye back turn after turn after turn, but Jack does play 4 Super Rods. So even though 1 is already in the Lost Zone, I think you can afford to lose another one. And keeping the Lost Vacuum around here does guarantee that you get to 7 or 10 in the Lost Zone right now. If he has a way to get another Comfey, then this makes sense too. I don't see it just yet. He actually can with the Clara. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That is kind of an important resource to burn right now, though.
Yeah, these cards are going to go straight into the hand here for Jack. Going to be used 2 energy and just that Comfey going into the hands. But you're right, Chip. That resource is now down. Definitely have to keep track of that. Comfey coming back out here into an escape rope. Raymond's going to bring up a Comfey of their own. Let's see what this flower selecting brings us. It's going to be the option between a water energy or a Pal Pad. But Jack Carter is going to opt to take that Pal Pad, and that's going to bring us up to 10 cards now in the lost zone. I did a quick count here, and our lost zone is up to 10 officially here, which means Sableye is able to function as long as there's a psychic energy attached as well. And I don't think that's going to be any issue here because we have Mirage Gate from Jack Carter.
So I think Jack is just short. I'm trying to do the math here. Just short of being able to pull off the play where he just uses Sableye turn after turn after turn and then eventually clears the board. 520 HP on Raymond's side of the field. And
oh my gosh.
Potentially 4 switch cards. Now, if Raymond has already burned a switch card, that does change things quite a bit if there is the need to, because if there's 520 HP in play and then 120 HP that can be healed from switch card, that means you need to do 640 damage before Raymond takes all 5 prize cards. You need to spread that much damage, and that would take a little over 5 turns to accomplish. But if there's the need to do 610 damage, and there's 12 cards in the lost zone, you get closer. It's just still barely over 5. So let's see exactly how it's going to break down. Maybe Jack does need to be a little more aggressive after the prizes and try to cash in on some damage before the switch card comes into play. Going to be interesting to see how it plays out, Boo.
Yeah, that is a lot of math, and I do not envy either of these players, to be honest, having to think about all of that in each of these turns. But looks like Jack Carter is going to spread out this damage initially here, and that Zamazenta is going to go into the lost zone for Raymond Long off of this Colress's Experiment.
We'll see how many healing options are available. Plenty of cards in hand, lots to work with.
Hands.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players,
the?
honestly, building up pretty large hands. Not quite there for Jack, as similar as it is to Raymond, who is going to draw now with Radiant Greninja.
Oh my goodness. Yep, drawing into an additional 2 cards. It feels like there's just everything in the hand here for Raymond. So it's really just up to Raymond as of now what route to take from here on out, because it just seems like there's so many cards in hand. Flower selecting, going to give another option here to Raymond.
Yeah, I think that Artisan was in there. I feel like you can get rid of that pretty freely. And most likely only helps your opponent. It looks like Metal Energy is going to go down instead, though. Could have been something else, not the Artisan.
Yeah, potentially. It's so hard to see these cards, so we're keeping track of that lost zone, though. Looks like it's up to 9 now here for Raymond.
It actually may have been the Beach Court, which is maybe a little better to keep around.
Oh, yes.
Give yourself that pivot. And especially if you are at 9 cards, of course, getting to 10 here, not super relevant. Can't get Sableye in play.
Yeah, exactly. Bench is full currently.
This is the mission right now for Raymond, is put the pressure on, take a knockout with Cramorant every single turn. If Raymond ever misses a knockout, then that gives Jack pretty much the guaranteed win to go with this Sableye play. So if there's ever an escape rope played and Jack just pushes up like the Dragonite, you don't really care about the damage on Dragonite. Your opponent's not going to be able to bench Sableye to capitalize on that. And then they've missed a knockout, and then you can pull off that Sableye play we were mentioning.
That is wild, Chip. So it seems like what you're saying is that Raymond should have kept that space open for a Sableye, huh?
He was really digging for the turn 1 Cramorant attack.
Yeah, that's true. Digging for it, did not get there. So sad to see. Jack Carter flying through these cards now here. Lots going into the discard. Lost Zone has already been at 10. We see another energy on that second Sableye. Tons of resources here for Jack Carter already on the field. And we even have that pivot option on that Comfey. So going to jump right out of the active into a Sableye here for Jack and into this Lost Mine. Let's see where this damage goes, Chip.
Probably another 40 onto this Comfey, and then you've got 80 more to work with. Actually going to be 60 onto this Comfey and 60 onto the Radiant Greninja. Draw for turn now for Raymond.
Draw for turn into that giant stack that is the hand here for Raymond. Looks like going to take a glance at the discard pile here on Jack Carter's side, keeping track of all of these resources that Jack has already used, kind of trying to map out here what Jack has gone through. I mean, you got to think you're keeping track of your own resources and your lost zone and your opponent's resources and their lost zone. It's a lot. And all this math, Chip, I can't handle it.
There's a lot going on. A lot at play, a lot at stake as well for these players.
I mean,
so much on the line, high pressure, and you're trying to do all this math as well. I feel like I'm taking the SAT again.
Very true. But honestly, it's not surprising to see both of these decks in the finals here, because you got to think your skill level has to be pretty high here to bring this deck and bring it all the way into the finals.
Yeah, both of these decks really difficult to play, especially the
Very
Kyogre
difficult.
builds. There's so much at play with the Kyogre version of the deck specifically. And Jack really does have some interesting and unique cards in the list. That Echoing Horn we've mentioned has the Palpad, the Clara, all those things that are things that can be useful here in this matchup. Clara has been utilized. I think as Jack, you definitely are going to try to find that Palpad pretty soon. You want to get that piece back. A Super Rod has gone down to the discard pile, one in the Lost Zone as well.
The Palpad, I think, is already in hand for Jack,
that would be good. That would be good.
I'm pretty sure it's in the hand already. So yeah, that is definitely good indeed. I mean, just look at these board states right now, Chip. So much damage over here on the left side, Raymond Long side of the field, and that is not what you want to be looking at, especially this is our third game. This is the last game we're going to see here in Peoria.
Has there been
I
haven't even used this one.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a concealed cards. This is kind of
rotate.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with turning your Pokemon upside down. I think potentially to signify that their ability's been used. You got to remember to flip them back after your turn's over.
True. Very true indeed. So that's going to be the concealed cards here from Raymond Long. The hand much bigger than the deck even is at this point for Raymond.
240 damage on Raymond Long's side of the field. That means there's 280 HP remaining, so we're a few turns away from Sableye potentially sweeping. Of course, Switch Cart, absolutely something Raymond wants to keep in mind. Energy Recycler being played, a bunch of energy cards going back into the deck.
All right, so those are out of the discard pile, going to be shuffled back in here. Add some more cards into the deck because it was getting pretty slim there, but keeping track of all these resources. Mirage Gate going to at least accelerate 2 energy. I guess it could be 1, but 2 energy out onto the field here for Raymond Long.
Yeah, the attachment to the active Cramorant probably signifies a manual retreat into something and then a Switch Cart, I would have to guess. I mean, you could manually power up Spit Innocently. It's a
but why?
A little unnecessary. Does it mean you do double damage, lost provisions, and the energy attached? Do you get to attack twice?
I guess we've never seen that happen, huh, Chip?
Not going to happen today, though. Retreating the energy off, sending up the Comfey. We'll be able to utilize Flower Selecting, and then also likely heal this Pokemon with a Switch Cart.
Yep, these are the cards we've been talking about here to get some of that damage off the field for Raymond Long. Another card into the Lost Zone. And here's that Switch Cart, healing up that Comfey into another Comfey. Another Flower Selecting as well into an additional 2 cards. Didn't get to see what either of them were.
You think we're going to see another Switch Cart?
Another one.
Sure enough.
Here we go. Some more healing here of the board state from Raymond. Another Flower Selecting. It's going to be a Water Energy and another card.
Yep, just trying to get as much healing going as possible. Using these Switch Carts, trying to deny this play from Jack Carter.
Yeah, all the pressure is on, and I'm sure Raymond is feeling it in this moment for sure.
Needs to just ensure he can continue to attack turn after turn after turn. Just a little too much HP hanging around. Checking the cards in hand. Raymond has taken a couple prize cards at this point.
Yeah.
If he takes another one this turn, he will be getting Roxanne, but he would be in Roxanne range. Of course, we know Jack does not play Roxanne. It looks like another Switch card being played here too.
Another Switch card. How many? Is that all of them?
That's 3 being played this turn.
Okay.
The question is, did Raymond play one earlier in the game? And I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
So we'll have to see if that's all of them or there's still one out there. But we're going to see a Super Rod here for Raymond, shuffling even more cards back into the deck. Looks like 2 energy, that metal and the water energy.
Yeah, 150 damage now in play. Raymond effectively erased 75% of one of those lost mines by playing 3 switch cart all at once.
But you can only do that so much here. There's no Radiant Serena around. It's just switch carts for those healing effects of Raymond Long's Pokemon. And there's only so many cards that you can play, specifically 4 copies of each card in a 60-card deck of Pokemon. So Super Rod being utilized here. We're seeing the shuffle now from Raymond. Lots of cards being played. This is a long turn. And actually, speaking of long turns, the time here as well, Chip.
It is whittling down, and that might be something to consider here as well. If Jack does not have enough turns available to pull off this play, the time rules are absolutely something that are going to come into effect here. And once time gets called, we'll kind of go through what that may look like for these players. We'll see how it plays out, though. Raymond now playing yet another Super Rod. This has been such a long turn.
Yes, it has been extremely long. That's why I looked at the clock and was like, whoa, this has, honestly, it's been a long turn, but this has flown by, Chip. I cannot believe we are at 1 minute left here in our Masters Finals. This is our Game 3, so we've gone through a lot in all of these games so far, but that Cramorant keeping things up here with the knockouts, going down to 3 prize cards left for Raymond Long. Now it's Jack Carter's turn.
Honestly, as Jack, I think you need to just draw an attack. You need to make sure you are not turn 0, pretty much. You want Raymond to be turn 0, absolutely. I don't know that you have time to play this chorus, to be honest.
There's
35 seconds remaining on the clock.
Going quick, but yeah, it's coming down to 30 seconds here for Jack Carter.
He needs to attack before time expires and place his damage very quickly. You do not have time to play this Hisuian Heavy Ball.
No! Yeah, the Hisuian Heavy Ball especially takes so much time out of this game.
Yeah.
I'm shaking, Chip.
This is going to be a big deal. Yeah, Jack is going to be turn 0. Time is almost certainly just going to expire here. 6 seconds, 5 seconds now remaining on the clock.
Wow.
Jack will be turn 0, meaning Raymond's turn 1, Jack is turn 2, and Raymond is turn 3. And we are in single elimination. There are no ties. We must crown a champion. We can't cut that medal in half. Give 1 half to each of these guys. Someone has to wear it home. So the way things work is after +3 turns, whoever is ahead on prize cards wins the game, and subsequently, since we're in Game 3, would win the match and become our regional champion, and that heavily favors Raymond Long in this spot.
Heavily. It is confirmed that Jack Carter is our turn 0.
So as Jack, you got to start taking prize cards. You got to try to tie this game up. You got to get to yourself to a position where you can be ahead on prize cards as the game is ending.
Yeah, this is definitely tough here. Sableye going to come back out for Jack Carter off of that Nest Ball after the Super Rod as well. So still getting things going here, but as you said, Chip, yeah, we need to start seeing some prize cards here for Jack Carter. Otherwise, things are going to look quite sad over here on the right side.
Attachment to the Comfey retreating now into Sableye. Lost mine. Let's see. Prize cards taken, spreading more damage. Which route does Jack go? You don't necessarily have to take the prize cards this turn. What you can do is spread the damage and then just make sure you take enough prize cards next turn. And you don't have to take all 6. If you take 5 and leave Raymond with no real option to close out the game, that could work too.
Yeah, this is tough here for Jack. He has to execute this perfectly here to be able to carry out this game. This is turn 0 in our Masters Finals. We've gone to time. This is the turn where Jack needs to really calculate everything as carefully as possible to lock up this win and be crowned a regional champion here. So Jack is going to make sure everything is accounted for in this match here, but the math especially.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through things, and there may be one more switch cart floating around here for Raymond.
Yeah, true. We don't even know at this point in time.
I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're going to see 60 being placed on the active and 60 on the Radiant Greninja. I don't think where the damage goes matters too much. You just want to make sure that, you wouldn't want to put just like 2 damage counters on these Comfey that have 1 apiece, because that would lead to your opponent being able to switch cart all the damage off of one of those Pokemon, something like that.
Yeah, completely negates that damage in its entirety, really. So, yeah, here we go. Raymond
Yeah, really thinking through it.
Yeah, really thinking. I mean, honestly, this is turn 1 now in our timed match here. Raymond turn 1, of course, Jack can be 2, and Raymond gets the last turn here. So everything needs to go perfectly here for either of our players to be able to secure this win.
Looks like Radiant Greninja about to be used. Not too many cards left in the deck either here for Raymond Long. There is a Super Rod. I don't see a switch card there in the hand. Let me see if I can. 1, 2, 3.
I know, we gotta add these up too. This is the one element we're missing currently.
I may have seen it in the lower part of his discard pile, so I don't think there is a switch card left. So Jack needs to take 5 prizes next turn, and the way the damage is placed, I'm not sure he'll be able to do that. 10 on the Radiant Greninja, then 3 onto the Manaphy. You've got 4 left to work with. You put 4 onto that Comfey. That's 1. And then you have 4 left to work with, and you can't take another prize card. You can take 3 next turn.
It's not enough.
And then if you just finish the turn by not going down to at least, I guess you need to take 4 prize cards, I should say, to at least tie the game. But then Raymond just needs to take 1 on his turn. So you really need to take 5 as Jack. You can't do it.
Goodness. Could this all come down to the fact that that Hisuian Heavy Ball was played? Like, that would be wild.
It would have been one more turn for Jack to work with.
It would have been, but in this circumstance, Raymond gets that turn here. So this is honestly coming down to the wire here, Chip, for both of our players. Artisan going to be played here from Raymond.
Yeah, and I think really that there was just too much HP in play on Raymond's side of the field. Jack went for this Sableye line, but even if there was just 1 switch card down, the fact that there was 3 remaining, Raymond had already taken 1 prize card, and Jack was going to take 5 turns to pull off, over 5 turns, I should say, to pull off the full Sableye board wipe. And you don't have over 5 turns if your opponent only has 5 prizes left.
That is very true, Chip, and I think it's pretty interesting as well to see that the Cramorant has been carrying the full weight here. That's the only Pokemon that has been attacking here after Raymond Long locked up the bench, has just been leading with this Cramorant turn after turn, and once again going to take another prize card. Raymond Long, 2 prize cards left, and Jack Carter. How does it turn out, Chip? Like,
Jack's got to take 4 prizes this turn, otherwise Raymond just has to draw and pass. Literally, Raymond can just draw and pass.
And win.
And then we'll be past 3 turns. Raymond's ahead on prizes. He becomes the regional champion here in Peoria. It's coming down to the wire here, Boo. And Jack's thinking through anything he can do, any play he can make happen. At this point, it doesn't even matter if you send up Dragonite and, like, attack with that for, you know, knockout on the Cramorant or anything like that. It's got high HP, but it just, the HP doesn't matter. Raymond's just ahead in the game, ahead on the prize cards.
I cannot believe it has come down to this, Chip. Is it going to be the fact that we've come down to time and these are the rules in place? There has to be a winner here. We're that much closer to seeing who that is, and it's looking like Raymond Long. Unless Jack can pull something together here on this turn, Clara is going to bring 2 energy and that Sableye back into the hand, as well as that Psychic energy being attached back to the Sableye. Switch cart, but
maybe the one play for Jack would have literally been to escape rope and then hope your opponent sends up a Pokemon that doesn't have an energy card on it. Just hope that Raymond makes a mistake and then can't retreat it. But, I mean, Raymond's not going to mess that up at this point. And honestly, what am I saying? It just doesn't even matter because Raymond's already taken 4 prize cards. Like, I'm trying to, I'm digging deep to try to find the lines here, Boo. And after Jack attacks, all Raymond has to do is pass. And the game is over. Raymond will be our Peoria regional champion.
All right, let's see. Jack Carter trying to add things up here. I mean, granted, it is a ton of math. So this is a lot. And you have to think, too, like, the mental fortitude you have to go through 2 days of competition. That's going to be it, though. We see the extension of the fist bump. Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria. Another Canadian taking down this championship title, our 2nd ever regional of the 2024 season, and that's going to Raymond Long.
With the Lost Box Kyogre. What a run, what a finish. Congratulations to both of these finalists. Jack as well had a really solid, straightforward, consistent Lost Box deck. and went for such a cool play here in the finals. Board locked opponents. You go for the Sableye, spread the damage, but there was just too much HP in play. The healing power of Switch Cards, who would have thought, Boo, is able to get Raymond Long the win. Here we go.
Switch Cards MVP there for Raymond Long.
And Cramorant, let's not forget. Cramorant took every knockout in the finals for Raymond Long.
Yep, and didn't even use an energy to do it, Chip. Just free attacks there.
Hey, there was an energy attached to that Cramorant.
There's actually two.
It was moral support.
Moral support indeed. Well, here we go. Peoria, Illinois has come to a close here. And Raymond Long taking it down with Lost Box Kyogre. Chip, I was asking you, how is this going to shape things up for the future of our format? Do you think people are going to start eyeing up Lost Box once again?
Yeah, I mean, everyone just kind of recognizes Lost Box as a really strong deck, and it's definitely got its players, right? Like people who have started to favor Lost Box. They've played it so much the past year and just have continued to stick with it, continuing to improve, continuing to get better at their own game. And Lost Box is such a difficult deck to play. There's so much sequencing that has to happen. If you're someone who's like a good Pokemon TCG player but trying to become a great one, Lost Box is definitely the deck that's going to help you grow the most.
That's very, very true. I mean, it really does have all the aspects. You have to keep track of all your resources. You have sequencing. I mean, that is like the top sequencing deck.
A lot of math.
Tons of math.
So many different plays you can make. So many different attackers you could use at any given time. You have to know when it's optimal to attack with, you know, your Dragonite or your Raikou if you're playing that version, when it's optimal to spread damage with Sableye. It's a lot to handle.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, think about how many cards you're having to throw into the Lost Zone, never to be used again, which means those decisions are that much more important for you as a Lost Box player. So having to consistently adapt to every single play. And that's what both of these players have been doing all weekend here.
See, this game one just really was not going anywhere for Jack Carter. It took Raymond a while to get set up and rolling, but eventually was able to find a way to kind of just get too far ahead. Really played pretty wisely in this one, spreading the damage and not going under 4 prize cards. Playing around the Roxanne, of course, we know now Jack didn't play it. Raymond didn't necessarily have to play around it. Could have maybe targeted the resources a little more heavily, but that's definitely a skill in the game, playing around what your opponent could have. These lists are not public knowledge just yet. Raymond didn't know what was available, so played 100% optimally here by going for this line.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, kudos to Raymond Long here, keeping it exciting for us. I mean, adding up all the damage here to take multiple prize cards in the last turn of the game, and that's what you see. So much damage being stacked up onto Jack Carter's side. And just to be able to line up this final knockout, 4 prize cards to take the win there in our game one. Now, game two went much differently here. We see the completely optimal setup initially here from Jack Carter. Everything, absolutely everything going his way. And Raymond Long really not even able to play the game whatsoever.
Yeah, with the Cramorant coming in, just taking knockouts, a lot of damage being left in play. Raymond just really had one Comfey set up. That went down, and he just never got anything rolling in this game.
Yeah, that was extremely unfortunate in that game, too. Just couldn't get anything working. Really came down to that concealed cards, but nothing playable was drawn. And Raymond just scooped it up there, tying up this set. Jack Carter won, Raymond Long won, and we headed into our game 3 between these players. Just one match away from crowning a champion. We thought it looked a little interesting there first with Raymond Long locking up the bench here, but ended up working in his favor.
Yep. Jack was not able to clear this board. There's nothing like a Hawlucha to boost a little bit of extra damage into play. Was totally reliant on just having to swing with this Cramorant on Raymond's side. Jack was going for that damage spread, but the 3 switch carts ended up just being a little too good.
A little too good indeed. As we see Jack Carter trying to make everything happen here, trying to calculate all the possibilities to hopefully take this down. But at the end of the day, Jack Carter ended up being our turn 0 in this game. I mean, we went all the way to time here, Chip. We were casting for a hot minute.
Yeah. It was a long one, Boo.
Yes.
We're getting down to the end here, though, and Cramorant just able to take knockout after knockout. This was turn 2 of time. Jack was trying to figure out any way to prevent Raymond from just pretty much instantly winning once he was turn 3. Jack couldn't find the line, couldn't do it, extends the fist, and Raymond Long becomes the Peoria Regional Champion.
Yeah, looks super happy there to have made it here. I mean, you gotta think, so many matches that Raymond Long played through, even just this top 8, top 4 into the finals was absolutely stacked. Not only with the players, but also the decks too. I mean, just to get to this point, Raymond Long has gone through so much.
Yeah, we had quite a few Lost Box in cut. We had some Miraidon, Mew, VMAX as well, Gardevoir, really quite a bit of variety. But ultimately, it was Kyogre Aqua Storming its way to victory. We didn't see it in the finals, unfortunately. It happened twice in the semifinals, though, in his match against Rowan, and I have to imagine it potentially happened many times throughout the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of Aqua Storming. It was pretty stormy out there for Kyogre, for sure.
The rough waters, indeed.
In the field, definitely. We actually didn't even see the Zamazenta at all being played from Raymond Long either. It was just Sableye and Cramorant. A clean finish here with Lost Box. Those are two incredible cards in this deck, and they proved pretty great in this matchup here for Raymond.
And that's one of the nice things about Lost Box, and depending on how you build it for any given event, there's a lot of options as far as what you could play in your deck, but also once you actually decide what you're putting in, you have so many different attackers you could go with at any given time, and any given situation, you just have so many ways you can approach what your opponent throws at you, and Raymond Long found the optimal ones here in our final match.
Absolutely. Congratulations there to Raymond Long taking down Jack Carter. I know, Chip, we were talking about, hey, U.S., you got to start representing here, but Canada taking it once again.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to Sacramento next weekend, and that's a city that's pretty close to Canada. Not too far, at least. So maybe we'll see some of those Pacific Northwest Canadians, from Vancouver area coming down, and 3 Canadian wins. Could it happen there? Oh my gosh.
I mean, if it happens, that would be so cool. But if it happened again with Kyogre, that would be like crazy to see for sure. And it's interesting because, doing the prep and stuff for this event, I heard a lot of people talking about how, oh, well, I doubt like a Lost Box Kyogre is going to take it again because now that it took down our first regional championship, people are expecting it. They're expecting the Kyogre plays out here. So honestly, I'm pretty shocked that once again, it's coming to play and taking the championship.
I think if this tournament had taken place like the week after Pittsburgh, that would have been true. But the reality is the meta moves so quickly, and it moves outside of just these regional championships that we get to share with everyone at home. We saw Pittsburgh conclude, Andrew Estrada was crowned the victor.
Yeah.
But after that, we saw the Urshifu deck win over in Barcelona.
That's
of course,
true.
That's a deck that has a pretty good Kyogre matchup, right? And then we saw Charizard win in Brazil at their regional championships. Another deck that probably has a pretty decent Lost Box matchup overall. Ends up being the most popular deck in this event, day 1 and day 2. So people really didn't have Kyogre on their map of cards they were willing to respect coming into this event because the meta had already evolved. Now with Sacramento next weekend, I think they're going to be pulling the meta fees out.
I think so indeed, Chip. I would be very surprised if we saw Kyogre dominate once again. But hey, here in Peoria, that is what we just witnessed. And I'm excited, Chip. We actually have an award ceremony coming up for you all. So let's throw it over to there and crown our finalists and our champion.
What a finals we just had here today in Peoria for our regional championships. And it is my pleasure to introduce our finalist, Jack Carter. So first of all, congratulations on making finals. It's a great achievement. Unfortunately, was not able to get there. Game 1, you started a little rough. How do you overcome that rough start to make it a really intense long game?
Yeah, I think I was trying to use like big HP guys, make it kind of awkward for him to take knockouts with like Sableye or Greninja. and kind of extend the game that way. You know, when you're not drawing well, you kind of have to improvise a little bit, kind of play on what are the weaknesses, what are the strengths, and that's kind of what I did. You know, the weakness against Lost Box is big HP, so I went biggest HP guys I could while still having a board. And, you know, it turned into something where it felt like a winnable situation. It just didn't pan out for me.
Yeah, you still made it one great match. Do you have any shout outs out there for any of your friends or people that have helped you along the way at home?
Well, first of all, I want to shout out the Dockers TCG team. We're probably the best team in the world. We had the world champion. Now we have a regional finalist. So we're killing it. I also want to shout out specific Dockers like Greg Plater, Trenton Fuller, and Ryan Simons. They're all kind of Lost Box specialists in the group. And I went up to Greg earlier this week and I said, yo, is Mew EX the play? And he was like, no, don't play it. Play Horn. And I was like, no, Horn's bad. Horn's bad. Well, Horn won me like 10 games this weekend. So I want to shout out all those Dockers. And I also want to give the biggest shout out to Pete Grigsby. He's just, he's just incredible. And, you know, he's a great figure in my life.
Awesome to hear. Well, hopefully we get to see you come to more regionals and hopefully take down that crown. But I appreciate you and thank you. Congratulations. All right. And next up, our champion for the Peoria Regionals, Raymond Long. All right, so it was a very long finals match. Playing against a deck like Turbo Lost Box, do you have to kind of change your strategy as you're really just playing the Kyogre variant to try to take down a lot of the big HP Pokemon in the format? How do you feel it went for you?
Well, the Turbo Lost Box matchup, it's pretty much like the mirror, except for I was kind of playing around a non-existent Roxanne the entire game, so that was kind of unfortunate. But yeah, that was probably one of the worst sets I've played. Probably one of the worst sets this entire weekend out of anyone who played, so pretty lucky to pull it off in the end.
Well, one of the worst sets, you ended up taking the win and becoming a champion, $10,000 richer, your invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. You are now the second Canadian after 2 regionals here in North America to be able to earn your invite. How does that make you feel?
Feels great. I'm so thankful for everybody that's been cheering me on. I was feeling pretty sick actually on day 1, so I don't know how I was able to pull it off, but it was mostly because of everybody that was cheering me on.
And now in that game 3, just after turn 1, trying to get that turn 1 Cramorant attack, you ended up locking your bench, no Sableye in sight. Was that something on purpose? You're trying to bait the long game of Sableye, or is just, oh, I did what I did, I got to make the best of it?
It was, I as soon as I noticed, well, I kind of knew that I was bench locking myself, but I really just wanted to take a prize that turn, and I don't think he actually had much in the loss zone, so usually if you get like 2 Cram knockouts before they can do anything, it's hard for them to come back, because if he kills my Cram with their Cram, I have access to Sableye the next turn. It was like, it probably wasn't worth the risk, but it ended up punishing me really badly.
Well, it ended up working out, like I said. You ended up winning the entire event. Do you have any shout outs before we get going?
Shout out to my family, my brothers, Michael, Brian. I know they're watching at home right now, and my sister Rachel, she's also probably watching right now. My friend Alex, who's been waiting this entire time. All of Canadians, Rowan, Lucas, Andrew, and a lot of others. My team, TDG, Aiden's also watching. Huge shout out to all of them. Wouldn't have been there without any of them.
That is good to hear. I mean, that is what Pokemon is about. It's about your friends and family. Well, that does it for us here, at least with Raymond, our champion. He's going to be going to Honolulu at the end of this season, but we are going to the booth, or to the lounge, to close out the show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Skarzig Watson here to bring it all home, but I'm not alone. I've got Shelby Boo here with Adam Doricott. It's been a fantastic weekend here in Peoria, and we finally crowned our new champion.
Yeah, that was incredible. This is only my second time casting a Masters Finals, so that was amazing to watch. I mean, it's just...
You've got plenty of finals to cast.
Yeah, I know, right? A whole season coming up. This is only our second regional here, and Raymond Long taking things down in an incredible fashion. It was awesome to witness.
I thought the top 8 and top 4 were really cool as well. We had the roller coaster of a top 8, I think it's fair to say. And then, of course, we saw the difference between a Pokestop hitting 3 and the electric generator hitting 0. So certainly different sides of the coin in that one.
Yeah, you try to build your deck as optimally as possible to hit those lightning energy, but it just doesn't line up. And I was trying to set a record for not mentioning Dialga on cast, but when I whiff my Giga Magnets, I felt the pain. I know exactly how it feels to not get those energy when you need, fall too far behind. But yeah, I mean, big shout out to our finalists as well, and all of our top players here. We can actually take a closer look at the standings for Peoria, so you can see everyone who made it to day 2, made it to top 16, all the way to top 8. So many strong names to look out for in the future. And was there anybody specifically that you saw in top 8 that had a good performance that you might want to see again?
I mean, I was watching the top 8 matches, and Brent taking the loss there, not advancing into top 4 was so sad to see. You know, I was rooting for another Australian to take things home potentially here in NA, but yeah, incredibly talented player. And I definitely expect him to see great results, hopefully in the future, at a lot more of our events.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes the trip worth it for Brent, right? Coming all the way out here from Australia, being able to put on a great top 8 performance, and taking it all the way there with the Gardevoir as well. Being the only Gardevoir in the top 8, certainly something to look out for as he plays. I was really impressed with Jack as well. Obviously, we started the day with him. Jeremy and I cast that one, and we saw him crop up again in top 4. So pretty impressive to see that level of consistency with the deck that really can fall short if you don't find all the pieces in that turbo fashion.
Yeah, that's really well put. I can't wait to see what these players come up with next. And now we'll take a look at the final standings for the Peoria Regional Championships to refresh our memories about the other names that we just forgot to mention. I mean, J.W. Crewell and Jesse Parker, a little bit of friendly fire there in the top 8. Miraidon EX made a deep run, and it's kind of a shame, I think, that both Miraidon players had to eliminate one another. If we had maybe both of those kind of wreaking havoc in the bracket, maybe could have shaken out a different way.
Yeah, if things had ended up a little differently with how things were matched up, but unfortunately 2 teammates going against each other there. We also had Grant Shen on Qian Pao. I was a little biased rooting for Grant Shen because that was one of my picks going into this weekend with Qian Pao, but still incredible performance there. Grant Shen just continues to dominate at these regional championships, and coming up there in top 8 once again.
It's a really nice variety as well. I mean, 3 different lost zones. There were the 2 that are marked as the lost zone box were very, very different. Obviously the pair of Miraidon, but they built the deck together, and then rounding out Qian Pao, Gardevoir, and Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX just not going anywhere. Just always a presence here.
A lot of great variety in top 8, but in the end, there was only 2. Raymond Long, who we just saw up on the stage alongside Jack Carter for their interviews, running that Kyogre Lost Zone box, the Canada special at this point,
right,
against the Turbo Lost Zone box. There's always been a lot of different ideas and builds, how to play this archetype, and these are the top 2 that are reigning supreme right now.
Yeah, Lost Box proving once again that Sableye is a very powerful Pokemon, and it continues to dominate out there with both Raymond Long and Jack Carter here. Again, huge congratulations to both of our players here. Raymond Long taking things down, but Jack Carter went through a ton of incredibly pro players to get to the finalist position as well.
I also want to take a look at the deck usage stats we had here in day number 2. We were very hype about Charizard EX as well coming into this tournament. It was a huge slice in the metagame, converted really well into day 2, but didn't seem to go further beyond.
Yeah, the thing that interested me about the Charizard is I think a lot of people were scared of it coming in, so definitely had that in mind as they prepped. It's something that felt like it was going to be top, so you have to imagine a lot of players really considered it. There was, of course, you know, the ability to copy that attack with the Mew EX, which we didn't see as much of on stream, but I have to imagine was kind of prevalent out in the field. But Gardevoir making a good jump up in positions between the days, and apart from that, like a really nice even split, so I think a lot of people just playing what they were comfortable with and continuing to succeed with it.
Yeah, and we can actually stack that point against what all of the casters had in mind for what was going to see success here in Peoria. I had Miraidon on my radar. That was mostly because I felt it was showing early promise versus colorless Lugia, which I felt was going to be very popular. There was a lot of hype around that. Radiant Charizard was kind of my nod to Lost Zone. I really like the Radiant Charizard builds of that currently.
I'll take credit for the Confe, obviously plenty of those. That was the safest pick, and I will take the L on the Giratina, which still continues to not show
Lost Box plus 2 prizers. I mean, it's if you squint, it almost makes sense. But I mean, Chen Pao made top 8, Boo.
Yeah, I know. That was one of my picks. I was kind of rooting for Chen Pao there as an underdog, still yet to see that outbreak in performance. But yeah, making top 8 is huge for that deck. And Charizard, I was just hoping there'd be enough people to bring them that at least one has to succeed, right? But again, top 8 did not have a Charizard succeed into our top cut.
The one interesting thing that kind of ended up not panning out, I mean, the Luxray, really cool idea. I tend to like, you know, spicy inclusions for decks. If we had 3 slots, you know, Grabber would have been over there for me on the side. And the Charizard did help the representation and the love that Charizard certainly received for this tournament. And we finally look over at Chip Ritchie, has the Mew VMAX. I think that's a solid pick. You could just close your eyes, throw the dart at the wall, get Mew VMAX. It's going to be a great pick for almost any tournament. But Mew EX, a little underwhelming for this tournament. What do we think? Was it just not really lining up on stream, or is it still a good pick?
I think it was just, I mean, obviously the new set 151 coming out, just measuring the cards in that set, Mew EX was the most talked about card. So I think it was just really hyped because that was like the standout card, right? But when it converts over into actual like competitive play, did we see it really utilized to its full potential? I'm not sure. We definitely didn't see it, I think, at all on stream. Saw it a couple of times, but mainly for the ability on that Mew EX.
Yeah, I didn't see the attack. I just saw a couple of uses of the ability.
Yeah, just a couple restarts, no genome hacking to be done here.
Not that I saw.
The firewall's too good.
Whatsoever. So yeah, maybe Mew EX kind of starts to fall out of some decks if it was tacked in there for this weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly a card that if you aren't aware of it or playing around it, the genome hacking just comes roaring out of nowhere to steal your big attack for your opponent. And we'll see as we move forward throughout the season how Mew EX will shape up in the meta. We've got Sacramento right around the corner next weekend, the 13th through the 15th, Toronto right after that, and we're going into LAIC.
Yeah, I can't believe that. 3 jam-packed events all in 1 month here just next weekend. We're keeping up that TCG, well, really all the games, action here with our regional championships.
Yeah, going home for some players, just maybe making a few tweaks to their deck. Not a lot of time to really get back in the lab if they want to make a massive overhaul. As it is, you know, within a week, next Friday, you've got to get on over to Sacramento and make sure you're ready for it.
Yeah, when we take a closer look at Sacramento, do not miss out on this stream, folks. The players that didn't show up this weekend are going to pick up the pieces and they're going to come right back hungry. October 13th to the 15th, tune in here on this channel for the Sacramento Regional Championships. But that's not the only event we're going to have upcoming. Over in EU, we've got Lille coming up. That's October 21st and October 22nd. Wow. 2024 Lille Regional Championships. We got to give it up to EU. We know that their players come over here to play, so when they've got that home field advantage, who knows what they're going to cook up. I know that Sander Wojcik is just about to emerge from the Forbidden Control deck kitchen any day now with a dastardly build, right?
Yeah, their streams are incredible to watch, and I mean, that means you have Pokemon TCG to watch every single weekend of this month, so definitely make sure you tune in to that stream as well.
Yeah, we take 1 weekend off in October, but Lille have decided to fill in that gap for you guys at home, so plenty to watch and, you know, plenty to learn about what's going on. If you are prepping for LAIC, you're not going to be short of results to look at and try and make those adaptations from.
Yeah, constant influxes of data for these players to look at and analyze back-to-back-to-back Pokemon action to keep everyone at home entertained and make sure that you let us know how you like this tournament and all of the upcoming events using social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We want to hear from you. We had a lot of great, funny tweets here on the broadcast on Twitter. Kyle Sablehouse, fantastic tweet, talking about how Chen Pao resulted in a roller coaster for him and his brother, and that perfectly translated, I think, to our top 8. So that was such a fantastic competition, and I cannot wait for more. But with that all being said, we've got one more point to go over. Adam Doricott is over here to the side, and we have to thank him for his service. This is going to be your last event, I hear. Tell me about that.
Yeah, this is going to be my last event on camera. I've had the absolute privilege and honor over the last 7 years or so, working with you guys on Trading Card Game, working on the video game as well. Multiple Worlds, Nationals, ICs. It's honestly been an absolute privilege to do it. I've been very blessed, very lucky to get that opportunity. But it's time. I'm going on to some different pastures as well. No love lost. You guys will see me around at events. So excited to kind of continue the journey in a slightly different form, which I'm sure some people will figure out very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be, we hear some
Huge
light
claps.
applause from the audience. I mean, we've all appreciated your unique personality. And
That's one way to put it.
your wit and banter has always been very much appreciated, lightening the mood. You know, when we're done with a long day of casting, we know that we can all hang out and just wait for the next event to come around. And I know that working behind the scenes with all the production crew, you're hanging out with them all the time as well. A man of many talents, and I can't wait to see what you get up to next, Mr. Doricott.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure working with you. I mean, I know we're more familiar with you on the VG side, but still, you did incredible commentating this weekend for TCG, and good luck with all your future endeavors.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's been nice being able to. I did TCG, then I went back to VGC, and came back to TCG, and now I'm leaving. But it's a happy time. So it's going to be a good time, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next.
I know QSAT montage. You just drawing questionable Pokemon on whiteboards for
No.
Pictionary, and then we fade to black ? To be continued. But that's not the only TBD. Yeah. Remember to tune in for the regionals. We've got tons of TBDs of regional winners to fill in to lock in their invite for the World Championships. So we will see you then. That's it from us. Have a good one, folks.